All right, so we approach game 3 coming up on Saturday, which is going to be an absolute haymaker of a punch thrown from Minnesota because they know it doesn't matter who you're playing. You go down 0-3 in a series, you're dead in the water, but especially against a team like the Avalanche, you're going to get their best shot. And I spent a lot of yesterday thinking of how this game is going to look. And the trouble in finding, I hate to put it this way, but real and legitimate concerns as of now, heading into game 3 and for the rest of this series, is tough. The Avs are playing a very good brand of hockey. So is Minnesota. And it still felt like, and I'm telling you, game 2 felt different because of the absolute control that you were in. That's what it was. You didn't ever have a feeling that you totally let anything go in this series. You know, outside of the shorthanded goal that gave them their only lead through 2 games, which you immediately took right back and tied at 5-5. You've always felt like you've got it. Now, these series can change. A team goes back home. They can rattle off 2 in a row. You could be in a 2-2 series, and now it's a dogfight for the last 3 games. All of that understood. But when you start a playoff series the way the Avs have, and you have demonstrated multiple ways that you can win, you have been maybe a little slow to the physical aggression of a game, like in the LA series a couple of times, or in game 2 against game 2 a couple nights ago. You've been sort of the pursuer of the physical part of the game. But no matter what, you've gotten offense mixed in with really good defense, mixed in with really good goaltending, mixed in with great special teams play, including the power play. And all I could think is the Avs are going to head into Minnesota tomorrow when they fly in, thinking we just need to continue to play our game. And that's a great place to be. The separation, Minnesota's going back home. They are back home. And they are in meeting rooms. Coaches are talking to each other. They're probably discussing different lineup changes. Who can we pair with who to try and get some sort of juice in here? How much can a guy like a healthy Eriksson Ek help us out? Who are we starting at goal? You know, I saw an interview in the, I don't know if it was post-game or it was from yesterday, but it was Gustafsson being asked a whole bunch of questions like you've been the starter all year, and then the playoffs start and you're on the bench. Then you get this start against the Avs. It doesn't go well. What do you think? He doesn't seem too pleased with his situation right now. But there seems to be a lack of trust that is within Minnesota right now. Lack of trust in goaltending and lack of trust of 4, maybe 4 might be a little much, 3 of their 6 D-men. And when you have 50% of your blue line along with the guy that's between the pipes and you're sort of waffling confidence-wise against this team, you're in big trouble. And really what the Avs need to do is continue what they've been doing. You can't find a whole bunch of complaints in the offseason or the postseason right now. You can't find it. They're doing everything well. In fact, I'll throw it out to you. How about this?
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
You guys tell me, what's your biggest concern with the Avs right now? Because I think I know what the answer is going to be, but I want to see it. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Text in and tell me, biggest concern for the Avs right now in this current moment. And again, I think I know what your answer is going to be. And I want to wait and see if I can call this correctly. It's not mine, but here's the assumption that I would make. Because of the level of play the Avs have had, in which they have continued to go out and sort of beat people up. 6 games into the postseason, 6 dubs. I think the biggest concern that a lot of people are going to have is here. Finally, the texts start to roll through. Staying healthy is a given. And I will give that to everybody. Every team is worried about staying healthy. You know, an injury can derail a whole bunch of different stuff, so knock on wood and hope that doesn't happen. But outside of injury, I should have put a qualifier on there. There they come. I see a whole bunch of these coming in. Complacency. I'm afraid they're going to get complacent. Overconfidence. There's a lot of that I see too. Too good to be true. I don't think that's an issue with this team. There might have been, when you talk about complacency or overconfidence, maybe that has existed in years past. Maybe when you were closer to, closer removed from winning the Stanley Cup. I think that they've had a couple of runs here in which they got kind of embarrassed, including last year when you lose in the first round. And that changes a lot. That you can't afford to be overconfident anymore because you've seen how quickly things can shift. And I don't think guys like Nathan MacKinnon and Gabe Landeskog, who hasn't played for 3.5 years, and Cale Makar and all these guys that lived through maybe what they thought was missed opportunities to hoist a cup again. I just don't think that's going to be in their playbook. I think they know there is no complacency until this is done. If I had to ask Nathan MacKinnon his mindset of this, I think it would be like that Kobe press conference in the playoffs where his team was up, 3-1 or something like that. And they said, Kobe, you haven't smiled this whole time. Your team's up 3-1. And it's job's not finished. What's there to be happy about? I really think that that's where his head's at. Now, injuries, of course. That is something that everybody is concerned about. Here's one from Lance. Unforced errors leading to breakaway opportunities, especially on the power play. Has been a problem for the Avs all year. They've been a lot more disciplined defensively in not doing that and not giving away, a bunch of breakaway opportunities. There hasn't been, you can probably count on one hand through 6 games, odd man rushes going the other way. And that's because they've been very, very professional in their approach to make sure they aren't doing that all that often. Now, the obvious one is the drop pass to MacKinnon on the power play, skips over or under his stick, whatever happened, and then, Minnesota takes it out and they take a 5-4 lead in the first game. But that is the total incomplete outlier of what we've seen so far. This one's interesting because I've thought about this, and it was something I was going to bring up later, but credit to the texter. Great minds think alike. Or at least mediocre in my case. Not a concern, but I would fear that if Minnie puts up 4 or 5 goals on Saturday, then the Avs put Blackwood in for game 4. I wouldn't want to see that change at that time. Goalie changes always feel like a toss-up. I totally agree. And I wonder, we just talked to the coach yesterday. I guess we didn't ask him about the goalie situation because it seems to be pretty set. Wedgwood's going to play. But it is something I've thought about. If you go back to before the playoffs started, Bednar was I don't know how to put this. He didn't say this with too much gusto, but was pretty certain that when they went into the postseason, they were going to use both goalies. And they were going to do that intentionally because that was the quote rhythm of the team, was going out and Wedgwood gets a start here, Blackwood gets the start, Wedgwood, Blackwood, Wedgwood. And we didn't see that in the first series because, first of all, it was a sweep. And second of all, Wedgwood was playing so well, he gave up, was it 5 goals in 4 games? There's no reason to make a change. The fact that he stuck with Wedgie after game 1, where it got a little bit squirrely, I don't think he would do it. But to the texter's point, if Minnie puts up 4 or 5 goals, and that now is 2 different games in which they've scored, let's just call it at least 4 in this series, I wonder if Bednar would think about it then. And that's not even to say, if Minnesota puts up 4 or 5 goals, that doesn't even mean they win. You know what I mean? We just watched a game where they put up 6 and they lost by 3. But I think that's a legitimate question. But it would almost, to me, feel like, and I've said this for the last, month of the regular season, Wedgwood has earned the right to be there with how he's played this year. And it's always funny how this happens because goalies, this can sort of change in a hurry, especially late in the year. Just look at what Minnesota did. Their starter was Gustafsson, and then the playoffs started, and their starter was Volstead, who played well in that first-round series, and then gets beat up in game 1, and I think they kind of hit a panic button, and it's something I give credit to Bednar about. His demeanor on the bench is always one of stoicism. He's not going to ride highs or get too low on lows. He's not a yeller, a screamer. He's not going to get in people's faces. He's also not going to fist pump and rip his shirt off when something cool happens. But I think that demeanor leads to a situation in which Scott Wedgwood has a little bit of a rough first game. Wasn't entirely his fault. Didn't get great defense in front of him, but at the same time, he didn't help. And he decides, I'm sticking with this. And I think a lot of it has to do with he's earned it. Minnesota, on the other hand, hit the panic button. And it's kind of like if you go to that well and it doesn't work, your team is going to take a reflection of that and be like, well, God, does he not think we're good enough to win? There's going to be part of that going on. No matter what level of sports you've played, as long as it's, some sort of quasi-competitive organized sport, you've kind of been in a situation, and I've noticed it. A coach of mine just felt like a little panicky when these games got really, really important. And it's like, why are you acting so weird? You're the leader of the team. You need to stay even keel. And I do think there's a certain extent to what Minnesota did by pushing that button in game 2. It doesn't leave them a lot of room for error now, because now you got both goalies peeking over their shoulders saying, if I give up 2 in the first, am I getting yanked? And it's hard to play with confidence that way. Some guys, very few, very rare ones, can feed off that type of emotion and have it make them better. But that's tough, especially for a position where, confidence is important. So we'll talk more about this in just a little bit. Broadcast from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. All right, we'll get back to the Avs here in just a bit. Two end-of-the-season press conferences are going to be at Ball Arena on Friday. At 11 o'clock, it's going to be Josh Kroenke, Ben Tenzer, and John Wallace. And 11:30, it will be David Adelman. We will have all of that live here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I am curious to hear the answers here because you're heading into an offseason of massive question marks. And it's the first time in the Jokic era where there's a legitimate question if you need to blow up what you built. And I think that the best answer is probably yes. The argument I could hear as to keeping things together, and I'm curious how much they're going to make this part of the discussion. Because it's legitimate, but it's hard to forecast anything differently than this. So here's what I'm getting at. If they get to the press conference and they talk about injuries derailing the season, they'd be right. I mean, this was as injury-riddled of a year that the Nuggets have had, certainly in this iteration of the Nuggets, the Jokic era. But, look, I'm no Nuggets historian of like the teams in the 80s and 90s. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a team that dealt with more injuries than this one, especially a team that's competing for a championship. You know, you might be able to find some tanky teams that go out and it's like, oh, well, 3/4 of my roster is out in the month of March. It's like, well, you're trying to lose. For a team that's trying to win, to have the amount of injuries that they had over the course of a season is really, really difficult to deal with. They would be totally correct in assessing that. The next thing becomes, and then what? So we dealt with a whole bunch of injuries. We're going to try and keep this together as much as we can, or we can no longer trust it. And I think I'm part of the latter. There's guys in this team that I love, you know, and AG is one of them. The consummate professional, a perfect representative for your team, a do-it-all guy, a guy that is willing to play through injury, severe injury, and give it his all. But what can you trust out of Aaron Gordon as of now? And that's a whole bunch of money for somebody that is not playing. And that's the problem. He played 36 games this last year in the regular season. He played in 51 the year before. If you're looking at just postseason, 3 games this year where he was averaging 29 minutes a game. Last year, he played in 14, but he had the hammy at the very end of the OKC series. Like, it's a matter of trust. And I can trust the guy, but I don't know if I can trust the body. And that is a very, very difficult place to be, and it's a very, very difficult conversation to have. But you don't want to be in a place where you're spinning your wheels. Because part of me feels like what would be even worse than maybe taking a step back to try and take a step forward is trying to hold on to this for too long and not recognizing when it's at its end. You know, Golden State has been there for a long time. They've had 4 straight years of being in the play-in. That's not doing anybody any favors. And they went out this past offseason and said, I'm going to go sign, like they trade for Jimmy Butler, who's 36 or 37 years old, and their big free agent acquisition was Al Horford, who's 40. I don't think that's making a run at another championship. I think that's trying to hold on to something that's already dead. So now that they're eliminated from the postseason, Draymond is doing inside the NBA stuff. And I want you to hear this interaction last night because it's one of those days where Shaq's not at the desk. It's the same crew. It's Ernie, it's Kenny, it's Chuck, and then Draymond is sitting in Shaq's seat. And Draymond, of all people, almost tries to bully Barkley in a way that Shaq would. Listen to this.
Listen, sports are for young people. You hope to have a great long career, but sports, nobody wins when they're 37, 38.
But you said what you said. I didn't want to hear if he believes what you're talking.
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform.
Yeah.
Is ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to.
What does that look like?
Did you see it?
I'm just asking.
I saw it.
All right, can you actually pick it up from there for me, Nelly? Because, first of all, Charles Barkley in a Houston Rockets uniform was miles better than where Draymond's at right now. He says you don't want to look like that. Hate to break it to you, Draymond. You already do. And what really pisses me off about this, Draymond Green, I think he is the most unself-aware athlete that might be in sports right now for this reason. There's a bunch of guys that are very overconfident in their abilities at the professional level because they've been the best player on their teams forever. But when Draymond takes a shot at Charles Barkley like he's Shaq always goes, "Oh, rings, Chuck. How many rings you got?" Like all of that stuff. He's, I'm one of the best players of all time. Like they'll do that to Charles because you know what? At least Shaq has the resume of like an all-timer. And I have my own thoughts about, Shaq, if he stayed in Orlando, how many rings does he have then? He teams up with Wade, he gets one. He teams up with Kobe, he gets a couple. And I get it, you need good players around you, and that's not taking anything away from his career and the kind of player that he was. But Draymond Green is the kind of guy who feels like he's in that category when his career averages are 8 points, 7 rebounds, and 5.5 assists per game. That guy speaks to Charles Barkley as if he's above him. And Barkley, by the way, those years that he liked to talk trash on when he was in Houston, Barkley was still an effective player. I mean, yeah, he was 35, 36 years old. His last year in the league, he was dealing with injury stuff, but he averaged 16 points, 12 rebounds, and 4.5 assists per game. It's miles better than the career average of what Draymond has. And I hate that he speaks with this bravado. And you know what? He's a really, 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 really good defender. And I think that he was really important to Golden State's championship runs. But it feels like he puts himself in the same importance category as Steph Curry, which is crazy. So anyway, continue, Nelly. Oh, you're right. Sorry.
What does that look like?
Did you see it?
I'm just asking.
I saw it. I mean, so, we're always going to try to compete. When you win championships, the goal will always be to try to reach that level. Can we get back to that level? Listen, to your point, Jimmy's going to miss a lot of next year. Moses is going to miss a lot of next year. That's $70 million. $75 million of a $160 million payroll. So it's going to be tough. But make no mistake about it, the goal will always be to compete at a championship standard level.
This is kind of what I'm talking about. That team knows they aren't winning a championship, and yet they're assembling this team as if we're going to give it another run. It's a fear I have here in Denver, and I don't know what the answer is. Like, I'm not even saying that this is the correct approach. But to try and retain whatever you can from this roster and run it back the following year, crossing your fingers and hoping that the health is magically going to turn around, I think is just too difficult. It's too hard. There's too many unknowns. And part of me feels like hitting the eject button a year or two, maybe too early as opposed to too late, is the proper way of doing business. It's the way that the New England Patriots succeeded for years. They waited till guys were at about the very tail end of their prime, where they might have a year or two left, knowing if they keep them on the roster, they can help them be a huge part of winning. But that is going to burn them down the road, and they can't do it. So they'll offload Vince Wilfork a couple of years early. They'll offload, I mean, you name the amount of players they did it to, and it was almost like they aren't showing loyalty. It's like they're showing loyalty to their organization. You know, get rid of Richard Seymour a couple of years too early. But for them, it's not too early because those guys had a good year or two, and then their career was done, and the team that acquired them is now holding the bag for the rest of a contract that stinks. Now, what's comical about what Draymond goes on to say is, he said, the goal is always to win a championship, and then he says this.
Whether we win a championship or not, I think as you get older, you have to redefine what's success, right? Still the most sellouts in the NBA. Still the most national TV games in the NBA. And you just want to give yourself a chance. Success may not be for us at this point a championship, right? That's the way it goes. And so I think understanding what is success at this point is key for us, knowing and understanding that it may not be realistic to win a championship, but can we continue to build to that so that once we leave this organization, it's still in a great space of where they have that pedigree and they can try to build on that like the Spurs. Work out.
Did he just say, because this is twofold, maybe success is redefined as making sure you get sellouts in national TV games? Because that's not successful for anybody except for ownership. I mean, they like sellouts, but even they, after winning all these titles, are like, I want more than just selling out my stadium and being on national TV. But here's the other thing that bothers me about that. And again, this is the self-awareness. Golden State will have sellouts, and they will be on national television, and they will be a big ticket item when they go on the road, including here in Denver. Why? Whether they're good or not. Why? Because Steph Curry's on the roster. That's why. Steph Curry is one of the best players who's ever played. He is one of the most popular players who's ever played. You go to a Nuggets and Warriors game at Ball Arena, you will see Steph Curry jerseys everywhere. And once again, Draymond feels as if he's on the same level. The sellout streak ain't to see Draymond. National TV games is not people tuning in for Draymond Green scoring 8 points. It's for Steph. And that's why this guy bothers me. He's a good player. He's like his defense. He's been one of the better defenders in the league for, I don't know how long he's played, 15 years, whatever it is. But there is an attitude about him where, I think I have this right. There was a time when they released the NBA 75th anniversary teams. They named the top 75 players in NBA history. Where Draymond said, I should be on that. Like, he was mad he wasn't part of that list. And it's like, if you were to list 75 players, if we just had We live in a fantasy world, and you can draft everybody in their primes, and you stack them all up in some giant draft system, serpentine style. You think out of the first 75 picks, you would be chosen? You think you're in that category? And as we say on this show repeatedly, self-awareness is a hell of a trait. And when guys or ladies don't have it, it's really off-putting. But man, that thing bothers me. You're trying to bully somebody who is clearly better than you at that sport. And the only reason Draymond has the gall to do it, and this is what I go back on repeatedly when it comes to the way we evaluate the sport of basketball. There's only one reason Draymond Green feels like he has the balls to go out and say that to Chuck's face on national TV, and it was awkward. And watching it, it was awkward. It's because he has championship rings, and Chuck doesn't. And in his world, being the third or fourth best player on your roster at best when you win titles is somehow better than somebody who is considered one of the greatest players to ever live. Like, that's what's funny. Draymond is the Luke Longley of the Golden State Warriors, but he's talking like he's MJ or Pippen. And I just don't get it. 303-504-0925, Shot Mazda text line. Get in if you'd like. Still a whole much to get to here. Stick around. See, this is my rap that I like. This is Outcast. This brand, whatever this era, this style was, that's the one. Everything else, your Drakes, get out of here. Don't need that. See, this is it. This is the one. I'm trying to think modern. Who do I like now? Nelly, you're the music guy. Who's a good modern rap artist?
Well, first of all, I was going to say, with guys like Drake, you got to be careful because he had a lot more hits than you think.
No, I know he's got a bunch of hits. They're just things that I don't understand why they're so popular.
But if you're talking about rappers in the game right now, I mean, I know it's kind of an easy choice, but Kendrick, he still spits bars. He's good.
True. But he's like, the weird thing about him, he's not commercial. You don't hear him played on the radio all that often. And, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong on that. I have no idea. It doesn't feel that way, though.
More so like 10 years ago. I remember hearing some of those Kendrick bangers on the radio a lot.
Ironically, the thing that got him the most play is when he dissed Drake. Then everybody knew every word of that song. A minor, like everybody in unison knew it. Texture says Kane, the Outcast era was GOAT. I totally agree.
And also, I've actually seen Big Boy live a few times.
Oh, Big Boy's amazing.
Yeah, and if you get the chance, he's no frills. He doesn't have 17 backup dancers shaking their butts. It's just like him and a DJ, and he just spits.
Okay.
It's awesome.
Can you do a live fact check? And we'll get back to sports in a minute, but now I'm thinking about this. Fact check me on this, because I want to know if this is made up in my head, because I'm pretty sure I heard this. That when Outkast was starting out, CeeLo Green was kind of a fill-in if one of the guys couldn't do a show. And that if it was something like if Andre 3000 got in trouble or something like that, then he'd fill in for Andre 3000. It was something like that. I don't know what, but it's something about CeeLo Green was kind of a part of Outkast stuff when they were early. So as you look for that, people are saying anything produced by Metro Boomin, Ella Langley is the best rapper. I don't know who that is. See, all these people, Big X the Plug. I have no idea what that is.
Let's see. CeeLo Green was nearly the third member of Outkast, a potential addition considered due to their shared roots in the Dungeon Family Collective.
Okay, so I was kind of right.
Yeah, so while he didn't join, he frequently collaborated with them, and he's on a couple of their tracks.
Yes. It was, see, everybody knows. You guys are way better rap historians than me. Everybody's saying it's the Dungeon Family. Okay, got it. 303-504-0925. So, few things here. I hate this break as we await the weekend and Game 3 for the Avs, but it does give me opportunities to talk about things like Outkast for a couple of minutes, which is nice. The Rockies did lose last night to the Mets as they played in negative 50-degree weather. There's nothing worse than baseball in the cold. The issue for the Rocks right now, as they have dropped a whole bunch consecutively, I think that makes it 6 straight that they have lost. The pitching that they relied on so much early in this season has kind of tapered off. In the 6-game losing streak, they've given up 6, 8, 9, 11, 4, and 10. They have the ability to hit, but you can't rely on it that much. It was another rough sort of go for Michael Lorenzen, who gave up 7 in 5 innings. I can accept, some losses to good teams when they got swept by the Braves or they lost 2 out of 3 to the Reds. Those are 2 good baseball teams, and you just aren't on that level yet. I can kind of understand it. You can't get swept by the Mets. They play them today at 1:10 for the getaway game that got rescheduled after postponing the game on Tuesday. So, need to get a win today. If there's any sort of consolation to yesterday, it was another home run by Rumfield, his 5th of the years. He went 3 for 4. Troy Johnston goes 2 for 4 again. He's hitting .324 this season. Mickey Moniak's hitting .327. They got some guys that are doing some things. They need some pitching to go along with it. It's been a rough go over the last week or so, though, so hopefully that starts to turn. So that's an update on the Rocks. But as I await this Game 3, one thing that I am really hyper-focused on with the Avs is, can the power play continue to be as effective as it's been since the start of this series? If they get this level of production on the power play, which again, I'm going by Brett math here, they are technically 3 of 7. I'm going to call it 4 of 7. Because they had one goal that was scored a couple of seconds after the power play ended. The guy wasn't even back in the defensive zone coming out of the penalty box. If they get this level of production from the power play, it almost feels like the Avs are impossible to beat. When you look at everything else this team can do, the one issue that people had with the Avs for the most part over the course of this season was if the power play is going to clip along at, where'd they finish, 27th in the league by the end of the year, something like that. If that's going to be the case, then that's what's going to get you beat. Because we watched last year against Dallas, you dominate the 5-on-5 portion of it, but lose the special teams area, and that was enough to get you knocked out of the Stanley Cup playoffs. If you give me a power play that operates at this kind of level, that looked the way it did, especially on the Landeskog goal, where it was kind of McCarr at the top of the blue line, kick it out to Natchez down to McKinnon by the post, one-touch pass to Landeskog across the crease, and an easy tap-in. If you can get some of those more often, then I don't know what you do as the opposing team. Again, Minnesota's kind of in a blender right now of confidence, especially on the defensive side. They have people on the blue line they do not trust. If they're going to play Quinn Hughes 30 to 31 minutes a night, you can't do that for an entire playoff run. One, he will just tire out because that's impossible to keep up with this level of effort. And two, he's going to get hurt. If you leave him on the ice that long, and look, the Avs made, to me, a concerted effort to put hits on Quinn Hughes in Game 2. Like, if you're going to be on the ice for 30 minutes, you're going to hurt for 30 minutes. And it's not like Quinn Hughes is 6'2". What is he, like 5'10", 180, something like that? You got McKinnon throwing your body around against him. You got a whole bunch of guys, Landeskog. You got Ross Colton. If dudes are just basically seeking the opportunity because he's got the puck on his stick quite a bit. Anytime you touch the puck, you're going to get hit. You're going to get put in the boards. At that frame, doing that for 30 to 31 minutes a night isn't sustainable. But they do that with him and Faber because they don't trust their other guys. And now they're in a position where they're questioning which goalie they trust. And in that case, I think that makes a pivotal Game 3 even more difficult with how much importance is on the line of getting just confidence back in those guys. So, crucial Game 3 for the Wild on Saturday, and you can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can also go watch the Avalanche Game 3 Saturday at Stoney's on Lincoln with Altitude Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Party Tour, powered by Michelob Ultra. It continues. Great Michelob Ultra deals and a chance to win an autographed Gabe Landeskog jersey. We'll have pregame with Between the Pipes starting at 5, and DMac will be hosting the party and getting everyone fired up. So we'll see you at Stoney's on Lincoln on Saturday for Game 3. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. Also, can watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the only place where you can get live, local, play-by-play coverage of the Avs. So, Game 3 on Saturday, a whole bunch more to discuss with that. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next. They're rude. I mean, I guess so. You punch a ref in the face, a linesman. That's obviously Pat McAfee talking about Diaz.
Killing people and also scoring goals.
I got to tell you, I asked this question. I just threw it out in the appetizer because I wanted to see what the response was, and I think I knew the answers were coming my way. I don't agree with them, but I knew what was coming. And I'll do this again. Do you mind if we start the show with a straw poll?
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Vic.
What?
I don't like the fact that we didn't even get an opportunity to answer you. You just hit the straw poll thing. What if Vic and I both said, no straw polls to start the show?
Well, I'm in control of the buttons.
I reckon you are.
Sorry, I play God on this program.
Okay.
When I ask you something, it's rhetorical.
I'm just going to go, let's just go along with it. Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Let's do it.
Here's the straw poll. You've entered the postseason, 6 games in. You've won all 6. You've done so in a multitude of different ways. What is your biggest concern with the Avs right now? And you can't say injuries.
Complacency.
Yeah, just
but you're making me come up with something.
Yes, that's what I'm forcing an answer, and you can't say injuries. Biggest concern for the Avs right now is blank.
Overconfidence.
Those are the 2 that came in repeatedly, and those are the ones I was expecting. And look, if you're forced to come up with an answer, I suppose that's the one. But even then, I don't have any concern of that.
I don't either.
Because I saw Nathan McKinnon's face last year when they got bounced by Dallas. I know that there is never going to be complacency with this team. They're going to have that attitude that Kobe had in that post-game presser when they were up 3-1 or whatever it was in the postseason. They go, Kobe, why aren't you smiling? Job's not finished. What's there to smile about? Like, I really feel like the Avs even have that aspect, the mental part of it.
So you're making us come up with an answer, even though we don't believe it's a thing.
But the point is,
what's the point?
They're kind of doing everything.
Yes.
I mean, they're doing everything right now.
There will be no complacency. Listen, the puck bounce is weird. Other teams are going to win games. You know, other teams are very desirous of winning as well. I'm here to tell you there will be no complacency. There will be no overconfidence. This team is built different. This team is angry.
Well, there's only one other team.
They're built to win.
There's only one other team, Carolina, on the other side of the bracket. Only the Avs and Carolina never lost in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Never lost. Every game's been a win.
Is it a concern that Carolina has the dude who does the 150,000 song and we don't?
That could be a concern. You know what?
Is that a concern?
When it's all said and done, and if those 2 teams do meet in the final, we're going to have to remedy that. That's going to have to be remedied. And in fact,
can we take his same beat and make a song out of it?
Why not? We could take it, steal the whole damn thing, and start a war with the Carolinas.
Make some noise for your Carolina Hurricanes. Come on. Spend $150,000 on a hockey team. Wait a minute, that's not enough to
We might have to do it. If that is a Stanley Cup final matchup, we might have to do a battle.
If the 4 of us can harmonize, and we'll need Nelly on this because he's the best musician of the lot. And Nelly, maybe you'll have to direct, act, do all of it. If the 4 of us can harmonize properly and pull this off, we'll take the exact words, change them up, and take the song for our own.
Okay, let's just try and harmonize 150,000. No, leave it up, Nelly. Let's try and harmonize. All right, let's see how it sounds.
I'm not part of this.
Yes. If you had 150,000.
Nope.
Why is this beneath you? You're the biggest fool on this show, and somehow this is beneath you?
You know what? That kind of pisses me
Yeah,
off.
it pisses me off,
It's not beneath me. It is not beneath me, Nelly.
Bad dog.
Moser's trying to get me to play that hype song I'm not allowed to play.
No.
Bad dog.
No, we're not doing your stupid stuff.
Don't you dare, Nelly.
No.
Don't you dare.
You know, this is what angers me about Moser. He engages in the most tomfoolery and left field stuff than anybody on
We
this
already
show.
have a song.
And the one time we
have
want to
one.
have fun, the one time we want to do something fun, you want to take your ball and go home. You're a joke.
And you got to go to your bedroom 2 minutes for being bad.
I'm just saying, Moj, I have been banned from playing that song
We're
on
not
the air
doing
until
your
the
dumb
playoffs are
song.
over. I
Your
did not
song
make the
is
rules.
dumb. That song rules. Sorry. My apologies to Kyle Keefe, you, Connor. Who else did that song? Riker. My humble apology. I love you guys like brothers. You guys are the best. It's dumb.
So, hypothetically, if these two teams should meet sometime in a month, then we have to. You guys are beating me up over a hypothetical.
What do you mean?
Can you sink no lower?
Well, if they happen to get there, and if they beat the Carolina Hurricanes, and if they win too, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, don't beat me up over a hypothetical.
I'm beating you up because you refused to participate in the fun that we were having.
I've sang that song every time it's come on, but we have a song. It's already done. It's already been recorded professionally.
It may be your TV song. It could be your TV song. Now, if you want to do that on the TV side, you guys knock yourselves out. You can country yourselves to death. This will be our song.
Come again?
We are
song yourselves.
Yeah, we will engage in fun. See, if you played both of those songs side by side, your song would get killed.
You ever committed country song before to yourself?
Can't say that I have.
Texture says you might have to change it to $250,000 given the cost of living. I actually kind of like that better.
You're right.
You're right. Not bad.
The cost of housing. The cost of housing in Denver, Colorado. Yes. Versus the Carolinas. I'm sure you can get a nice house in the Carolinas for half the price.
Here's what's clear about Game 3, and God, I hate this wait. I just want this game to happen tonight, but whatever. You are going to get the haymaker of all haymakers from Minnesota on Saturday.
Totally.
Like, there is no question. We already know it's difficult enough. How many teams have come back from down 0-3 in the postseason? Has it ever happened?
Yes.
How many times? When's the last one?
It's not very often. The LA Kings did it in 2014 on their way to a Stanley Cup championship.
You know how difficult that's going to be to start with, and then to do it against this team is even more difficult. The issue that they have, and this is a massive problem, the Avs, if they do anything well, and they've done this for 8-9 years now, they score, and they'll put goals on you. And Minnesota is leaking confidence in, one, their goaltending, because they don't know who the hell to play now, and two, there's another aspect to this I want to get to a little bit later. But in their blue line, you aren't playing two guys on your blue line half the game repeatedly. Now, 6 games in a row? Quinn Hughes is averaging 30 minutes a game in the postseason if you have confidence in your other dudes. And they don't. They don't right now.
Yeah, they certainly are going to throw out their top pair as much as they possibly can because they're young and they're really, really good. I don't know how long.
Well, so is Cale Makar. He doesn't play 30 minutes a night.
Agreed. If this was an every other night thing, I'd have even more trepidation if I was the coach of the Minnesota Wild to throw those guys out there for 30 minutes a night. But they're getting 3 days off, and these guys just want to go, go, go. My point is that the hitting is not going to stop from the Avalanche side. So Saturday night, they're gonna be chasing Quinn Hughes around, or they're going to be laying licks on him. And that's going to continue and continue and continue and continue. And it doesn't get fun. It doesn't get more fun. It's not like he goes, oh, you know what? I can't wait until Val Nichushkin forechecks my face off. I can't wait until Parker Kelly lines me up. Oh, you know what? I cannot wait until Nathan McKinnon blows me off a puck again. He doesn't say that. He's like, God, I mean, anybody's like that. It's like, are we really doing this a night after night after night? Are these guys on my bacon all the time?
I think the biggest question of the series, and it's amazing we've arrived at this crossroads at the third game. It's only the third game in. But the biggest question is, who do the Wild start in goal? Like, where do they go?
That's a bad place to be.
You know, when you have to suddenly address that, and I'm sure it's right down the middle for some of them. If you were running that team, what would you do, Moj?
Well, I would probably go back to Volstead. That's probably what I would do.
He gave up 8 of them.
Yeah, but I thought he looked better than Gustafsson did. Gustafsson did not look good. He looked like a guy that had 3 weeks off and not a lot of shots on him.
That's
my bigger question. Well, that's a big question. One of the other big questions is, what style of hockey are they going to try to employ? Because neither has worked.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they haven't tried to, quote, trap yet, but their offensive game plan was just get it out of the zone, chip it off the boards, and chase in game 2. Game 1 was let's get in a run and gun with these guys. And neither one works. They're going to get beat at either one of those, so what do they try to employ for game 3? They're probably pulling their hair out a little bit, trying to come up with a game plan that could actually work and win.
You know, I guess you opened the show, Brett, by asking what could happen in this series that could sway you, that could really make it
what's a concern?
A series. And I think I know what it is. The Avs cannot take the bait, if you know what I mean. They may come back with some form of physicality that they'll want you to take the bait. And something can happen in a game that can cause a lot of unrest, and all of a sudden the game is lost because of it.
Like trying to goad you into getting in the penalty box sort of
Take
stuff?
the bait.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Who is the greatest bait taker of all time?
Bait taker?
Yeah.
A catfish.
Every damn time. Well,
Barney Fife?
Charlie the tuna. Every damn time that tuna put his mouth on that hook. Every commercial. They fooled him every time.
I don't blame him. It looked awesome, though. Every time it looked awesome. From his perspective,
I'm just telling you that's how Bill Parcells got the nickname the tuna.
Yeah.
Is because he used Charlie. He's like, I'm no Charlie Tuna here. I'm not going to just take the bait. There you go.
You know,
and you're right, Vic. You cannot take the bait because they're going to try to. I'm sure the Scolari brothers, Scolari. What are their names? Nelly, help me out again. Scolari brothers from Ghostbusters too. Whatever.
Yeah, I did. I heard people say that, and I don't know what they're referencing.
Your brain is in a lot of different places this
When
morning,
when the judge is he's hiding behind his desk, it's the Scolari brothers. Like the two brothers come back from the dead and haunt him.
Your brain's going to
because
have to be
he sentenced him to the chair.
Squeeze it this morning. We're going to have to do something to squeeze that brain in a little bit because you're.
So the
everywhere.
Foligno brothers, I'm sure, are going to try to run the Avs. McCarron's going to try to run the Avs. That's probably going to be their game plan. Don't take that bait. Just play your game. You know who else tried to bait the Avs into doing something they didn't want to do? The LA Kings. And what did DJ Smith say? He said they never, ever cracked. Ever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, we tried every tactic. We tried to blow them up. I mean, they laid 50 hits a game. They didn't get out of it. They stayed disciplined. They did their thing, Vic.
Do you anticipate, well, we talked to Coach about it yesterday. You're up 2-0. If Manson is not ready, you sort of milk that as long as you can, right? You don't want to throw him in there if he's not ready. So we'll know if he's ready when he plays. And if he doesn't play, it's just a longer-term injury than we all assumed.
Exactly.
But there's no reason to risk it. So they may have to risk it. That's a different story for the Wild, though. They've got a couple injured players that perhaps may need more days, but they're like, hey, we're at the point of no return yet. And Eck, get in there, whether you're ready or not.
Yeah, if they do come back, Vic, are they going to be at 100%?
Yeah.
That's a big question. And if I'm the Avalanche and Eriksson Ek's on the ice, you know what I do?
You test it.
You're damn right you do. By the way, Derek West just texted us. Says Charlie Brown's the biggest bait taker of all time.
Yeah.
I mean,
Lucy.
She pulled that damn football every time.
You know what I do after she
What a
pulled that
jerk.
football?
Yeah.
I start kicking her hands. That's what happens. You going to pull that football again, sister?
It is funny to me because we've all done this. We've all held a football for somebody else to kick, and you have one thought. Is he going to rip my finger apart
100%.
when he kicks this ball? Can I trust this human being to not hit my finger?
Pro kickers will kick the ball. If you're talking about youth or high school football, they're going to kick. I've had my hand kicked. It's not fun.
I wonder Herb Street, when he does that every week on College Game Day for the giant check that they give out, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many times he just had that finger obliterated by some college kid?
My brother got me on one of those yesterday, and it was very, very embarrassing. He had me do this thing that's social media trend. Hey, get up against the wall. Can you do a one-handed push-up against the wall? I can't do it. So I said, of course I can. So I went up and did it, and he pulled my hand out, and I hit my face on the wall.
That's awesome.
It was very dangerous.
Wait, so this is not the brother who is dying of the shingles vaccine? This
No,
is the other
the
brother?
other.
Okay, gotcha. 303-504-0925.
One brother's in bed with shingles. The other one's pulling pranks. What a wonderful family.
When we returned, there was some audio from yesterday. And we always say, like, this is, if there's nothing else, an actual theme of this show is self-awareness is a beautiful thing. This guy has none of it. We'll get to it next.
You know, it seems like everything is more expensive all the time. You've got to spend more for the things you buy on a regular basis, and things can add up pretty quickly. Hey, it's Moser here for my friends at American Financing. Some folks living paycheck to paycheck right now. You don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. Well, American Financing can really help you because they're helping people just like you and me every single day. They're going to help you look at your whole financial picture, not just credit card debt. And they are the best. I tell you, I've worked with them for an awfully long time. They are local here, locally owned and operated. They're licensed in all 50 states, but it's a family-owned mortgage lender, not one of those big banks where you're just a number. They want you to live without stress, and your home's equity could help you do that. And by the way, if you do refinance, you may delay 2 mortgage payments, and the average customer saving about $800 a month. These are salary-based mortgage consultants with no upfront fees and no obligation. And I know how good they are. So do yourself a favor, consolidate, calibrate, conquer that high-interest debt. Get it taken care of now, and you'll be relieved this entire spring and summer and beyond. Give them a call today. The number is 303-695-7000. It's very simple. 303-695-7000, or go online at AmericanFinancing.net.
You talk too much. Hey,
let it ride.
Here's an example of kind of what I was discussing. There's a guy, and there's such a lack of self-awareness. And I watched this happen last night. Draymond Green is filling in for Shaq on Inside the NBA. Everybody else is the normal cast. It's Ernie, it's Kenny, it's Chuck. And they start talking about Golden State. And Barkley makes a valid point. And what bothers me is Draymond goes after Chuck as if he's Shaq. The way that Shaq talks to Barkley about, like, oh, you ain't got no rings, and I was better than you, and that sort of thing, right? I want you to hear this from Draymond.
Listen, sports are for young people. You hope to have a great long career, but sports, nobody wins when they're 37, 38.
But you said what you said. I want to hear if he believes what you're talking.
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform.
Yeah.
Is ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to.
What does that look like?
Did you see it?
I'm just asking.
I saw it.
So that's the beginning.
That's not only out of turn, and that is awkward to say that to a Hall of Famer on his show when you're an invited guest. Remember, he's an invited guest to fill in.
Yeah.
That is so off-putting. I would have stopped right there. I would have just stopped right there and said, that's just uncalled for to say that.
It's also funny to me that Barkley's numbers in these awful years that he's talking about are better.
He averaged 18 and 12.
Better than any year that he had in his NBA career. So that's number one.
This guy, Brett, for a long time, though, he's thought he's better than he is.
Well, that's my issue with Draymond. And it continues from there. They talk about, what is the goal for Golden State moving forward?
We're always going to try to compete. When you win championships, the goal will always be to try to reach that level. Can we get back to that level? Listen, to your point, Jimmy's going to miss a lot of next year. Moses is going to miss a lot of next year. That's $70 million. $75 million of a $160 million payroll. So it's going to be tough. But make no mistake about it, the goal will always be to compete at a championship standard level.
So that part, there's one more clip I want to get to in a bit, but that part specifically got me thinking about the Nuggets. And we've known for years that Golden State, their run, if they kept that team together, was pretty much over. It's 4 straight years of being in the play-in. You aren't competing for championships anymore. So you can say the goal is always to compete for a championship, but it's one of those situations where I think they've recognized their window closed too late. And are the Nuggets on the verge of that? Like, are they at – the question is this. Do they have a couple of years left, or are they already past that window of this iteration of the team and needing to move on before they get to this Golden State sort of spot?
I think Joker's only 31 years old. He's only 31.
It's not about just him.
Understood, but I'm saying that is your main piece.
Yeah.
And while that is still young enough, your window is still going to be open. Now, you better get Vic to get guys around him that can stay healthy and or play. Period.
There's a press conference tomorrow that we will carry live on Altitude Television starting at 11 a.m. The press conference will feature Josh Kroenke, Ben Tenzer, John Wallace. They'll come up first at 11, then at 11:30. It'll be head coach David Adelman. A lot of questions to be asked. I would love to hear if you have any questions that you want asked, let us know. But I'm sure a lot of questions will go through the fire because there's a lot to ask. I'm very interested to hear what the triumvirate, when you begin that press conference, what they have to say about the roster. And I have a feeling that they're going to sort of stamp out the fire a little bit, right? It's not as bad as it looks, but at the same time, all trades are on the table. Everything's on the table.
Well, let me ask you, this is kind of, I think, the main thrust of what this offseason is going to be, and in talking about has this window for this version of the Nuggets closed, and do they need to reform it and start anew? And I think it all revolves around Jamal. Because first of all, Jamal is the greatest asset that you have. If you want to make major changes within the organization, it can start with a Jamal trade, correct? Because that's somebody that people would be interested in, that would take, and they would give up things to get him. But the question is this. The New England Patriots were very famous for letting good players go a year or two before they knew they were about to fall off. They did that with Vince Wilfork. They did it with Richard Seymour. They did it with a bunch of guys on that roster. What's the extent of, you think, the Jamal and Joker sort of two-man pairing within this roster? Having them being your top two guys. Is that something you can continue? Or could you offload Jamal? He might have a couple of really good years elsewhere, but it could benefit you in the long run. What is it?
Well, these are harsh things to say.
Well, to me, it's very obvious. And it's so obvious that there's really no other discussion to be had.
Yeah.
And the obvious answer is this. Listen to me. There's only one player on this roster who makes heavy money that is currently tradable for the value of that contract.
And that is Jamal.
Yep. That's it.
Yeah.
So there's no other discussion to be had here. There's no, hey, how about this or how about that? You're not going to get the same return on other players as you would Jamal Murray.
You're 100% correct. That being said, these decisions are difficult because he's still in his 20s. He just became an all-star. You've won a championship with him. He's been a Nugget from day one of his career. He and Joker have had wonderful runs together and wonderful chemistry for an awfully long time. But the question is, can you get to where you need to be as an org? These are the hard questions being asked inside.
Mm-hmm.
Can you get to where you need to be again with him and that contract?
Here's, I think that's valid, Moj. Here's my concern. When it comes to Jamal for years, never an all-star, didn't get the accolades. He was a source of frustration at times by the Nuggets fan base because he would be inconsistent in the regular season. But what happened? If Jamal was healthy and ready to go in the postseason, he was otherworldly. He was one of the best players in the playoffs every year that he was healthy for the postseason. And for now 3 straight years, Jamal hasn't been. He's hit big shots. We all remember the shots that he hit against the Lakers to, close out games, stuff like that. But those would be games in which he's 5 of 18 from the floor. And I think this Jamal question is only arising because of his recent postseason statistics.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what it's from.
My question...
And we would have taken the opposite. Like, if you could take the opposite, Vic, of Jamal's inconsistent during the regular season and not an all-star, but during the postseason, he blossoms into this all-NBA player, it's been kind of the opposite, especially this last year.
My question, and I know it's not going to be answered because it's hard to answer this question, is how active can you be on the trade market with great players when you know that the trade market, they see that you have to make trades? You lose all leverage. How difficult is it to make trades when the leverage is lost? Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, you don't have to do anything.
Well,
if somebody doesn't come up with a deal for you that you like.
No. You have to do something, Brett.
No,
you got to do something.
Brett,
with Jamal,
you have to
hang
do
on,
something.
With Jamal specifically, you don't have to do anything. If you don't come up with a package that you like, then you keep him because he's good.
Yeah, but you can't trade the other contracts.
Brett, I mean, I'll start this whole thing over again. You have to trade him. He's the only value you have for the money.
All I'm telling you is this. I'm not trading Jamal Murray for 50 cents on the dollar when he's not.
I didn't say you did. I said he's the only value. He's the only person who will get value back at this rate.
That I'm totally in agreement with you. But what you said was, what does that look like if the market knows you're trying to trade somebody? That's a different thing because that implies that you're going to get less value for him.
But at the same time, let me chime in here, Vic. even at $50 million, Jamal Murray is a desirable player. A guy in his 20s who's an all-star, that's very desirable. You will have at least one GM who will jump the shark to get him. So, yeah, they may know you, quote, have to trade him or you want to trade him. They also want him, so they're going to pony up a little bit. It's not going to be 50 cents on the dollar, I can guarantee you that.
Some of the greatest combos in the history of basketball have been traded at some point or another. We just saw it with Golden State. Whoever has imagined that Clay and Curry would be set apart. It happened. Eventually it happens, right? They produced championships. They produced a dynasty. It happens. And when it happens is almost as important as anything. It's time. And if they can do it, great. If they can't and they run it back, I'm struggling to figure out how you're going to run it back with the necessary pieces around them.
Texture says, trade Jamal. You guys are crazy. For who? A pick? You do not trade Jamal Murray for a pick. You do not trade him for picks. You trade him for player.
Yeah, you have to get value in return. Nobody's saying 50 cents on the dollar. The reason he's the trade bait is because he's going to elicit talent back.
You get talent back, and also I would want picks, not so much to take the pick and use it on a player in the draft, but to use it as assets to trade for later because you don't have those right now.
The other question that I have in my pocket, and this is another question that's impossible to answer because the people who did this are no longer there, is do you wish you would have been less liberal with your assets in years past? They've completely lost all assets, draft picks, with which to trade. They're gone. They just dealt them out. Seconds, firsts, all gone. And the answer would be, well, championship window, you got to do that stuff when you're in a championship window. A lot of it didn't work. Those assets are gone. So not only is it hard to make trades, but you can't even attach assets to those trades because you don't have many. You have a first-round pick this year, and I have a sneaky suspicion they will not make that pick. It's going to be gone somewhere.
Yeah, you also have another one. The next one you have after this year is 2031.
But what are those rules about you can't trade consecutive picks?
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't matter the years. You can't trade first-round picks in successive years?
Yeah, they can't do it. Moser, I'm not sure they can trade 31 because they traded 32.
Yeah, 32's already gone to Brooklyn.
Yeah,
correct.
So you're gonna
make a pick that year.
The issue is, and this is what's weird, like looking back at how did those assets go away? The worst one, by far. You traded 3 second-rounders just to offload Reggie Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough.
Listen, there are good trades and there are bad trades. And there are trades in history when you look back on I would contend to you the greatest trade in Nuggets history produced a championship, and that's the trade of Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah.
When the entire NBA world knew that you had to trade him, and they did. And I remember going to that Masai Ujiri press conference when he looked at us and said, we got killed. We got killed. In hindsight, you did not get killed. Not only did you produce a winning team, you got Jamal Murray in that trade. You got the pick for Jamal Murray in that trade that led to a championship. That trade provided the fruits of the next 7 years, that one deal. So sometimes it's hard to assess. You got to wait a few years.
Yeah.
The Reggie Jackson trade, you're exactly right. You gave away picks that would have been very, had they kept, what's ironic about that? Think about it for a second. How many number twos did they have to unload Reggie Jackson? How many?
Three of them.
Do you know what it took to get Ayo Dosunmu from Chicago? Go back and look at what it took Minnesota to get Ayo Dosunmu from Chicago. And you'll pound your forehead on the table. Because if those second-round picks were available to you, you could have had him on your roster for the postseason.
Ayo Dosunmu and Julian Phillips to Minnesota. Chicago got Rob Dillingham, Leonard Miller, and 4 second-rounders.
Mm-hmm. Who are they?
I have no idea.
It's a second-round pick.
But
What
Dilling-
I'm saying is,
But it was 4 second-rounders to acquire Sunmu.
Stuart Dillingham?
Rob Dillingham.
Who's that?
It doesn't
Rob
matter.
Dillingham was a guy that they picked in the first round that never worked out for them. He was a backup point guard and just didn't bring it.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, well, he played a lot for them last year.
I didn't watch him.
The point is, trades have to be measured down the road sometimes. And for the Nuggets, the next few moves they make are going to be very difficult because not only do they have to look for the future, they have to look for the present, which is why I contend. And when I say this, I don't mean this in a, oh, woe is me, it's going to be awful here. I mean this in a championship window. The Nuggets are going to be good next year. No matter who stays, who goes. They're going to be good because they have Nikola Jokic on the roster. And they're going to be worth your time. But I do believe the championship window may have to pause for one season before you re-engage the following season.
Might be there.
You know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
I know what you mean. I think this could still be a 50-win basketball team. The question is, can you get by San Antonio and OKC with what you're going to have with a 50-win team?
Did you see San Antonio last night?
Sure
Good
did.
Lord.
They beat the snot out of Minnie.
They played some serious defense last night.
Yep.
303-504-0925. You can always listen to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
It's Moser, I know from experience. Low testosterone can cause a host of problems. Bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. But there is a fix, and it's called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's worked for me wonderfully, and it will work for you too if maybe you're feeling that same way. And just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel like it. If that is you, do yourself a favor and go to the website and check it out, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. If you want to, take the low T quiz. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers, takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Find out everything that they do to get you back to being you. And right now, they've got these advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. You treat your low T and other hormonal issues. It's going to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, and maybe even increase your sex drive, dudes. That ain't too bad. So call them today. 720-440-7900. 5 locations, Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. There's one near you. That number again, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right. Just because this song is playing and Moser just showed me something, I have something to admit. I need to admit something to everybody. I think I can't anymore. It's not that I could. I just physically cannot conjure up a single more bleep to give about this Rossini and Vrabel thing. I can't do any more of this, dude.
You know, it's so funny you say that. When the latest came out, I said a simple tweet, okay, enough already. The piling on that's happening, we get it. We get it. He did a scummy thing. He ruined his family. She did something that's repulsive. They both did. Happens every day in this country. Happens every day in this world. Happens to different people walking around. Happens to someone listening right now. Happened to you. But my God, how many different angles and stories and this and that. It's over.
You know what's weird, Vic, is that my wife, she's obsessed with these awful junk food TV shows like Real Housewives and stuff like that. And this is like the most Real Housewifey thing that the sports community has produced. And I'm watching like 50-year-old men say, did you see the latest? I'm like, I don't care. I don't care.
Clearly, they're liars. They're adulterers. They cheated on their families. They cheat. Vrabel's a cheater. What Vrabel did is scumbag stuff. Clearly.
Now, Moj, this isn't me. I'm not getting on you for this. This is just
I completely agree with you.
I see this.
I completely agree.
Every day, it's TMZ is coming out with. Did you see that they rode a boat together? And I'm like, what more do you want me to do here?
Someone responded to me by said, Vic, you're a journalist. Why don't you go out there and do some journalism?
This has been journalism. This has been the most in-depthly covered story in sports in years. I have never seen people go to the depths of research and investigation on something that ultimately affects two people in their families.
I think a lot of times people get into this because they want to feel better about themselves.
Probably so.
Yeah,
probably so.
Yeah, insecurity is a big reason. They want to feel better about their situation, so let's just pick at this one forever. I mean, this lady's been obliterated. What she did was wrong, and obviously. But my God, how many different people are going to just enough? I mean, come on.
And I'm going to be fair.
On.
I admit, when this first came out, I was kind of like, "Whoa, this is pretty." I was reading stuff about. It's been so long now. I'm just like, okay, we understand, and I also understand Vrabel's not getting fired, and he's not resigning, and that's not happening. And now it just feels like it's over. I don't know. Texture says the only update that people want to know is Rossini's son. Like, even that to me, I'm like,
I don't care. Yeah, I don't care.
It doesn't affect anything.
It doesn't affect. And you're right. Nothing's going to happen to Vrabel because that entire New England outfit has had stuff like this happen. The entire franchise. You think they care? You think they're going to act upon this because you care? We're going to look at Mike Vrabel differently now. Right? The same Mike Vrabel who, after they lost the Super Bowl, remember how we all praised him. He sat there at the tunnel, patting every player on the back. Here, don't worry, guys, we'll be back here. Remember all the love he got? You're never going to look at him the same again, correct?
Correct.
That's the penance he will pay.
Do you want to pivot then?
That's fine.
I got some.
Just last thing.
Sure.
Brett, Texture says, Pablo Torre says hello. I know more about this story than I know about the aspiration. I read a lot about the aspiration stuff in LA. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know how to say this. But do you realize our local baseball team is tied for last in the bigs?
Yeah, they've had a rough go the last 6 games.
All right. I mean, I know that you haven't done your minute lately. And I'm not gloating. I'm not gloating about it. What I'm saying is that they've still got a lot of work to do.
Well, here's what's happening.
Thank God for the hopeless San Francisco Giants tied for last place.
Here's what's happening, and this is why I tried to explain this to Brett when he first moved to this city, and I tried my darndest to explain this, and it just doesn't hit home. And every time I bring this up, people look at me like, oh, that's just an excuse. It's not an excuse. It's actual science. When this pitching staff goes on the road and achieves things and the ERA looks better, they look better, and then they have to come back home because it's the only pitching staff in the majors that have to do this, that have to return to altitude every other week. No other staff has to do that, only this staff. Eventually, it weighs on your staff. Eventually, the arms go wayward. Eventually, fatigue sets in. Eventually, they get just torched.
Vic, it's
already happened.
It's May 7th.
Yeah, it's already happened.
The season's a month
what
old,
happens.
bro.
This is the theme that I've been trying to lay out for you. A lot of it is just where you pitch. You will never. And they caught lightning in a bottle one year. 2007, second half of that season, they had the lowest ERA in baseball. It's the only time it's ever happened, ever, in the history of the Colorado Rockies. It's impossible, given where they pitch, to be consistent in that area.
I'm not arguing any of that stuff. Now, it's a little early in the season for, this to wear on the pitching staff already. I think it's been a combination of a couple things.
And it works both ways, too. Hitters have to adjust when they come back.
They've also, Mets aside, these last couple of games, they played against two of the best teams in baseball the last two series. The way the Braves and the Reds are playing, they're two of the top teams in the sport, and you aren't that good yet. So that's a part of it. Now, the Mets, this one's weird because you have the game postponed. You're playing in 30-degree weather last night. If you've ever played baseball in 30-degree temperatures,
stinks.
It's one of the most awful things I think you can do. You can't feel the tips of your fingers when you try and throw a ball. You get a ground ball to third. You throw it to first.
Foul one off the end of the bat and see how that feels.
You feel that for two straight innings.
100%. Your whole body's like, eh.
So, yeah, this
sucks.
And I've said this before, the Rockies are going to have these parts of the year where they're going to stink because they aren't that good yet. But the pitching staff, without a doubt, the 6-game losing streak they're on, they've given up a bunch of runs. It's been 6, 8, 9, 11, 4, and 10 last night. I will say this. They got to win today. Today is going to be, 70 degrees. It's going to be a 1-10 game against the Mets. The Mets stink. You shouldn't get swept by them. You got to pull one out here.
Brett, same thing happens to the Rockies hitters, too. You realize that. You're at altitude. The ball's not breaking. You could dial in the ball, and then all of a sudden, the next day you're playing in San Diego. What the hell? That thing broke like 3 feet. That didn't happen at altitude. You got to readjust. It happens throughout the course of the year. It's science. It's literally science.
No, I understand that, but there's going to be, the Rockies are not as bad as they were last year. They're going to have, another stretch where they win 4 out of 5 or something. Sure. It's going to happen, but they're going to have more of these than they are the 4 out of 5 stretches. And this is just, like I said, you play back-to-back series against the Reds and the Braves, who are two of the best teams in baseball. You're going to get beat up. And the Mets series is just weird with the weather they've had to deal with during this. So we'll see. Today, I think, is a big game, though, to make sure you don't get swept again, especially by a Mets team who's not very good. Go out, get a dub, and try and bounce back.
This is the getaway, so you're heading back east for 6. A 3-game set in Philly, a 3-game set in Pittsburgh.
I'll tell you what, for being this early in the season, there are 37 games in. The encouraging thing, because this has been a problem over the last few years, the Rockies haven't been hitting for average very much because they've struck out a lot, and they've really cut down on the Ks. You guys seen Troy Johnston's hitting 324. Tyler Freeman's hitting 292. Rumfield, who homered again last night, 272. Mickey Moniak's hitting 327.
Way to go, Don.
Donald Rumsfeld. They got guys who are hitting the ball pretty well. It's just they're having trouble doing the combination of they get a good pitching night, they can't get the run support. They get the run support one night, they can't get the pitching support. So
leaving guys on.
Yeah.
It's either you're leaving everybody on base, you're not getting anybody on base.
But again, the Rocks just aren't very good yet, and they're going to have these stretches where this happens. But yes, 303-504-0925. We'll get back to the Avs in just a bit because I got a question about Quinn Hughes.
Really?
That I want to get. Yeah, because
is it one that I can answer, or is it just some sort of rhetorical Brett Kane question or Vic Lombardi question to the wind?
It's not so much a question more than a comment, but I think you're going to agree with me. So we'll get that up. We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Speaking of baseball, Nelly, can you set up this? You have this Pete Fairbanks being interviewed by Jeff Passan. What do we got here?
I think the clip just speaks for itself. Why don't you let it roll?
Pete Fairbanks, closer for the Miami Marlins. You have been dry humped many, many times in your life. Can you please tell us what dry humping in baseball is?
The dry hump is when as a reliever, they call down and say, hey, in most cases, it's tighter ahead. So-and-so's in the game. You start warming up. Obviously, there's degrees of it. The worst dry humps are the ones to which you then have to fire it off and be as warm as you would be to go in a game with no guarantee that you go in a game. And if you then say your team does not score the run, you sit back down and you have been dry humped.
I don't like that phrasing at all. Don't like that at all. You know, if you remember, Pete Fairbanks is a very famous person on this show in particular. Nelly, go ahead and look in the archives. Just look up Pete Fairbanks, and you'll find a very, very famous clip of one Vic Lombardi discussing this man.
It's really an all-timer is what it is.
It won Emoji in 2024.
It's one of my favorites.
Oh, 2 years ago it won a Emoji Award? I love it, Vic.
So if you guys missed it, that man Pete Fairbanks talking about that term, this is what Vic had to say about him once.
Then you got the opposing reliever, Black Torch, crying about the ball.
Dare I say the Rockies played a little bit better?
I called him Black Torch. I know his name. I didn't realize that was that sensitive to a pitcher. I didn't when Black Horse, what's his name? Black House?
I think it's Fairbanks.
Fairbanks. I'm not even close.
It's still one of my favorite
Black
things.
Torch, Black Horse. Fairbanks.
Marty with the most
Oh,
puzzled
my
face
God.
goes, I think it's Fairbanks.
And then Fairbanks himself also had this banger, which was another Emoji-nominated clip.
No, I thought it generally sucked. I didn't think it was a specific suck. I thought it was like an all-encompassing type of suck. So, we're going to try and rectify that. But for right now, I'm going to be pretty pissed about it.
Pete, where do you kind of go from here? Is it looking at tape? Is it going through mechanics? Where do you kind of go from here?
You tell me. I've tried that. If you got an answer, I'd love to hear it.
An all-encompassing suck is a pretty good term, too. Could use that for a whole bunch of different things.
Oh, my God.
I do want to get to the Avs in motion. A comment about Quinn Hughes.
Yes.
Can he withstand doing this every night? I'll explain next.
Now that I have a sauna, everybody in my family wants to use it, including my younger brother, who took the shingles vaccine. So he's hurting, man. He is hurting. He's got all kinds of temperature issues with his body. So he came over, used the sauna yesterday, jumped in there because he's cold all the time, and it warmed him right up, warmed him up real good. You know what I did yesterday? I did a little bit of both. I actually laid in the snow, face first, and then back first, and then jumped in the sauna. So I got the cold treatment and the hot treatment. And what it did to my body, it just energized me. It gave me so much. You can do that too, but you have to buy a sauna. And you can get one at flatironsfire.com. They build the best. They come out and put them together for you. You don't have to touch a finger. They got more than saunas. They got fireplaces. They got outdoor grills. They got all that stuff. Check out their showroom off of 53rd and Vanek, or check it out online at flatironsfire.com.
This is Brett Kane, and I love my Surfsides, whether it's on the golf course, at home, on the patio. They are the perfect sipper. No carbonation, easy to drink. I'm all in. They got these half and half packs now. You got half iced tea, half lemonade, half blackberry lemonade, half all these different flavors. There's a million of them. So there's no shortage of things to try with Surfside, and they're all absolutely delicious. Whether you're on the course, whether you're at home, whether you're at Ball Arena, the official partner of the Nuggets and Avalanche, you can find these almost anywhere. So grab yourself a Surfside, 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles. Again, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Any update you want to give on Manson?
No.
Okay. I mean, look, that's as to the point as you're going to get. You ask the man a question, he gives you an answer, you say okay.
100%.
I got a question about
everybody understands playoff hockey. If it's the old Saban thing, stop asking because I ain't going to tell you, so stop asking.
I knew that was going to be the answer.
Yeah,
I knew it.
But you had to ask the question.
But why aren't you a journalist like the guy in Toronto?
I'm not going to, so quit asking.
That's it? Nope. That's it?
I love our listeners, by the way.
How would he have handled that? The journalist in Toronto. How would the journalist in Toronto handle something like that?
Well, Betsy,
because everybody wants the hardcore, hard-hitting journalist.
Well, Betsy, I've talked to 20 family members of Josh Manson, and only one said that he was not ready to play yet. I don't know. Here's what I want to say about Quinn Hughes. We talked a little bit about they are very, very adamant, not just against the Avs, but throughout the course of this postseason so far, including their first-round matchup against Dallas. They play Faber and they play Hughes 30 minutes a night. They play half the game. That's a lot. I get that it's the playoffs. But in Game 2, would you say that the Avs made a concerted effort to really lay it on Quinn Hughes whenever he touched the puck?
Oh, 100%.
You bet.
100%. And
So-
everybody, not just the hitters, right? Everybody was instructed that because he's a small guy.
So, on that subject, Vic, Quinn Hughes playing 30 minutes a night at 5'10", 180 pounds, taking the bruising that he took in Game 2. If that continues, how long does that hold up?
Brett, I don't know, but it can't be forever because I do know this. Even the bad mamma jammas get worn down and broken down.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an incredibly physical game. Vic, it's the greatest thing that when your wife and you two were right down there on the glass that one time, right? My wife was there, right? Everybody's down there.
Mm-hmm.
And you get an upfront, the only thing separating you from the players is that glass.
Right.
Couple inches thick. And you see the physicality, and you see the angst and the pain and the blam and the boom and the whack and all that kind of stuff. The speed. It gives you a real perspective, which is why, Vic, I wish everybody could stand on the sideline one time for an NFL football game. Because it's gonna blow your mind on how incredibly tough these guys are. So
Watch
eventually,
a punt return in an NFL football game, and it will change your life.
It absolutely will. So the point is that it can last for some time, but it can't last forever. The body is going to wear out.
Yeah.
The brain is going to wear out. The will, the want to, is going to wear out because it's just repeated punishment, shift after shift, game after game, which is why it's just an absolute survival to get to a Stanley Cup final.
We saw that happen in the Wolves-Nuggets series. When you're smothered for an entire series, eventually you wear out.
But being the size of Quinn Hughes, if he continues to take a pounding like he did in Game 2 and doing that for half the game every single night, it's going to catch up with him.
Well, Johnny Lyles, is he listening right now? Johnny, you listening? Text me. Because I'd like to find out, because he was not the biggest defenseman in the world. Superb skater, right? Great skater, really, really good player. But, guys would throw the puck into his corner. Hey, if you want to dump it to somebody's corner, dump it to Lyle's corner and go pound him.
Yeah.
I mean, it stinks. He would be able to answer better than all of us on how long he thinks that can last. Here's what I do know. I've even seen, with me being in the league, I've seen even the toughest, most in shape, best conditioned guys wear out. It's not a fun thing to do. But you know what you do? To win a Stanley Cup, you do it. And you keep doing it. And you mentally prepare yourself for it. And you just keep taking the punishment.
Well, I'm not saying that, he shouldn't be doing that. But for the amount of time that he spends on the ice, along with if that's the mentality towards him, it's going to be difficult to survive it, is what I'm saying. I watched Sammy G, who's of a similar size to Quinn Hughes. I mean, I'm not wrong there, am I, Moj? Quinn Hughes, Sammy G, about the same size?
No, Hughes is a little taller.
A little. I mean, it's not. All I'm saying is not that much is separating them.
He's also not the thickest guy in the world, so it's not like he's got, tons of meat to protect.
That's what I'm saying, though. Sammy G gets planted against the boards and his sternum breaks.
Well, I mean, yeah. A lot of guys' sternums would break on that hit. No, it's one of those things. I don't know how long you can last, but it's really not a fun thing. It's just laborious night in and night out.
It's funny. I see a lot of you people take shots at, I'm reading this on Twitch. Oh, he's tiny. Oh, he's this. Here's my retort. It's funny how a little guy's dominating a series or can dominate a series, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can take all the shots you want at him. Oh, he's still a wee little defender. That wee little defender also won gold for the U.S.
I'm not taking a shot
but I'm
at
just
him.
saying,
I know, but
it's ridiculous.
He's bad,
You guys take shots at these little guys, and yet they're so damn good. They're so damn good, aren't they? But you want them on your team, don't you?
Hang on. The point here is not anything about the size being something you're making fun of him for.
No, I'm not talking about you two.
No, I get it. But it's just about if you're going to be playing that much and there's a concerted effort for physicality whenever you touch the puck, it's a lot easier for a guy like that to get hurt than it is for somebody who's Manson's size, let's say.
And it's a lot easier for a guy like that to stop on a dime turn and score.
Sure.
And that's all I'm saying. You
Yeah.
get the good with the bad.
You're right.
So all these people that continue to think that you need 6'5", 250-pound dudes, you're stupid.
No,
you need a little bit of everybody.
Vic, let me lay this out for you though. It's his skating is so good.
How many times does a big guy get fooled because they can't keep up?
Agreed. His skating is so good. And you have to understand this. This is what makes this difficult for him against the Avalanche. His skating is so good that he can absolutely outmaneuver guys all day and all night during the course of the regular season. Very few guys can catch him, you know what I mean, on a consistent basis. He'll get smoked, but very few guys, just like Cale Makar, he gets smoked from time to time. He got smoked in game 1.
Mm-hmm.
But very few guys can catch him on a regular basis. That being said, this team ain't seen consistent speed like the Avs are bringing at him. And they are on him. Everybody is on him.
So I'm saying he can't escape the Avs.
That
They're
is
too
correct.
quick.
Val's on him. I saw Val. Remember I told you that they're shoo. It was the coolest thing. And Val's huge. Now, we didn't blow him up or anything, but he won that puck battle. But LOC, you think Logan O'Connor, if they're racing to the zone to play a puck, you think LOC is going to let him off the hook? You think Parker Kelly, Jack Drury, anybody who's around him is going to lay a lick on him because the Avs have that speed, Vic, so his maneuverability factor is reduced. He can't pivot the way he normally does, and you saw it. He had a long shift. McKinnon finally just said, look, I'm not playing chase the rabbit. Blam! And he exploded him at the dot.
Because that's what the Avs have as much skill as they have size. They have the precious combination
That
of both.
speed, Vic, that speed to get on you fast.
But
it takes away his angles.
You would take Quinn Hughes on your team every day, all day.
100%.
I don't know who's arguing that.
Well, he's defending little guys, and
I'm defending my little brethren, my little guy brethren, my little pop shop.
By the way,
there's value in that, and if you don't see the value, you're a moron.
In what?
There's value in little guys.
Yeah.
At every level, at every sport.
I mean, if I ever drop my keys down like a drain,
we can go get it.
I'm like, Vic,
we got you.
Vic, can you slide down in there and?
This is, by the way, Bednar with us yesterday, talking about Wedgwood and special teams.
No question. That was a huge penalty kill. That was the most dangerous that they were in the game, and it all came at a key time. And like you said, Wedge comes up with 6 saves. And then, I think our penalty kill learned a little bit from that power play and what they would try and do, and did a better job on the second one that we took. But there's a bunch of huge moments in that game for me, and that was definitely a big one. We came up with some good blocks when we needed them. We got some big saves when we needed them. We got timely goals, and I think ultimately special teams won us the hockey game.
Here's the other thing. There's been one lament for the Avs all year, and it's been rightfully so. The Avs power play finished, what was it, Moj? 27th in the league at the end of the year, something like that?
It was the Olympic break on it was really good.
Yes, but the big thing that stuck with people as far as a major concern that could get them beat in the postseason was, are you going to be able to get the power play at a respectable level? Because if you don't, we all go back to last year. We saw it happen in real time. 5-on-5 against Dallas. You were far superior to them. Whenever the power play hit the ice for either team, that's where you got smoked. Well, the power play over the last 2 games is 4 of 7. If they are clipping along at even an average pace, I don't know what you do as an opposing team.
It just looks more dangerous, doesn't it? It's not just about the goals scored, because sometimes – lucky bounce. It's about looking more dangerous. It looks more, I don't know what they changed exactly, Moj. You can go into detail. But when they set up, I'm like, whoa, okay, there it is. Whoa, wow.
They're presenting different looks, and there's so much talent out there. Me personally, the power play goal that McKinnon scored, the coach may have loved it. I didn't love the pace of that power play.
Sure.
I loved the looks. I didn't love the pace. I thought it could be a little crisper.
The first.
No, the one McKinnon scored on.
No. I'm saying the first one is what you want.
100%. So, but Vic, having Nazem Kadri out there on the far side opposite McKinnon and Natchez, huge. Landy parking his butt and then sliding up into the slot, huge as the bumper. If they're not dusting things off, again, we talk about that Landy goal. I mean, it goes Kale, Marty, Nate, bam, Landy, goal. I mean, it's just no dusting. I mean, Marty stick handled a tiny bit and then flipped it down. It's just a one touch right to the top of the crease, bam.
Yeah.
What was that? The hell was that? Okay. I kind of like that, whatever that is.
Are you saying pow?
Yeah, it's from Step Brothers.
I guess it is. Yeah, I forgot. But, I mean, you're presenting different looks. All eyes focused. I mean, Natchez and McKinnon and McCarr terrify penalty kills. And they should. Because Kale, he can fake pass and he can dart to his right and look for that little tiny opening and blam, you're dead. It's really brilliant.
Don't miss Avalanche Game 3 Saturday night at Stoney's on Lincoln without the Toot Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Party Tour. It's powered by Michelob Ultra. Great Michelob Ultra deals and a chance to win an autographed Gabe Landeskog jersey. We'll have pregame with Between the Pipes starting at 5. And DMac will be hosting the party and getting everyone fired up. So we'll see you at Stoney's on Lincoln
That
on
sounds
Saturday.
like a good time. Hey, Vic,
Mm-hmm.
I said about 10 minutes ago, I love our listeners because they catch things like we catch things. And a lot of people caught something. When you're talking about my brother, he's in a coma, but he's using my sauna, or whatever it is you said.
What do you catch? What's there to catch? He used my sauna. They come out and put them together for you. You don't have to touch a finger. Oh, you're right. Touch a thing. Your finger doesn't have to touch anything. At the same rate, you don't have to touch anybody's fingers.
I got to be honest. When people are working on my house, doing some projects,
Do you touch
I
their finger?
fingers.
You touch a finger? Yeah.
Hey, Moshe, let me tell you
You know what? I like to do that sometimes,
Moshe,
too.
let me tell you
I
something
walk up to
about
random
ad
people
reads.
at the gym and touch a finger.
Let me tell you something about ad reads. There's only one person on this morning show who turns his camera off during ad reads because he's so afraid of what people will think of him when his camera's on. The rest of us, you guys, you want to see my house? Come on in. I'm an open book. I'll do my ad reads right here. But there's only one person who fears the public light when it's time to do an ad read.
You can't keep doing this to me.
Who's that person? Who's that person?
Hey, front, back, side. I don't fear anything.
Well, let me see you do your next ad read with your camera on.
I would be happy to.
Okay, great.
And I don't know why that bothers him anyway.
What happened, Vic? Why are you fired up
Yeah,
right
just
now?
because you got to touch a
What you
finger,
fired
go
up right
touch a
now?
finger.
Because
okay?
you're criticizing my ad read. You won't even keep your camera on yours.
I'd be happy to. If you want to look at my face even more, you can look at my face. Whatever
You don't
want.
have to touch a finger.
303-504-0925.
Front, back, side.
Back after this.
Both sides, front, back.
Hey, it's Brett Kane. Ever wonder why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, here's the reason why. Other sportsbooks, their rewards are the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash. Get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team, league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, and it's all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you can't get at other sports books. You can even convert that into profit boosts and bet with it too. With Fan Cash, it's the ultimate access to the world of sports every time you bet with a Fanatic Sportsbook. So switch to a sportsbook that always gives you more to play with. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Hey, Moj, what you think about Anaheim tying the series in Vegas last night?
I watched that game last night. Very impressive. You know what they did? They played defense.
Yeah, they did.
They played defense. And they got some timely scoring from Leo Carlson. I was impressed. I was impressed.
Remember, at the end of the regular season, Anaheim was in free fall. Couldn't win a game.
Right.
They should have won game 1 of that series.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. You're right, Vic.
And
they were a mess.
We were wondering, like, almost,
are they going to make it?
Do you want Anaheim to drop to like that second wild card? You faced them in the first round instead of LA. Like, they were playing that level bad. They go out to win the first series. They now tie this 1-1 heading back to Anaheim against Vegas. If you had your preference, and I'm not putting any cart before a horse.
Ooh, you're doing this 2 games.
Listen, here's what you're doing with your horse.
Ooh, look at Kane.
Is your horse a sire or a mare?
Look, we can sit here and
because what you're doing right now,
Brett,
you're taking your horse, you're mating your horse, you're having a baby horse, you're putting all 3 horses on top of a cart.
I decree,
we're not doing
by
that.
order of the show, you are not allowed to look past this round until it's over.
We can all sit here and play pretend, and we can say,
wait.
I'm not concerned at all with anything until the Avs get through this. If you watched Vegas and Anaheim, like I did, you're watching it, trying to evaluate who would I rather play if you make it past this round.
You could do that privately. You could do that in your brain.
I can do it publicly.
Well, if you do it, then you're a moron.
Well, then you're on your own.
And there's one
I'm
other thing.
not a guy in the Avs locker room. I'm just a dude talking.
Vic, this has been established on this program for quite a long time, which I'm so surprised you just dismiss it. Anytime Vic makes a point and has a decree, either with his Game of Thrones sword or his Harry Potter wand,
which is gone.
Yeah, somebody ripped off his wand. Maybe the wand ripped itself off. Anytime listen, the little baseball bat, the harmonica, the bar of soap, those can be sloughed off.
By order of the Lollipop Guild.
But when he uses...
You are not allowed to talk about the next round's opponent until this round is over.
Now, that's law. You understand? He's got the Excalibur right.
That's funny.
That is law.
It's funny. I don't remember you guys saying that when we talked about Dallas and Minnie.
What?
Oh.
That series was over. Because they'd already beaten the
series
Kings,
was over.
Dumbass.
Not true.
Totes true.
No. You don't do it in this round against this team.
You're telling me after the second game.
This team is too dangerous. You know what? Do you not remember the Vegas series? Don't you remember what happened?
I do remember that.
Do you remember that the Avs were up 2-0 when they went to Vegas and then lost 4 straight? Do you remember? Does your memory bank have that in it? Or do you just what is wrong with you?
Okay.
So you shut your mouth.
Thank you, Texture. This is totally Harry Met Potter stuff that Vic is totally against. I don't understand this.
It's called respecting your opponent, a worthy opponent that is capable of jumping on you the moment you turn your attention to the next round.
I never said I think the Avs, it's done, they've won the series. Never said that. I'm just saying, you want to sit here and lie to everybody who's listening to us and say you weren't watching that game with an interest of if the Avs make it past here, who would I rather play? Then you can go ahead and play that game. I'm not gonna.
Okay, here's how you do it then. If you're going to play your stupid games, here's how you do it. Moj, let's envision an Avalanche victory in this series. What opponent in the next round might be more ideal, more tasteful for the Avs to compete against?
You know, Vic, that's a great question.
That sounds like something that I would say.
Shut him off. Vic, that's a great question. You know, I don't want to look too far ahead, but if the Avs were fortunate enough to actually move on, I think there are things they can exploit from both of those hockey clubs, to be honest with you. One thing I do know about
Anaheim, Moj, it's you don't overthink this. Don't jump into Vegas with a coach that don't overthink it. Now you're not allowed to talk about this because you did it in a harumph manner. We are allowed to analyze this.
Yeah, you went full on. Hey, who do you want in the conference final? No, we don't do that.
I can't believe you guys would discuss a potential matchup in
The
a
answer's
round
Anaheim,
that hasn't
Moj.
existed yet. Do me a favor, by the way, Nelly. Can you play how I asked the question and how Vic asked the question and see if there's a single syllable that was different between it?
The way you did it was pure brash overconfidence,
bravado.
Just
breeding horses, putting them in a cart, and then having that cart.
The way I asked the question was out of
along.
humility, out of almost necessity. It was an encouragement of your current opponent. It was, hey, we really value that this opponent is not dead yet, but let's pretend. That's what I did.
Frau Blucher. I get a text from Drennan on Monday because he's watching the same thing. He says, how loud is that stupid PA guy in Vegas?
He's loud, dude.
It has to be turned up as loud as possible. Dude, when I'm telling you, I've said this before. The speakers that go to our booth, when we
makes you want to pee.
Yes. That's how, dude, the vibrations from the speakers rattle your bladder.
How's,
it's...
All right, forget the next round opponent. Yeah. How loud is that Minnesota? It used to be XL Arena. What do they call it now? Some casino?
Some casino thing, yeah.
How crazy does that place get?
I'm going to be honest. I love that building. It's a really, really good hockey building. The fans are great. I guess you want me to hate on it. The fans there are obviously really, really good. They've got on the concourse, they've got every high school hockey jersey from the state lined up around. It's pretty damn cool.
Dude, they do high school hockey like no other.
They really do. They do. And
wait,
honestly,
where are you talking about?
Minnesota.
Oh, gotcha.
The building itself, they thought of a lot of really great stuff when they built that joint. They did a really good job.
Don't they sell out their high school tournament?
100%.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second.
They sell it out at
we
call it the X, but now it's the Grand or whatever it is.
That's like Texas high school football is Minnesota high school hockey sort of thing.
Yes,
we do
100%.
a lot of high school. We do a lot of high school. In fact, we're going to be doing a lot more high school next year on Altitude Television.
I love calling those games. That's a lot of fun, man. It's great.
It too. But let me hold Colorado's feet to the fire here. I've lived in Indiana, where high school basketball is just the king. I've lived in Texas, where high school football is unmatched, unrivaled. High school hockey in Minnesota. Our attendance at high school events here in Colorado is pathetic. It's pathetic. And I don't know why that's the case. I don't know. It's really awful. Can you guys help explain that to me? It's not even close to what it is at some of these other states.
Well, I feel like the attendance even of college coaching staffs recruiting these guys is a little bit thin, I'd say.
And maybe Coach Sanford will address this in his show. But I can only compare it to other states I've worked in where it's hard to compare to Texas. Texas high school football is supreme. But where are all our high school families? Where do you go? Why aren't you at these games? I couldn't wait to go to high school games. I lived at high school games.
When I was watching All the Right Moves with Tom Cruise, Ampipe had some pretty good fan base going on. You know what I mean? Ampipe.
You know what the reason is?
What is that?
Transplants.
Here?
Yeah. Too many transplants.
Well, but don't they love their kids? I mean, but their kids play, right?
I know, but the high school, the rivalries, the background, all of the stuff that takes place in high school sports, it's lost on transplants, on new people that move here. They don't care.
Holy Family versus Little Sisters of the Poor.
I mean that's the truth. That's the truth. You can say I'm wrong, but it's the truth. I'm looking at Brett right now. You know nothing about high school sports here, and I don't blame you. You're not to blame. But you don't care because you're new. I mean, it's just the value for you is not there yet. I'm not indicting you as something. It's just part of the deal of being a transplant town.
To be fair, if I was still living in Omaha, unless I knew somebody playing in the game, I probably wouldn't go either.
Mm-hmm. What's the current? I don't know the name of it now. There was a time. It's hard because hockey's taken a lot. But I would go to. There's a beautiful stadium out near Parker, Colorado. I guess is it in Parker or is it in Lone Tree? Whatever it's in. And I would just show up sometimes on a Friday night. Yeah. I don't know who's playing. My daughter was a cheerleader, so I'd watch her do her thing. But random Friday nights, I would show up and just watch high school football. It's fun.
There's only one high school event.
Have a dog and a soda and watch high school football.
And extras, you have this right. There's one high school event that's sold out every year, and it's hard to get a ticket to. The high school wrestling tournament at Ball Arena.
Packed.
You wrestling fans, you don't mess around. Every other sport, sorry. I'm born and raised here. I attend them all. I called the high school championship football games up in Fort Collins.
Congratulations.
The attendance was paltry at best.
Well, not good, yeah.
Nelly says he has this. I want to hear this side by side. This is what happened at the beginning of the segment where I was just casually asking, because if you were watching Anaheim and Vegas last night, you're doing that with a sort of interest in looking ahead at what a potential matchup could be. Here's the way I asked the question. If you had your preference, and I'm not putting any cart before a horse.
Ooh, you're doing this 2 games
I'm not.
Then they interrupted you for about 2 consecutive minutes, so I'm going to skip forward a bit.
Sure. We can all sit here and play pretend, and we can say,
wait.
I'm not concerned at all with anything until the Avs get through this. If you watched Vegas and Anaheim, like
That's
I
a
did,
setup.
you're watching it, trying to evaluate who would I rather play if you make it past
you
this
could
round.
do that.
So that's how I did it. Here's how Vic did it.
Let's envision an Avalanche victory in this series. What opponent in the next round might be more ideal, more tasteful for the Avs to compete against?
You know, Vic, that's a great question.
It sounds like something I said without interruption. That's what it sounded like to me.
I don't know what it sounded like. I can tell you what it felt like. And it felt like yours was way more brash.
Yes. Distasteful.
Now you can say this is what it sounds like.
I mean, to open,
but what I'm hearing and what I'm feeling is totally different.
Yeah, Moj, to open the segment, you're coming out of commercial. Yeah. All right, guys, let's look ahead to the next round. Do you want Vegas or Anaheim?
That's essentially what you did. That's exactly what it felt like.
Absolutely not what I said.
It's pathetic.
It's not what I said.
Weak.
You guys can go
Not only
ahead
that, but
and
dumb.
try and make me out to whatever sort of straw man you want me to be. You know what? I'll be your Huckleberry for that. If that's what you want, I'll do that for you. But it's not what I said.
Again, Brett, perception is reality.
By the way, did you know that the first 2 games of the series, the Avalanche have scored 14 goals, which, over the last 40 years in the NHL, the most goals scored in the first 2 games of a series, they're 1 off the mark. It's happened twice. 15 goals scored by the 1988 Calgary Flames.
Wow.
And 15 goals scored by the 1987 Edmonton Oilers.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Listen, they are beating you however you want to play. And I think that's what's so cool about it. I mean, we've seen 3 different tactics employed against the Avs so far in this postseason. Have we not?
Yes.
Because the Wild didn't necessarily trap in game 2. They just chipped it in and tried to. They're good at puck possession. Don't get me wrong. They tried to grind you down. They didn't try to trap you.
Sure.
Through the neutral zone all day long. It's not what they tried to do.
Do you think they tried that in game 3?
I don't know.
They got to try something different.
Then what you're doing is if you're the Minnesota Wild, then you're asking your team to do something that's not in their DNA. And see,
what is their game, Moj? What is Minnesota's ideal game? What is it?
I think their ideal game would be to skate with you.
So to play more like game 1.
Yeah.
But
because they have some terrific players.
Well, then that's what they have to do. I mean, anything outside of that would be foolish.
And Vic, what I'm saying to you is that this is the style. That's the style that when they acquired Quinn Hughes, they got way better at. When they got Quinn Hughes, you ready for this? Everything opened up. Their whole world opened up. Remember the Wizard of Oz? When Dorothy opens the friggin' door and it goes from black and white to color?
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened to Minnesota.
It's a great shot.
It's bitching, isn't it? It's really cool.
It's really good.
Oh, I saw it at the Sphere in Vegas. Dude, it was so cool. It'll blow your mind. Anyway, that's what happened in Minnesota. He accounted for, you ready for this?
Not a fan of the Tin Man. Never have been.
Why? Because he had no heart?
Just everything about him. He seemed like a loser.
Scarecrow seemed more like a dork to me than anything, and the Lion was just a total wimp.
He was, by definition, by name, a coward.
Totally. But here's the thing.
Dale's a loser.
He accounted for a goal per game more for the Minnesota Wild because they could do so many more things with him because of his puck moving and his puck handling abilities.
Okay, but
his skating abilities, everything opened up for them.
All of that being true,
They didn't have to grind their way through games anymore.
All of that being true, what happens when you play your style of hockey and you realize it's not good enough against the other team?
I don't know, Brett. You know what you do?
Are you
You know what you do?
forced
You
to
get it out.
change it?
You get it out of the zone and you chip it down the boards and go chase because that's what they did all game long and lob. And when they didn't chip it, they lobbed it all game long. Lob in, lob, lob, lob. They did not want to get poke checked anywhere near the red line or the Avalanche blue line because you know what happens? They're going to get transitioned to death.
Mose, your voice played in the back of my mind when I try to watch some of these other hockey series going on. The first thing that hits me is these guys are slow. Everybody's slow compared to the Avs. I mean, the games just look different. They feel different.
Carolina's pretty damn fast.
I haven't seen that series. So
yeah.
let me open by that.
They're going tonight, so you'll get an opportunity to see the game in Philly. I think Philly's going to be great. I watched Buffalo and Montreal last night. Dudes, I don't think either of these teams are super great teams, but that's going to be an entertaining series, and Buffalo is pretty damn good. It's crazy to say, but they're pretty good.
If you had to choose,
I mean, very good.
Would you rather lack a brain, a heart, or courage?
A brain?
Well, what's going to get you furthest ahead?
without a brain, you can't have either of the other two. So
yeah, if you're without a brain, you're the scarecrow, and you're just
no. But hang on.
You mean you're just not smart?
I mean, do it in the Wizard of Oz style. I mean, they're still alive.
I'd rather lack a heart because you can just go around being heartless, but still, you don't have courage or a brain, you're not going to make it, man.
Which one of them don't have a heart?
The Tin Man.
Tin Man.
See, I think heart and courage are the same thing.
No, because heart, it has to deal with like compassion and love and all that kind of thing.
So Scarecrow, like he didn't have a brain, so he felt foolish.
He was a total dipphole.
Tin Man didn't have a heart, and he just wanted to have the love and compassion.
Correct.
The guy was always sappy. Always
I can live without that. I can live without that. Yeah.
The Cowardly Lion, he was ashamed of himself because he's like, I'm a lion, and I got no courage.
He had a bow in his hair.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good.
I tell you. I don't have any courage. I tell you.
I like your answer, though, Moj. I mean, I need to be. If you have courage and a brain, you can make it.
Right.
I can go around being heartless to everybody and not care about anyone, but I can make it.
I can walk around this planet being a total a-hole. You watch me do it.
All right, so Nelly, assign the three of us. Assign the three of us.
Who's who?
Tin Man, Scarecrow, and Lion.
Well, I mean,
you won't offend anyone.
I mean, none of us, myself included, have brains, so we're all whoever that is.
No, you have to
specifically. You have to specifically
Don't
assign.
you be a cowardly lion now. You have the courage to make the choices.
Okay, let's see. I think, well, Vic, he's got courage because he takes swings at everyone on the text line, but he doesn't have a heart.
I'll take that.
Moser, I don't think Moser has the brain.
Ooh.
And Brett, Brett, you just don't, and then you don't have courage.
I think that's actually, for the choices given, that's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
That's pretty accurate on this.
I welcome mine, and I wear it like a badge of honor.
I
thank
think
you.
It sucks.
Mosher, just the courageous,
Moser dumb.
loving idiot.
There's no one on this program that knows more about the world than
Moser just
than me.
Just a dumb face.
Nobody knows more about the world on this program than I do.
Well, that's the other thing. Which one of those is the most insulting? It's probably brainless, right?
Yes, by far.
Well, and Brett, you actually...
Easy.
Did you see that?
No, I think you're off.
Oh, I think
careful.
they did, yeah.
And Brett, you might actually have courage. I mean, you drunkenly ran a race against your friend and popped your hammy. I mean, that does take some stupid courage.
Well, no, that actually takes a lack of a brain. That's
there you go. So
Scarecrow.
maybe Moser lacks courage and you lack the brain.
Maybe that is it. I don't know. 303-504.
Mose turns his camera off in his hotel room. Yes, he's afraid.
You got an ad read this segment?
Nope. I don't have one for the rest of the show.
Oh, by the way, next.
I'm going to look right into this camera when I do this ad read. Right at you. Mile High Aeration. You heard of it? I've talked about it every day for the last couple months. You want a green lawn? This stuff's going to help right outside the snow, the moisture, that's going to help. But if you want your lawn greener than your neighbor's lawn, get the aeration done. Get those plugs in your grass. It works. More moisture will be on the way, and before it comes, get the machines out on your grass by calling Mile High Aeration today. 303-778-1000, family owned and operated since 1987. The reason they're the best is because they got the heaviest machines, which means it pulls deeper plugs. I've used it, so can you. Again, Mile High Aeration at milehighservices.com or 303-778-1000.
Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. How about this? Oh, by the way, report comes out yesterday from Jake Trotter. Matt Campbell, who was the head coach of the Iowa State Cyclones forever, just took the job at Penn State after James Franklin was fired last year. Did you know, according to Jake Trotter, back in 2021, Matt Campbell agreed to become the head coach of the Detroit Lions?
Really?
Then changed his mind, decided to stay in college. Detroit then pivoted to
Dan Campbell.
Dan Campbell.
Wow.
How many?
How about that?
Are they related?
No.
So Matt Campbell and Dan Campbell are not related, but the old lady in Detroit
they
goes,
wanted a Campbell.
I need me a Campbell.
Yeah.
You know what the problem was? She's like,
I like Campbell soup.
Well, she
and so
wasn't,
like,
she wasn't,
she
was
the
in
old
charge
lady a
then.
Campbell, for God's sake.
The daughter was in charge by then.
Don't stay out here, catch your death.
I got to know, by the way.
Isn't that interesting how stuff works that way, though? Ended up working out for Detroit, but, I mean, it's crazy.
Met up with Donnie White yesterday. Had a cold talking about, but my wife was there. Do you realize that she had no idea about me talking to the old lady and all that stuff? She thought I can't even tell you.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I don't know what you just said.
I mean, the
She did not see the. She did not see the clip
from the beginning.
She did not see the clip of me outside.
I had no idea what that was in reference to. You lost every single person on this show in this audience.
She did not see me outside the arena talking to the old lady. She'd never seen that.
Who is she?
My
Who
wife.
is
I
she?
said my wife was there.
Oh, I got
And
you.
it came up. Oh, never mind. Go on.
Go ahead.
Don't stay out here, catch your death. Okay.
By the way, the text line reminds me, another reason why high school sports is suffering greatly in terms of attendance, in my opinion, club sports cannibalizing high school sports. Like when my kid was playing club sports, you go to all these damn games. Now there's another game, and there's a game, every game. It used to be, the sanctity of the high school season was special. Now it extends 12 months out of the year. There's too many games. You guys buy that?
Especially in basketball too. I mean, basketball, is it tougher too that it's just like there's a whole bunch of transferring that's like transferring wasn't a thing when I was playing. And I think I was towards the very end of that before people really started, like, was it Sanford that just told me? Who the hell was it? Somebody just told me there was a guy that's committed to a big time, my brother-in-law said Nebraska's got a commitment at quarterback from a kid that's from out of state. He is transferring to Lincoln his senior year of high school to play in high school in Nebraska and kind of work out with the Huskers in the offseason.
Wow.
That's the commitment that people are going to. High school kids are transferring to the states that they're going to be playing college football in.
I've heard of kids going to other states, but not necessarily to the city that the school they're going to be playing college at is located.
Yeah.
Wow.
By the way, Mike Kliss has this. Per source, the Broncos are giving veteran quarterback Nathan Peterman a rookie minicamp tryout this weekend. If you remember Nathan Peterman, he was the guy who threw 5 interceptions in a half of football once.
That's unreal.
But very famously was on Hard Knocks with John Gruden when this happened.
Hurry up, Nate!
That guy.
Hey, Nate, you got to hurry up, man. We're running out of time. My life is running out of lifespan.
That Nate
You're like,
Peterman.
didn't he call him a house
So
mouse?
casual, like a house mouse.
Yeah, it's so casual, like a house mouse, right?
That is Nathan Peterman.
I mean, he's been an NFL quarterback, which means he's a competent quarterback. But where would he fit with this? I mean, were you talking practice squad stuff? What are we talking about here?
I don't know. I need to understand what happens in the NFL world that, no disrespect to Nathan Peterman, why is he still getting phone calls right now? Why is that happening?
A lot of this training camp fodder. You need arms in camp.
But why wouldn't you get some guy who's like a 23-year-old undrafted somebody?
I don't
you know what I
the
mean?
answer behind that. Hey, are you guys, by the way, buying into all these, I guess it's the JFK syndrome, Bo's video that he released on Instagram of him running, when did it take place?
Oh,
this
God.
and that, and
No.
how's his ankle? Let me be the first to say, can we just wait until camp to assess where he is health-wise? I mean, do we really have to jump to these conclusions? Are we that bereft of material that we're spending days talking about where's his? I mean, I know we talked about it. I know we initially, maybe it's a bigger concern than you would think. Maybe it's chronic. Maybe in this.
Yeah.
But until we see him operate, do we have to go through this soap opera?
I dig what you're saying. I completely agree. That being said, I'm listening to DMac yesterday. And the Broncos season ticket renewal this offseason is the highest it's ever been.
Well, rightfully so.
People, look at AFC title game. We'll get you there. People are jacked, and look, man, they're worried about their quarterback being able to run.
You can be worried, but when we're breaking down videotape and doing this stuff, I mean, what is going on
Like
here?
Zapruder film stuff?
Yes.
I'm not concerned until he misses games. That's when.
Hey, I got one for you real quick.
Yeah,
of course, it happened at 10:01 yesterday, right after we get off the show. Brock Nelson's a finalist for the Selke.
Yeah.
Along with Nick Suzuki and Anthony Cirelli.
Explain the Selke to people because it's another award.
Listen to Vic. Hey, Vic, Anthony Cirelli.
What?
I thought it'd be. Yeah.
You throw a vowel my way and you want me to pay attention?
Yeah, I want you to dance.
What is the
Dance
Selke?
for me. It's the best defensive forward in the National Hockey League. Nick Suzuki will probably win it for the Montreal Canadiens, but Cirelli's a really good defender, and Brock Nelson, really good defender. Pretty cool.
One other thing, Nelly, I DM'd this to you. Can you pull this video up from the Spurs game last night? It's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen in recent memory. So Spurs are beating up on Minnesota, and I watched.
Oh, I think I know what you're going to show us here.
I don't think I've ever seen this. It's remarkable. So it's a 61-35 game. There's a guys battling underneath the hoop, getting towards the end of the shot clock. The Spurs grab a rebound, and they chuck it out. Is it Vassell in the corner, I think?
Well, it's one of those Vassell,
easy on those. But watch what happens here. Go ahead and hit play, Nelly. So, rebound underneath. He throws it out to the corner, and I think it's Vassell.
He's in mid-motion as he gets the ball. For those of you listening on radio with no video, Vassell attempts a jump shot. The ball's not in his hands yet, and he's already in mid-jump because the shot clock's about to expire.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I've seen it.
He's almost at the peak of his shot, and he grabs it in midair, and as he's in midair, attempts the corner three and drains it.
Yeah, Tim Hardaway did that twice this season.
Really?
Yeah.
Like you're already in midair when you get the ball, then you shoot it.
Yeah, you already have to be in your shooting motion, and once you're in it, the ball arrives.
See, that's not part of Moshe Bucket's
No.
repertoire.
We don't do that.
No, Nope.
There you go. Oh, by the way, Mose, you want to tell the fine people what this segment is sponsored by?
I would love to. Brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, and Electrical. Your local home comfort specialists. They probably drink coffee there, too. Visit rockheating.com. That's God dang it, you guys. ROCKheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Wow.
Let's go to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Jeff Legwold of ESPN.com joins us as he does every Thursday. Hello, Jeff.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, I was reading you at ESPN.com. I like your stuff when you talk about the biggest upgrade. You couched it pretty well about the Broncos wide receiver core, right? You know, that will it open up downfield for Bo Nix? His completion percentage at 38.7? Am I getting this right?
At some point, we'll get a question.
Yeah, I like your stuff. On the defensive side, though, right defensive end, is that a really big concern for the Denver Broncos?
Well, Moser, I always look at it as like, what snaps do they, what play count do they have to fill? And John Franklin Myers, didn't make a Pro Bowl here, but he was a very, very good player that impacted Zach Allen's ability to lead the NFL in quarterback hits, to Nick Benito's ability to sack the quarterback. He impacted things. That's several hundred snaps that have to be replaced in some way, whether that's somebody in-house like Wazarike or the young rookie. But that, the concern is those snaps have to be filled. And on a team that won 14 games and went to the AFC Championship last year, the only real snaps that have to be filled are at inside linebacker, where Greenlaw was, Franklin Myers. Those are the significant areas, and they're both on defense.
Why did the Broncos sign Nathan Peterman, a quarterback?
Vic, I think this time of year, especially for rookie mini camps, because the rules allow you to bring the tryout players in for some of your off-season stuff, and they need arms. You just got to have people to chuck the ball around a little bit too. So, and I think Sean Payton always likes the idea of the veteran quarterback having a place in the quarterback room, no matter who the other 1, 2, or 3 are. He did keep 4 quarterbacks on the roster one year in New Orleans. That's a very rare thing. So he does value the position. Peterman has had plenty of ups and downs in the league that have been well documented, especially with interceptions. But I think this is always sort of the mold I think the successful teams do. You bring in a veteran guy for the tryout and then a young guy, Kurt Warner's son, a player like that. Yeah, you bring in the variety, and if one or both, have a shot at coming back, that's a good thing. But they just need arms to get through some of the work this weekend, and then if one of them gets to stay through OTAs and the rest of it, that's just a chance for them to show what they can do.
I guess the underlying question might be, is this also insurance in case Bo can't be where Bo needs to be?
Yeah, I don't think this is any impact on beyond June. I think the clock I'm hearing is not much, if anything, in June, ready to go in training camp. Does that mean first day of training camp, third week of training camp? We don't know the answer to that yet, but I think that's always the case. They're going to need arms to throw when you're at, 90 players. You got to have people to throw the ball. That's why you always see a lot of receivers on off-season rosters, because that's a high volume running position, and you always see a 1 or 2 more quarterbacks than they probably need.
All conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Leggy, is this maybe the least newsworthy offseason of the Broncos in a long time? You had obviously the pop from the Jalen Waddle trade, but with the lack of first-round pick and no real free agency moves to speak of, can you remember one that was maybe this lacking in news for the team?
I guess I would always say that when we start talking about how exciting, a team was in the offseason, it's usually inverse proportion to how good they were.
Oh, I'm not saying it as a bad thing. I'm not saying like the Broncos messed up, but yeah.
But I'm just saying this is the cycle. You know, when you're bad, you're making big moves in the off season. When you're good, you're just trying to hold it together in, you know, whatever fashion you can. And they did. The surprising thing for me, and I have not seen it in my time covering the league, is how internal they were in their approach. I mean, when you sign, you know, the numbers are well documented, 17 of 21 sort of, you know, players at all the levels of free agency that they had, that's almost unheard of. I mean, they basically made two moves, Jalen Waddle and the safety Tyson. They basically made two moves that weren't players from their roster, and other than the draft picks. But that is very, very rare. But, you know, again, I think you have a head coach who thought this was a Super Bowl team last year, and he has clearly shown they believe it is that this year as well, because they kept it intact.
You know, Vic knows people. It's always this time.
He knows lots of people.
He does know. He does knows lots of people. It's always this time of year when Vic goes, yeah, I got the Broncos schedule. I can't release it. I can't tell you what's going on, but I got the advanced copy. I'm like, okay. And then I go through when it comes out and do my wins and losses. When are we getting it, Jeff? When's the schedule coming out? When do I find out what the heck is going on?
It depends who you ask. Some people say next week. Some people say the week after. So, but it'll be in the next 2 weeks by all accounts. So,
do you book everything like right when the schedule comes out? Do you book the entire season?
We have, you know, I am part of a large corporation, so you get green lighted to book, you know, certain components of the season. They tell you when. So I wait for the word and then I jump.
We are also part of a larger corporation, and we do the same thing. Hey, in regards to mini camps and all this stuff, I see that the Broncos already signed their rookie tight end, the guy they drafted, Bentley, out of Utah. So tell me how this works. Yeah, tell me how this works. So he's a sixth or seventh rounder.
Seventh.
Okay. What if he can't play, and you already agreed to sign him to a 4-year deal? There got to be some provisions in there. I mean, what you're rolling the dice here. What if he shows up at camp, and I mean this for all late round picks? What if they can't play? You just eat that money?
Well, I mean, the guaranteed money is all you would really be eating. So the signing bonus, essentially,
which was like $127,000
for a seventh rounder. But
okay,
you know, there are some minor cap implications. That's why every year, if you had the full list of dead money in front of you every season, you would see like 30 names of guys who had been signed for training camp or to the practice squad and had moved back and forth, but they had gotten some amount of guaranteed money. There are some cap implications, and they do have provisions in NFL contracts about how much you get paid if you're hurt, or if you have to go to the practice squad. You know, there are provisions like that. So there are some guardrails in there for the team, but it's really just the guaranteed money, and it's just part of the equation.
Jeff, we were just talking about the story from Jake Trotter that he said back in 2021, Matt Campbell, who was then the head coach of Iowa State, agreed to become the head coach of Detroit, but then changed his mind, and that led to Detroit getting Dan Campbell. How often does this happen? Because we know the famous stories of like Josh McDaniels agreed to be the Colts coach and then backed out last second, went back to the Patriots. Does this happen a lot where coaches initially come to terms or agree verbally on something and then back out?
You know, I don't know that, you know, the come to terms part of it. It happens a lot where the team or the coach will think they've reached some kind of verbal agreement, and now the attorneys are just going to hammer out the paper, you know, the contract, and something happens. I think that happens. I mean, the most famous story in my career for me that I've heard or the funniest is, you know, the late Dave McGinnis he was at the hotel after finishing his interview with the Chicago Bears and heard on the radio he had been hired by the Bears, and that was not the case. He had, so his joke was always, I was coach of the Chicago Bears for 6 hours. But he heard on the radio at the hotel that he had been hired by the Chicago Bears, and he had not been. They had even prepared the press conference. There were reporters waiting, and the banners were up and all of it, and he had not been hired by the Chicago Bears, and he walked away from it, and they had to go hire somebody else.
Wait. So hang on. He walked away from it, or the Bears did not agree to it?
No, he walked away. He heard on the radio he had been hired by the Chicago Bears, went to the facility, and is talking to the McCaskies and the people in charge saying, hey, what's the deal? We have not agreed to a contract. How's this going to look? And he always told me his feeling was he didn't like the answers he got in that thing, and he walked away. From that, and that's the all-timer to me. To hear on the radio you have been hired and you haven't, that's the all-timer.
That's crazy. That's pretty crazy. Hey, Jeff, as we sit here now, beginning of May, we get through the mini camps and all this. Can the Broncos bring in any more players before training camp? What are the odds of that? I'm sure they'll pick some guys off the scrap heap once cuts start that, or once the cuts happen, or whatever. But where are we right now in terms of bringing in more guys that Peyton may like, or whatever the case may be?
They can bring in guys, Moser. I mean, they can have tryout guys at these events. Often you'll see a few players released, like they have the rookie mini camp this weekend. Often you'll see, 3 or 4 players are released after that and replaced by others. They just can't pass the roster limit at this point. But within that number of roster slots, they can still do whatever they want.
I know there's just some guys still kicking around that haven't agreed with any teams or that kind of thing, and I'm just curious.
Well, a lot of veteran guys at this point are in the mode of, unless it's a perfect situation, I'm not real excited about going through OTAs and mini camps. So they kind of wait it out to the older guys.
Is that Aaron Rodgers territory right now?
Oh, I think the Steelers are. Look, I'm preface this by saying I don't cover the Steelers anymore, and I'm not as in tune as the people who do that every day. But I know the organization, and there's no way they're happy about how long this has taken. I think their understanding was they would have an answer by now, and I think they certainly want one before the end of the month.
Do you get, as an employee of ESPN, do you get free ESPN Plus?
Yes.
Can I get them codes?
Well, it depends. Maybe we can work something out. I don't know.
I'll give you some Altitude Plus for some
Jeff, let me tell you something, man. There was times
I went a long time without you guys on my cable, and I'm still a little bitter about it. Yeah,
Jeff, I would get like an alert. Your account has been accessed from Golden, Colorado, and I'm like, what? Dude had my code for like 2.5 years and just
I had them codes.
He had
my own codes.
He's got his own, but he just kept logging in like.
You know the worst?
Tell me if you've done this. Do what you got to do. Yeah.
Leggy, tell me if you've done this, because you have kids that use codes. I've been double paying on some codes without any knowledge for the last.
Yes.
You got to have a review of the finances occasionally. Yeah, you got to have a breakdown.
I hate that.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, joins us every single week. Thank you, Leggy. Appreciate it.
Thanks, fellas. You're awesome. See you.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. You're awesome, Leggy. Joins us every single Thursday at 9 o'clock. Get back to the Avs next. Hey, this is Brett Kane, Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. Why? Well, because the other sportsbooks, their rewards are the same old, but Fan Cash, that's the ultimate sports currency. That's what you need. Betting with Fanatics lets you stack up that Fan Cash, and you can get up to 10% back on that Fan Cash on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend that Fan Cash on official team gear across every team in league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all of it can be found on Fanatics.com. But Fan Cash unlocks value you just can't get elsewhere. You can convert it to profit boosts. You can bet with it. All of it up to you. You're getting the access to the world of sports every time you bet with the Fanatic Sportsbook in that Fan Cash. So switch to a sportsbook that always gives you more to play with. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Game 3 on Saturday, and you can join us at Stoney's on Lincoln. The Altitude Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Party Tour, powered by Michelob Ultra, continues. Great Michelob Ultra deals and a chance to win an autographed Gabe Landeskog jersey. We'll have pregame with Between the Pipes starting at 5, and DMac hosting the party. It's at Stoney's on Lincoln on Saturday for Game 3.
You know what they have there that's really good, guys? Their pizza's pretty dang good.
Yeah.
And those loaded nachos are pretty. Like
Yeah.
if I was not going to be in beautiful St. Paul this weekend.
When are you leaving?
Tomorrow.
What time?
I'm not even sure. I think noonish, maybe something like that. Why?
I'm coming to the studio tomorrow. I just want to see.
Oh, I'll be here. No, we'll be able to hold hands. It's all good. But Stoney's they got some good stuff, man. I like that place. I'd be there if I wasn't going to St. Paul. I would be there.
I'll ask the question where we started this morning. If you had to pick a concern and you can't say injuries, what is it? Because there's just not a lot to choose from.
Yeah, I mean, there really isn't. Can I apply the concern to the opposing team? If they get Eriksson Ek back and all of a sudden they get that other
Brodin.
what's his name? Yeah.
Jonas Brodin.
Yeah, if all of a sudden they find some inspiration and it helps their cause mightily, that would be my only concern.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a little doubt inside Minnesota because they've played two different kinds of games and they didn't win either one of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And So I'm sure there's got to be some, back to the drawing board type of stuff. I mean, the series is far from over. But now they have to win 4 out of 5 games against the best team in the National Hockey League. That's no easy task. Not saying they can't do it. They're going to get a big bump at home for sure. They're probably going, they hear what people have said about Game 2 in this series. Hey, man, the Avs are pasting their butts, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
They've heard all of that. They're probably going to try to get physical. I'm guessing the Foligno bros are going to start flying around. Marcus Foligno especially. He's the big hitter of the two. But McCarron will. I'm not looking at the little Johansson to come and smoke somebody, but I think everybody's going to pick up the physicality to some degree, and you got to be prepared for that. But what I'm saying right now, guys, the Avs know every single bit of this. They are prepared for anything that is thrown their way.
Well, Texas says penalties are my only concern. Stay out of the box. I would agree. It doesn't help anybody if you're playing at a disadvantage. But Minnesota special teams have been garbage.
Their coach admitted it after Game 2 that special teams is what let us down. That's why we're where we are.
Like both PK and power play, they've been terrible, and not just during these first 2 games. Even against Dallas, they weren't great. They're facing a little bit of what the Avs did last year.
A little bit, yeah. They certainly are. So we'll see.
Another
they're going to give
it.
They're going to give it. They have to give it their best shot in Game 3 because if they lose,
it's over. If they lose
on Saturday, correct.
I think the winner of Game 3 wins the series. Okay.
Really?
I think any blatant overconfidence is a concern. Sort of like our co-host who's already talking about the round 3 opponent. That kind of overconfidence is not to be had, and I guarantee they're not going to fall for it.
Yeah, Brett, what's your problem?
I don't feel the need to defend something I didn't say.
Blatant. Egregious. Egregious is the word. That's the word of the day.
If you are watching
egregious overconfidence,
Anaheim and Vegas, and you don't have in your head, I wonder who I'd rather have the Avs face if they were to make it to the next round, then you're lying. You're a liar. How's that sound?
I don't like being called a liar.
Even if it's true?
All
right, can I give you an example? I'll give you an example of somebody who did not lie.
Mm-hmm.
And he's catching heat for it. And I don't think he should be at all. Michael Porter Jr., when asked about the Nuggets being eliminated in the first round, said, I actually spoke about that the other day. You almost kind of feel like a hater. I'm watching the game, and I'm like, why am I cheering for the Wolves like that? I think it's that human nature, but obviously, I wanted my guys to do well. I didn't like that AG was hurt. I didn't like that P-Watt, they couldn't do their thing. I was talking to Christian Brown during the series. He said he hurt his ankle in the first game. And he played through it the same way I played through the shoulder injury last year.
Mm-hmm.
And, now he's getting killed on social media, especially since the comments he made. Those are my guys. I wanted them to do well, but I just think they might miss me. I don't know. Probably not.
All right, so he confirms then two things I want to talk about that. I'm glad you brought this up. It's perfectly acceptable. It's human nature, right, to think the way he did. You get traded by a team, and part of you wants that team to lose because you're no longer there.
Your ex dumped you.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing wrong with that. For you holier than thou folks are like, oh, how dare he? No, that's pretty common, right? Am I cool with that? Everybody
I think
good?
It would be really weird if he didn't feel that way, to be honest.
Exactly. It'd be fake.
Yeah.
It'd be fake, right? Fake enthusiasm. So that doesn't bother me one bit. Now, if Michael were still on the team, as much as I love him, I don't think it makes a difference one iota in the outcome of that series. If you replaced Cam and Mike switched, it wouldn't. It wouldn't.
Probably right.
It wouldn't. It wouldn't make a difference at all. That to me, it's a bigger problem than that. But the third thing he mentioned, which should gather more attention in my humble opinion, if Christian was indeed hurt again, if he hurt his ankle, what are we doing? This goes back to what you said. What if he's hurt and can't play to his standard, and his standard is to explode, to move? What are we doing? Why isn't Julian Strother getting those minutes?
In the game? Correct.
I'm going to say this again. Christian Brown at times during that series looked unplayable. He did nothing on offense. He wasn't a threat. He couldn't drive to the rim. and he couldn't cover anybody defensively. And now, obviously, this stuff comes out. He was very clearly hurt by, it sounds like multiple things, whether it's a calf and an ankle or just an ankle or whatever, or both. He was hobbled. And if there's any position in which you had the depth to not force a guy to play through it, it's the two. You had Bruce Brown, you had Tim Hardaway, you had Julian Strawther. The fact that Julian Strawther got no minutes when Christian Brown looked like he couldn't play is crazy to me. Crazy.
I don't disagree. I mean, there's got to be more to that story, and it's a question that can be raised tomorrow at the Nuggets press conference, which will be held at 11 o'clock, carried live by Altitude TV, mind you.
And radio.
Certainly, it's a question that needs to be asked. How hurt was he? How hurt was he? Was he too hurt to have subbed out? Now, I also want to jump on something else.
There's just real quick, Vic, to answer that question. If Christian Brown can barely get above the rim to dunk, he's very hurt.
Yeah, why is he? But again, why is he playing then?
I don't know the answer to that question. I do know this. There's an article today. Troy Rank wrote something in the Denver Post, and he did a great job writing it. I disagree with this premise, though. Christian Brown is getting a lot of heat from people because he came out and said, I consider myself the leader. I've got to do more.
The vocal leader.
The vocal leader of this team. It's on me. I've got to do more. And there are a lot of folks out there bashing Christian, saying, stop, when they should be doing the exact opposite. This kid, and I call him a kid, this guy goes out of his way and takes accountability when he doesn't have to, takes responsibility publicly when he doesn't have to. He shouldn't be ripped for that. He shouldn't be. I don't understand why people are mad at him. That's somebody that's going out of his way to accept the responsibility when he doesn't have to. Why would you rip him? He is publicly stating, it's on me, I'll take it. You should, hey man, good on you, Christian, even though it wasn't on you, even though it shouldn't be on you, even though other players on this team should be the ones stepping up, taking that accountability. You did that. Good on you. And people are mocking him for that? What are we doing?
Well, here's the problem. And I'm just going to say, if you've played any sort of organized sports at a quasi-decently high level, you know that this is the case sometimes. I think people took offense to the fact that he called himself a vocal leader of the team, and they're like, what do you mean? Nikola Jokic is there. Your best player is not always your vocal leader. There's a lot of players that are quiet guys that just go about their business. Like Moj, I know that in the Avalanche terms, the best players are McKinnon and Makar.
Guess who?
Makar isn't a yeller and screamer on that team. The captain, the guy who's the vocal leader, is not the best player.
Guess who the vocal leader is for the OKC Thunder? It ain't one of their starters. It's Alex Caruso.
Yeah.
He's their vocal leader. It doesn't, and that's just the way it works. So I guess I'm not mad. I'm mad because two things. More players didn't take public accountability like he did. And the fact he stepped up and took it, that shouldn't be mocked. There should be no mocking involved. That should be encouraged, respected.
Yeah.
He put himself out there.
But people, I think, way too often get confused with the idea that the leader is always the best player on the team, and it's not. In some cases, you can have a leader who is barely playing. I mean, how about this? The leader of the Miami Heat, up until recently, when they were still, trying to conjure together teams that could make NBA Finals runs like they did against the Nuggets.
He was 40?
He was Udonis Haslem.
How old is he?
And he didn't even play.
Yeah. Let me read this text. Texter 2956. Place your name on your text. I don't like referring to people as numbers, so put your damn name on your text, please. Texter says, he's not a leader, and you know it, Vic. If it's his job to have a team ready, then we're cooked. Exactly. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Number one, he is one of the leaders inside the room. That's number one. You may not think that, but he is. Number two, if no one else steps up in that role, it's why the Nuggets are where they are today.
Well, there's something, Vic, this is my perception. I guess I could be completely wrong, but my perception from the outside looking in, and I hope this is addressed tomorrow in some capacity, something is funky in there Now, what is it? Maybe not funky, but it's not this. It's not totally cohesive. And why is that? You know what I mean? Not that anything's bad. It's just not as good as it could or should be,
Well,
perhaps.
I don't know where everybody lies on this, and frankly, it's up to you to determine who's at fault here, because there are a lot of people at fault for why the Nuggets season is over. And as I watch the Spurs and the T-Wolves, not a minute goes by where I don't think, gosh darn, the Nuggets should be still playing. That, you should be seething. That's fine. But I'm going to tell you something. If somebody's going to go out of their way to take public accountability, I'm not going to slap that person on the wrist. I'm
not
say
either.
Thank you.
No, I'm going to say, you know what, that's somebody stepping up and being mature.
Yeah,
yes.
That's noble of you. Whether it's true or not, he's willing to take it.
I totally agree. I am curious. For tomorrow's presser, there's two ways that this can go to me. And they aren't going to reveal all of their cards, I don't think, tomorrow. But there's, I guess, two tones, I guess I should say, which is we need to change a lot within this team, and we're going to do it. And the other one is this. This is a possibility. I'm not saying it's right, but this could very well be an argument that you hear tomorrow, especially from the first press conference, which is Kroenke, Tenzer, and Wallace. They could tell you, Vic, we do feel like our team was good enough. We just had the most crazy injury-riddled season we've ever had. That could be an option that they go to.
But the reason why that option...
I'm not saying that's correct.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that's correct.
And if that's said, if the retort tomorrow, and I'm going to be overly blunt here, if the excuse is the injuries cost us, and I know the injuries cost us, you know why that excuse doesn't work in this case? Because the team you played had more than you did.
Yeah, exactly right.
That's why it doesn't work. Sorry. You could use that excuse if Minnesota was whole and they beat you with a team. That's fine. But by God, that team was a shadow of itself in the last two games. And they still beat you. That's not going to work in this. That argument doesn't work here.
I really don't see any excuse as to why you lost Game 6. I don't get it. You might have had a couple of injuries, but it's not even just Anthony Edwards being out of the lineup and Dante DiVincenzo. It was also Desunmu, the guy who stepped in and dropped the 40-piece when those guys left. He was also out.
You were favored in every single game.
Yep.
You were the favorite to win this. Even when you were down 3-1, you were favored to win the series.
You were favored by over 10 points in the final game by the time the injury list came down.
It's crazy.
No, man, listen, the injury thing, I get it. It's viable. It's a big reason why, you'd love to have everybody. I get it. I really do. If that team is whole, look out. They'd still be playing right
Vic,
now.
It's just so disappointing. As we sit here today, I guess I'm going to get off it because the Avs are making me happy. It's just really disappointing way to end.
I mean, of course. Yeah, you had the most anticipated Nuggets season in a long time given the roster before the season started. And I kind of go back to what McPickle said after their season. We were an average team with incredibly high expectations. This is how you're going to feel by the end of it.
You're talking about self-awareness. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm going to make another case, and this is where things happen in sports. Decisions are made in sports. People change roles in sports, and sometimes it's fortuitous. Sometimes you don't expect it. I think we can all agree Tim Connolly's very good at what he does.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the best in the game. And losing Tim Connolly when he left here, it hurt. It hurt. You didn't want to lose him to a similar job elsewhere. And I would be lying if I said I want you. I wish he was still here. I wish he were. But when people go back and in hindsight, and you got to look at it this way. If Tim Connolly doesn't leave when he did, does the roster change? Does the roster change enough to get that championship in 23? I'm just asking the question.
Does he move off Will Barton? I'm
just asking, do you do the two little things, the necessary things to adjust the roster to get over that last level? Because I'm not sure if those things change. You might be really, really, really good at your job and not achieve a championship.
The interesting thing, and he talked about this with us when he was in studio. He came in studio with us multiple times. And I remember he said once, he goes, it's really hard for me to trade my own guys. He said it. And that's the truth. Then he goes to Minnesota, and he blows that roster up. He goes and he gives away 4 first-rounders for Rudy Gobert.
He had no loyalty to those players.
But that's it. He was new there. He didn't have loyalty to anybody. He was able to go out and kind of blow things up.
So I think sometimes when we go back and we wish things, you have to look at the bigger picture. Things happen, man. Things happen. And in this situation where the Nuggets are right now, to put this all back together again and to do it quickly, it's going to be the hardest thing they've ever done because of the financial ramifications.
It's full-on Humpty Dumpty is what it is.
That's going to be tomorrow starting at 11 with Kroenke, Tenzer, and Wallace. And then at 11:30 will be David Adelman taking the podium as well.
By the way, that whole Humpty Dumpty thing, when I think about it, so strange, man. Guy's a friggin' egg with arms and legs and whatnot. What a dork.
Wait till you hear about the big bad wolf.
See, I grew up in a different household. We didn't have all of those ridiculous stories told to us. Nobody sat at my bedside and talked about Humpty.
Yeah, it's because they hung a goat from the rafters in your garage.
We had real things happen in my life. None of this fake crap, these fables.
So what did they say to you before you went night-night?
They said, go to sleep. And then when you're done with the school, go to work. You got to put some money on the table.
Good. Did Easy just kneel by your bedside and start talking about how you change out a water tank?
Yeah. The whole, hey, let me read a book at your bedside. That makes me laugh. Go to sleep.
Fact checker next.
Do the Humpty Hump in a Burger King bathroom.
All right, so no Avs game until Saturday. So we await and await and await.
Yeah, what's going on tomorrow on this program? If I have to fly to Minnesota, do I have to be here?
Do you have to be on the show tomorrow is what you're
Couldn't
Do you have to
care
do your
less.
job? Is that what you're asking me?
If you don't want to be here, nobody's forcing you to be here. You could choose to not be here regardless of you flying.
You know, what is funny?
I could show up tomorrow morning and then get on the air at 7 a.m. with you guys. You can tell me I don't have a brain still. That's great. What a lot of fun.
What is
Part of
funny?
what makes this show great, you always need the brainless guy.
That is the key to any good show. 7:30 tonight is Lakers and Thunder, and I'm just curious. Do you care at all?
Nope.
No. I
Okay.
tried to watch the first game, and it was relatively close, but it just seems so. You know, if the Lakers had Luka, they're just not going to do it with. They just can't. They have to play perfect.
What's happening there, by the way? Luka just gets to stay in Spain during this entire playoff run, not be around the team. Does that seem weird to you?
I don't know, man. I like Spain pretty good. I had a good time there.
But if you got hurt right before the playoffs started, and the team was just like, yeah, go to Europe. It's fine.
That'd be awesome.
I can't. The injuries, they're so personal, obviously. Everybody's got a different form of it. But, you know, last night, Minnesota gets Ayo Dosunmu back. He's got a calf. He got back in a week.
Yeah, I mean,
he injured his heel.
Landy's was different because this is years off that we're talking about. Did Landy come back for the playoffs and just be around the team?
Yeah,
Do you remember?
he
I thought he did at times.
Yeah, he was really back east a lot.
But he's doing treatment and stuff. Yeah,
That's correct. Yeah, I mean, I think he was around when he could be, but he did a lot of stuff out of Colorado, a lot.
I do find it funny that every day on First Things First, Nick Wright is now talking about Shea flopping because he's playing against the Lakers.
Isn't it funny?
And now it's become
like
a giant
magnifying
thing.
glass. Yeah, you put the Lakers on in front of somebody that you've accused of whatever, and all of a sudden it's a magnifying glass in the world. Everybody pays attention. We've seen. Listen. Oh, maybe his next tape will be Lou Dort does some crazy things out there.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll hear that one next.
It is like I really think, and I can't keep doing this, but the whistle that OKC gets as far as what they're allowed to get away with defensively and then what they're called with when they're on offense it's really one of the biggest contrasts I've seen in a long time.
Because they set the table. The reason OKC gets away with what they from the very beginning of the game, when the ball goes up, they force the referees to make a decision. Are you going to call this every time, really? Because we're going to do this every time. And they set the stand. They are the aggressors.
It reminds me of Draymond, how he would not get technical fouls when a lot of people would easily get a tech, is because to a certain extent, I think a ref is just like, that's Draymond being Draymond. I can't tee him up every 30 seconds when he's barking at me like that.
You can.
You could. Yeah, you could.
If you had any Cole Jones, you would.
But who's going to do that?
I don't.
Who's going to do it?
I don't, because who's going to be the one responsible for kicking one of the important players for Golden State out of the game all the time? Well, how do you change? But then how do you change behavior, Vic?
What official is going to enforce all that stuff against OKC from the onset?
Who's that guy in the NHL that you would say he might get away with some stuff because people are like, oh, that's
Tom
just
Wilson.
Okay. That's just that guy being that guy?
I think probably Tom Wilson. He's right up on that edge, man. Right up there on that, right there, teetering on
Jamie
the top
Benn?
of that fence. I think. I mean, should he have gotten suspended for cross-checking dude in the neck the other night?
Probably.
Or last series?
Yeah.
Moj, are you worried, speaking of retribution and repercussion, a word you've heard on this show, are you worried that a Minnesota player may make a run at McKinnon?
Well, I don't know why they would. He didn't do anything dirty. Now they may
asking the question.
Well, they may be in their feels, but let me explain something. Well, they're definitely gonna try to get a body on him big time. He can take care of himself.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that right now. Nathan McKinnon can take care of himself. Well, I mean, so as we're talking dirty, what would be dirty? The Boldy thing?
Yeah, that's what they'd be pissed about.
Even Minnesota, even the Wild don't think it was a dirty play. The Wild don't think it.
Well, I mean, again, you don't have to do something dirty. I mean, in the very first moments
Oh,
of
I'm
the
sure.
game.
Oh no, Vic, I'm sure they're going to change their tune. They're going to try to get physical.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I
Just
am
like they
sure.
did on McCarr, right?
Yes, I am sure they're going to go that route. It's going to be as desperate a hockey club as you will find, because if they know if they lose Game 3 at home and they're down 3-0, they ain't winning 4 straight against the Colorado Avalanche. They know that.
Some Broncos news here in the last 15 minutes. 5th-round pick at tight end, Justin Jolie. He has agreed to terms on a 4-year contract, as well as 7th-round safety Miles Scott. So 2 more guys under contract. Jolie is interesting. He's not like a prototypical tight end. He's not that big, but he's thick. Some people have questioned maybe he can be a slot receiver, like a big slot sort of guy, get a decent matchup against a nickel or something. Now,
isn't that what Evan Ingram is?
Well, he plays on
the
line of scrimmage at times.
They've got 7 flipping tight ends in the room. They're going to
hopefully
they're going to find one to do something.
Good, that room sucks.
Well,
hopefully
yeah.
one of them pops.
That's like me and my quarterbacks. Bring 1 billion of them in until you find one that pops.
You know, if you're not going to play your tight end tight to the line, then you have to change the name. It's not a tight end anymore. I don't want to hear this Y and F crap. If your tight end lines up outside all the time, it's not a tight end. A tight end, by definition, is tight to the line. Tight on the line.
Flanker. That's what you want?
Well, I mean, we keep talking about tight ends.
Maybe
yeah.
this is more accurate that you say split end, because he is split from the line, but he's still a tight end. Maybe that's more accurate. Bring that one back.
I like him being tight.
Nailed it.
Flanker's flanker. Tight end's tight end.
Well, you got 15
Slot
of them to choose from. Somebody said, how about a loose end?
So many of those terms are no longer used, like the flanker term. How about halfback? Anybody a halfback anymore?
No,
tailback.
Dude, we've already talked about this 1 billion times. I give my kingdom for a tailback. A tailback. And we went through this before. What running backs, halfbacks, tailbacks, there's a difference.
Okay, running back, halfback, tailback. I throw out name. You tell me which category they go in.
I'll go with it. Go ahead.
All right, let's start with a couple big ones. Barry Sanders.
Running back.
Running back. Yeah, he's neither of those. None of those.
Terrell Davis.
Running back.
Running back.
Running back.
Napoleon Kaufman.
Tailback.
I call him a halfback.
Yeah, halfback. Yeah, halfback.
Christian Okoye.
Running back. Hell, almost a fullback.
You got to go. If you want tailbacks, you got.
You better go Marcus Allen. You better go
Marcus Allen's a tailback.
Eric Dickerson.
Running back.
I'd almost call him a tailback because he would stand up in the backfield.
But his size was huge. He was gigantic.
Darren Sproles.
Halfback.
Here's your
Yeah, you're giving me guys that are too young. If
Emmett,
you want tailbacks,
Emmett Smith
dig
kinda,
a little deeper.
I'm looking at Walter Payton was a tailback.
Exactly. 100%.
Eric Dickerson.
I just told you.
We just told you.
I'd give him a tailback.
He could be a tailback.
Ricky Waters when he played for San Francisco.
Tailback.
Thurman Thomas.
Running back.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that I can't. It's hard to even explain it, but you know when you know.
I think it was an era from like the mid 70s to the mid 80s where tailbacks were pronounced. That was the position.
USC was tailback.
Yeah,
you
100%.
Tailback.
I'm trying to think.
And by the way, every time you say Justin Jolie, I can't get it out of my head. I get Dolly Parton rattling around. I can't help it. Jolie, 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 Jolie. Can you catch the freaking ball?
Okay.
Could be something I suppose we use if he scores a touchdown. Ricky Williams.
Tailback.
Who's
Oh, wait, Ricky Williams. I was just thinking Ricky Waters. I'm sorry. Ricky Williams, running back.
Yeah. Who was Eric Dickerson's running mate at SMU?
Craig Smith.
Yeah, he was also a tailback. They had a tailback system.
Two-tailback system. You got 2 tailbacks, Brett.
Dude, you ever been in a two tailback system? You don't even know what that's like, do you?
You
don't even know.
You are upright and you are running like the wind.
Hey, do you know what it's like to set up like this? Look at me. Do you know what that's like?
You are upright and you are running like the wind.
You don't see this anymore.
Isn't that what every running back does?
Yeah, but not like they did.
What does that mean? They all look like that.
No, they don't.
Look, back is flat.
There's two exceptions to that. It's Ashton Genty and Jahmyr Gibbs. They stand straight up.
And to add to this, it's always a mid-drift jersey. Always.
Always.
You always see some skin.
Charles White was a tailback.
Always skin.
They go full. You got to be full on Shania Twain.
Yes. You don't wait. Hey, there's none of this delay crap. As soon as the ball's snapped, you go. There's no, hey, let's hang out and fake people. There's no faking. You just go.
Full on Shania.
All right. Thanks for the history lesson.
Well, you're welcome. See, this is why I took so much offense to the friggin' Wizard of Oz thing. Because tailbacks are in my brain. They're not in your brain.
Who would make the best tailback out of Tin Man, Scarecrow, and the Cowardly Lion?
Definitely the Scarecrow.
Scarecrow. He was the most nimble of the three.
By a million miles, yeah.
100%. Right. The Lion was just a little fat dude running around all feeling sorry for himself.
I tell you.
Fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes.
By the way, wasn't it Craig James, not Craig
Checker? Fact Checker.
Craig James.
Presented by Backus and Shanker. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
There's a fact checker for you.
Who's Craig Smith? It's Craig James. That's who I meant. Craig James. I said Craig James.
You said Greg Smith.
Did you say Craig Smith?
Smith, Smath, Smooth, Smoth.
Go ahead, Nelly.
Smith, Smoth, Smooth, Sauna. Here's a cool thing that can happen to you if you get a sauna from Flatirons Fire, according to Vic.
But you have to buy a sauna. And you can get one at flatironsfire.com. They build the best. They come out and put them together for you. You don't have to touch a finger.
And now, Vic, if I may, I'm going to go back in the fossil record to April 16th. Here is your Flatirons Fire live read from that day.
And they put it together right in front of you. You don't have to touch a finger.
What's going on? What are you doing?
You've got a finger touching.
I'm doing a little bit too much touching in there.
Yeah, you're finger touching, bro.
Hang on. I have one question.
Wow, Nelly, good.
Give me the
Lift a finger. Lift a finger. That's what I'm trying to say.
Give me the first halfback that comes to mind for you. The first one.
Mark, first halfback?
Yeah, just halfback. Go.
Rob Lytle. Rob Lytle was a halfback.
Rob Lytle was a Denver Broncos halfback.
Yes, he was a halfback.
What if Rob Lytle actually had a tail? Does that change anything?
Oh, you mean like dude from Shallow Hal?
Yeah. What if he actually had a tail? Does that make him a tailback?
I don't know, man. Sometimes I'd like to think I'd like to have a tail. Be kind of cool.
All right, and with that, we'll talk to you guys tomorrow. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Love you. Have a great day. See you.
Welcome into the morning sprint. Alex Ryan alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass today. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Still a couple of days off in between the Avs and Minnesota Wild Game 3. We got treated to a couple of games last night. The Buffalo Sabres, a 4-2 victory over Montreal, and then the Anaheim Ducks lock up the series at 1-1. And Coach, a team that you said yesterday on these airwaves are done, they're toast, they're dead in the water in the series. Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs absolutely smacked the Tea Puppies in the mouth yesterday.
Yeah, never said they're done. Never.
Coach.
Yeah,
Hold on, Coach.
Pull the freaking tape.
KJ, go find the tape.
No, I said they're soft, and I still stand by that. The Minnesota Tea Pups, minus their superstar in the starting lineup, they went on the road into San Antonio, and they broke serve, did they not? Where does home court advantage lie now?
They broke serve. Yesterday, you were pretty adamant that
I didn't think that
the Spurs don't have it.
I don't think the Spurs have it. I don't think the Spurs are worthy of being an NBA champion. But do I think they're toasting the series? No.
I would venture to say that your tone yesterday said drastically different, but we can be revisionist today. We can be revisionists.
Go back to Minnesota and see how this series plays out.
133-95 last night in a game in which they played as heavy defense as we've seen in the postseason thus far, especially against a team like Minnesota. Dude, San Antonio looked really, really good last night.
Yeah, and they lost one at home, Raj. Like, that's where I still stand by. It's a team that I don't believe is worthy of competing with Oklahoma City. I don't. I think that the best chance for Oklahoma City to get pushed is if Minnesota Timberwolves get through this series. And right now, Minnesota has home court advantage. They possess home court advantage because they won the opening game on the road against the number 2 seed. And that's where I think that this series is going to end up going. In the NBA,
so last night didn't do anything to tell you that San Antonio, after winning 62 games in the regular season and being the 1 seed up and down with Oklahoma City for a vast majority of the regular season, last night,
this is
punking Minnesota.
Don't make me be Minnesota. I don't want to do Minnesota sports talk radio.
You did yesterday.
I don't want to be a Minnesota apologist.
You did yesterday.
Here's the deal, man. The bottom line on this is I want some semblance of a good series, and I don't think it's going to be with San Antonio and OKC. I think OKC obliterates San Antonio in the series, and I think there's enough requisite toughness from Minnesota. And yeah, the NBA, you know how the NBA is built? It's built a lot differently than the NHL is. If you don't have it early on in a contest and you're on the road and you've already done the job of splitting it home.
You just throw it away.
Yeah, you're just like, screw it. Who cares?
I'll give you that.
If we lose by 18 or we lose by 50, it doesn't freaking make a difference. And so teams wave the white flag of surrender and they lick their wounds. They look their little timber puppy, their little wounds, and they go on to play at home. And that's what they're going to do.
Does it feel like the NBA has had that creep into the playoffs more so in recent years where you get down early and you just go, and unless you're the Timberwolves playing the Nuggets on the road.
Ooh, yeah. And then you're down 19. You're like, nah,
Game's
screw you.
just started, baby.
But you know what's different about that is the Timberwolves had recent tangible evidence that they could come back from down 19. I mean, you get down that big in a series like that, I think with a team like Minnesota that's concerned with their health, why have Ant Edwards play 37 minutes? So I think this series is I think this is gonna be a great series. I never thought it was gonna be, Timberwolves in 4, Timberwolves in 5. I think I am. I hate to say it, but I'm rooting for the Timberwolves because I like their toughness, and I like toughness in basketball. Although I just said that they waved the white flag of surrender, therefore they aren't nearly as tough as I wish. And that's why I loved watching hockey, which is what we get to do in these parts, because there is no incredible softness on display culturally in the game of hockey. Well, except for when you let Matt Boldy get boarded and do nothing about it. So the Minnesota Wild have a little bit of that softness to them.
Before we get back to the ice, KJ, roll the tape.
The only hope for the OKC Thunder to not absolutely cruise to another Larry O'Brien, I think it's the Minnesota Timberwolves and their health. I think they're the only team that could give OKC a run that remains in the NBA.
More so than San Antonio, who gave them a run all year long.
Not buying it.
San Antonio lost their first game in the first round, too, and then they won 4 straight.
We'll see.
Not as demonstrative as I thought.
Bro, it's exactly what I just
Not as demonstrative as I thought.
That's exactly what
Again,
I said.
hey, there was I'm very fair.
I'm pretty
fair.
sure that-
I asked for the tape. I got the tape. And it did not serve my purpose. It did not serve my memory.
Thank you.
So I could have, as the god of playing the clips here, KJ gets the clips. I could have told him not to play that because it doesn't behoove me.
Is this the same week that I went on a Yao Ming comparison comp?
And I just completely stopped listening to you.
What I've learned this week on the morning sprint is when it's Avs hockey season, Ryan Emme doesn't listen to me. He just tunes me out, man. He's like, you are of no use to me, football guy. I'm here for stick and puck only, and you bring absolutely no value.
That's not true at all. I remembered yesterday you being a little bit more demonstrative of the Spurs are toast. Now, again, wanted the clip.
It's a we'll see.
It did not serve me.
It was a
I
we'll
wanted
see,
to make
right?
sure that you got your shine.
Yeah, it's a bit of a we'll see. Like, I was very down on San Antonio after game 1 against Timberwolves. Rightfully so. Like, dude, you can't lose that series at home.
You can't.
When you're the 2 seed. I mean, even the Nuggets.
Right, you can't lose that series at home as the 3 seed either, with how injured they were. And now Minnesota is like slightly healthier.
Even the Nuggets didn't lose the opening game of the series, but maybe I don't know, maybe that's the secret sauce. Lose the opening game at home of the series and then win game 2 and go on to cruise 4-1.
Do you think that would have changed it, man?
Maybe.
Maybe, like, if that loss that happened in game 2 where they come back from 19, and that 19-point lead was in the second quarter. It certainly wasn't in the fourth like it was back in 2024. If you get smacked in the face and punked after game 1, and all of the big talk from Jaden McDaniels comes out after game 1, and they're up 1-0, do you make the adjustments a little bit more early on?
I don't know, man. Like, you would have loved to see the Denver Nuggets respond at some point. And they had really, games 3, 4, and 5.
They didn't really respond ever.
No. I mean, I guess game 5, you just took a stranglehold on the. You know what's funny is game 5 in the Nuggets Timberwolves series.
Game 2.
Felt like game 2
against the Spurs.
And you know what? Did you also kind of feel a little bit like Timberwolves are like, okay, let's see what we got today?
No, we don't got it. We'll get you tomorrow.
Cool.
Don't worry.
Yeah, we got you.
We're going to go back. We're going to regroup. We're going to lick our wounds, T-pups.
Yep.
And we're going to come back and we're going to rip your throat out.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not saying I'm not going to predict that the Timberwolves are going to win this series against San Antonio. But they did break serve. They do have home court advantage. And I think the toughness of Ant Edwards, the toughness of Jaden McDaniels, Naz Reid, kind of up and down that lineup is going to make this a very good series. And I want to see OKC Minnesota again. I do. I want to see that again.
Can you learn the requisite toughness that you need to get through Oklahoma City in the middle of a series? Like, if San Antonio doesn't have it right now, according to you, they don't have that fight, that dog, that I wouldn't say that like they don't have any semblance of it, but not to the level that Minnesota has shown thus far in the postseason. Can you learn it over the course of one series to then utilize it in the next round of the playoffs? Or is it something that you just inherently have as a team 1 year to the next?
Well, who would you say, like, who's the face of the San Antonio Spurs?
Victor Wembanyama.
Do you think, like, he's, like, quintessential tough guy, or do you think he's a little perimeter? Do you think he's, like, the guy that, like, people fear? I mean, there's...
You fear his length and his size as a shot blocker.
You fear the rim protector.
I don't think you fear him physically as you do, like, when Joel Embiid was completely healthy and dominating as a rim protector, or Rudy Gobert, right? You don't fear him as you did Draymond Green protecting the paint.
Perfect example.
Which, by the way, like him on ESPN, get that out of here. It's not good. He's not the right guy.
He was trying to go after Barkley.
He was going after Chuck. What are you doing? That guy's a national treasure.
Dude, Chuck, he paved the way for your style of play at 6'4" or 6'5".
What are we doing?
It's so dumb. It's crazy to me.
If you didn't hear it, here it is.
Listen, sports are for young people. You hope to have a great long career, But sports, nobody wins when they're 37, 38.
But you said what you said. I want to hear if he believes what you're talking.
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform.
Yeah.
Is ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to.
What does that look like?
Did you see it?
I'm just asking.
I saw it.
A little bit more Draymond and Chuck.
We're always going to try to compete. When you win championships, the goal will always be to try to reach that level. Can we get back to that level? Listen, to your point, Jimmy's going to miss a lot of next year. Moses is going to miss a lot of next year. That's $70 million. $75 million of a, $160 million payroll. So it's going to be tough. But make no mistake about it, the goal will always be to compete at a championship standard level.
He doesn't fit the locker room jab, but it's still kind of funny mold that show has absolutely perfected. And the hockey version of that show on TNT is taking and running with because it's TNT and it's simply better than the 4-letter at doing the intermission and the postgame show.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't fit, man. Also, like, what are you doing taking... I know Chuck wasn't the same player he was in Philadelphia and Phoenix when he was in his mid-30s, but, like, he averaged 16, 12, and 4 when he was with Houston. That's not bad. Like, you know what Draymond averaged this year? 8, 5, and 5.
That's insane that he would say that.
What are you doing?
And it was like... It was he's trying so hard to fit the bit.
To fit the, hey, I'm gonna
like Shaq and
knock you down.
Shaq and Chuck go back and forth. Kenny Smith throws in some jabs here and there, but it's like it's good natured. That was not good natured. And you know what? You don't have anytime you're in a locker room, Rush. You've got to earn some credibility, bud. Like he didn't earn the credibility in that environment, and it takes time in the new locker room, right?
Of
and
course it does.
Being on the set, even in TV, that's a new locker room for them.
You can't walk in and hear the guys talking crap about each other, tongue in cheek with a beer in hand after a game, and on your first day, rip into somebody because you think it's funny and that's how it goes. You gotta wade into that.
It's awkward. Gets awkward. It's like that. You get that really like everybody gets quiet. Everybody looks over at the person that got insulted and be like, "Ooh, that wasn't good."
It's like when you're hanging out with like the better halves, the wives, the girlfriends in a group that you've had for years together at like a dinner party. And there's like one single person, and they finally get a wife or a husband, and then they bring them into the dinner party, and they try and like insert themselves like they've always been there, and everyone looks like, who the hell are you?
Like, yeah, like Alex over there, he's got a bunch of baby weight, huh? Boy, look at that tie around Alex's waist.
Like if someone came into this show,
who invited this freaking guy? And then all of a sudden, the next move is, you know what the next move is? You change the dinner party to a different date and time, but you don't let that other person and their couple know.
They just get slowly phased out of the group.
Phased out.
Nobody can come onto this show and call you a bag of milk.
No,
I get to do that.
Yeah, because you were with me at Circa, and you saw that I'm a gross bag of milk.
303-504
skinny fat
0925. You know who's not a gross bag of milk? Justin Herbert looks really good on camera, right? As a quarterback. He also looks really good on camera, apparently, in music videos.
Ooh.
I want to talk about the AFC West quarterbacking situation on the other side. Would you rather, Coach, have the offseason be mired in what's going on with my quarterback's ankle? Is he healthy? Is he not? Is he going to be ready for training camp? But know for a fact that the only thing that dude is thinking about is getting the ankle right.
Health and ball.
Being a football player, and that's the only thing that's happening.
Yeah, just taking care of his wife
Right.
and kid.
That's it. Wife, kid, football. Those are the three things.
And ankle health.
Sure. Like we can roll up the ankle into football. Or would you rather have all the talent in the world that Justin Herbert has had, another Oregon product, out there in LA, reportedly diving into the LA lifestyle with his girlfriend, Madison Beer. She's a singer-songwriter, and she's coming out with a new album, and apparently he's in all of her... Yeah, thank you.
Does she believe in just a single beer?
I don't know if Madison Beer is a beer gal. She doesn't strike me as a beer gal.
Is that because she's like in good shape?
She's in very good shape. She doesn't look like you or I.
Dang it.
Yeah, tough go.
So she believes in actual one beer.
Yeah.
Singular. Not one beer plural.
One very minimal calorie beer for Madison Beer.
Chilly one.
A chilly one.
Yeah.
But apparently Justin Herbert is all over her new album in terms of being in music videos and stuff like that. Does it feel as though the LA lifestyle and having the rocket girlfriend who is in the entertainment space could bring Justin Herbert away?
Are you trying to say his girlfriend's a Richard?
Maybe.
Yeah, she's total Richard, isn't she? See what I did there?
I did. I appreciate you bringing in the hockey terminology.
Yeah, that's good.
Would you rather deal with the Bo Nix stuff or be in the offseason with Justin Herbert knowing that like he has all this untapped potential and he still somehow can't break through that ceiling? And now you've got these offseason distractions apparently that he's not fully a football guy. What would you rather deal with?
If I'm the Chargers, what I would want at some point is success in the postseason, of which you've had zero. Frankly, since the San Diego Superchargers, just about. And you've had some pretty dang good quarterbacks in terms of stats and, reputation. Everybody respected Phil Rivers.
Phil Rivers is a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Before him, it's Drew Brees.
No, he wasn't the Drew
Short
Brees that he
term.
was in New Orleans. He's a very different player.
Agreed. And then, of course, now the physical phenom that is Justin Herbert. Dang near 6'6", 238 pounds, good athlete, can run, makes every single throw. Like physical talent, dude, it's no comparison between Bo Nix and Justin Herbert. Physical talent, only that marker.
Different galaxies.
It is, man. And it is what it is. But the thing is that Bo Nix in just his second year, what he's been able to do, two things that Justin Herbert's never been able to do in his how many year career now? Is he coming up on 7? He's never been able to win an AFC West, and he's never been able to win a postseason game. What's Justin Herbert's record in the playoffs?
He's 0-3 in the playoffs. He made the playoffs in 22, 24, and 25. He is a 54% passer in the postseason, 2 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. Now, didn't throw any picks last year. All 4 of those interceptions were in that wild card game back in 2024.
It's year 7 right here.
Right. Going into year 7 during the regular season, he's unbelievable. Right? He's 67% passer. His interception percentage is like 1.7. You see Patrick Mahomes is like well ahead of schedule as well. The most predictable thing on the planet was that Pat Mahomes is going to be ready for week 1.
I do find it interesting, though, that Jim Harbaugh, who I warned some people, Jim Harbaugh is going to try to run the football to a certain, he's going to run it. You see that Justin Herbert in 16 starts, and we're going into year 3 of Jim Harbaugh, are we not? I mean, 3,700 yards and 3,800 yards, and Justin Herbert's only missed 1 game in that 2-year stretch. Justin Herbert's had 26 and 23 touchdowns. That's a far cry from his 2020, 2021, and 2022 run, where he had 4,300 yards, 5,014 yards and 4,739 yards with 31 and 38 touchdowns. So he isn't quite the fantasy football player in the regular season that everybody believes him to be because of that rookie second year and third year stretch that he was on. I mean, he's in the same category right now as regular season statistics as Bo Nix. I mean, he's 26 touchdown, 13 interception player with 3,730 yards. And that isn't all that different than Bo. The difference is that Bo won an AFC West. The other difference, obviously, is that Bo is now 1-1 in his postseason record. Am I right in saying that?
Yep.
1-1.
Both against Buffalo.
So weird.
Loss against the, I almost said the Sabres. Loss against the Bills, win against the Bills. And then, unfortunately, was not healthy enough to play in that AFC Championship game against Mike Vrabel and his New England Patriots.
You know where I think Vrabel was? I think he was renting a boat with a pregnant woman.
I can't believe
7 months pregnant.
How much more? When does this stop? When do these
doesn't.
leaks stop?
It doesn't stop.
It can't.
Yeah.
It's a 7-year
I'm sure there's
infidelity that's
I'm
happening.
sure there's so much more. And the other thing is I bet there were some people in both places of employment, both on the media side at The Athletic and then before that at ESPN and also at New England and Tennessee for Mike Vrabel that were very much in the know that this thing was like, it's like one of those deals like, yeah, everybody knew that when you're around that world. And you know, you brought up the off seasons. Think about the off season right now of the New England Patriots. They're not worried about the health of their quarterback's ankle. And is he gonna be back for OTAs and minicamp? They're worried about, we got to find a way to get as few press conference opportunities for our head coach from now until I don't know when.
Like, what happens in New England if Josh Allen decides, yeah, this is the year that everything clicks. The Bills are going to win the AFC East. That forces the Patriots into a wild card position, and the Pats lose a wild card game, maybe against the Broncos, right? Maybe that happens this year.
Well, the thing that sucks right now is, like, think about Drake May's offseason. Any public appearance that he makes where there's any media availability, what's the number one thing they're asking third-year quarterback Drake May about?
AFC champion Drake May.
What are they asking him about?
If I'm in those press conferences, I don't care about his offseason work ethic.
I could care less. You're Drake May. You're about as fun as, you know, a white wall. Doesn't have that much of a personality. So what do you ask him? How do you feel about, you know, everything that's going on in the offseason with your head coach and the organization? Well, we're just making it about the main thing. I mean, how embarrassing is that for your young quarterback as a franchise to be asked about that every time he gets in front of a mic?
Now, it's not the same thing, but Anklegate here in Denver has been somewhat similar. The fact that Sean comes out and starts talking about Bo, and Bo's pissed off, essentially keep your name out my mouth, that type of thing. My name out your mouth, rather.
Did you say keep my mouth out your name?
I said keep your name out your mouth.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah.
That's fine.
We've got something similar here. Like, there's a little bit of beef between the quarterback and the head coach. It's certainly not to the level of tabloid destruction that has happened in New England.
But you brought up that Justin Herbert, Madison Beer, the LA lifestyle.
Yeah, does that piss off John Harbaugh at all?
Jim, you're good. Yeah, it's football. You're in your full hockey mode right now. I get it. As you should be. We all are. Man, you think about it with Justin Herbert. Maybe it's good for him, personality-wise. Like, have a little bit more juice, have a little bit more moxie, have a little bit more swagger. He doesn't strike me as the kind of individual that's going to be, like, incredibly distracted. I mean, think about what Tom Brady did, right? He didn't exactly, he was what?
He's dating a supermodel.
And before that, it was Monahan. What was her? Was it Megan or Bridget Monahan?
Megan Monahan, I think.
Yeah, just superstar actress. So it wasn't like I think she was in one of those really good.
Bridget? I don't know. Whatever her name is.
Yeah. And he was, you know, I mean, Tom Brady wasn't exactly like the guy that was, you know.
Bridget, correct.
Yeah, Bridget Monahan. I don't think that's necessarily bad. The Chargers, until they do something differently, man, at what point is Jim Harbaugh going to start getting heated up here?
That's what I'm saying, though, is that, like, Tom won. When Tom was dating A-list celebrities and Brazilian supermodels, he had already done it. He was consistently doing it in the time. And Herbert's done nothing. So if you're Jim Harbaugh and you know more than anyone, Jim is a football-only guy. It is football, and that's it. Nothing else. If they continue to fall flat on their face and they don't compete for an AFC West crown and they don't win a playoff game, when does he, as the head coach of this guy who has unlimited potential and unlimited talent at the quarterback position, look at his guy and go, hey, dude, it's time to dial in? Quit it with the Letterman jacket dating the cheerleader routine and be a football player's football player.
Yeah, but man, Johnny Moxon, he did pretty well for himself, didn't he? Tell you what, man, not bad. Until he got hurt.
You see this, an anonymous ACC coach who faced Fernando Mendoza says he lacks NFL traits. And, quote, he's a good decision maker, but I don't think he's got the NFL traits. They're all back shoulder throws. That's not working in the NFL. His receivers made plays to make him look better than he is.
Then why didn't he have 3 first-round draft picked receivers? Why didn't that happen? He had Omar Cooper Jr., who I believe ended up being, Omar Cooper Jr. was not a very highly regarded recruit. He was an Indiana signee before Indiana was what they were. I think Cooper Jr. was drafted, I believe, at the tail end of the first, maybe early second. He was the highest drafted receiver, and I think that some of the ball placement of Fernando Mendoza also elevated that individual. Have you watched any of the clips coming out of rookie minicamp in Vegas? I see some pretty impressive throws being made by number 15.
Omar Cooper was drafted at 30th overall by the Jets.
Yep. So end of the first?
Correct. End of the first.
End of the first. Good player. Really good player. But it's not like he's not dealing with Ohio State's wide receivers or Alabama's receivers at certain times or LSU's receivers in 2019. I mean, think about who Joe Burrow's receivers were at LSU. So was Joe Burrow just good in 2019 because he had 2 of the best receivers currently, the top earners currently in the National Football League, in Justin Jefferson and
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase. No. Mr. Herbert. No, now I'm on Herbert. Joe Burrow. Gosh dang it.
You and I are having a hard time keeping our names in the NFL straight right now.
Jeez, man. We're you know what we're not in right now? We're not in NFL midseason form. And I can admit
it's rookie camp starts tomorrow.
I know.
Just trying to get there.
Just trying to get there.
Rank your AFC West quarterbacks right now.
Patrick Mahomes 1, Bo Nix 2, Justin Herbert 3, Fernando Mendoza 4.
How distant is Fernando Mendoza out of that triumvirate?
Extremely, because he hasn't done anything yet. ADS. Ain't done. Squad. Until you do something, you are who you are. Bo Nix has won playoff games. He's number 2.
Is there anything that could happen this year that knocks Mahomes off of that pedestal? Like, even if one of those two quarterbacks...
Can Bo or Herbert win 3 Super Bowls this year?
No, which is kind of what I'm saying. Like, if either one of them win a Super Bowl this year, Nix or Herbert.
Then you have to say, you probably do have to say right now. Yeah, when's the last Super Bowl that the Kansas City Chiefs have won? If you get through the 26-27 season and the 27 Super Bowl is won by Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos, yeah, Bo Nix is number 1 in the AFC West. Frankly, there'd be an argument to say that Bo Nix is maybe number 1 right now in the National Football League. Maybe not as a fantasy football guy, because guess who we just said is the fantasy football guy? That's Justin Herbert in his heyday, throwing for 4,500 plus yards in 3 seasons.
Chiefs are only now 3 seasons removed.
Right, but in 2027, you will be 4. And then you're starting to get to you're having the age conversation about Mahomes. You're having the injury conversation about Mahomes. You're starting to use the word that, boy, these 14 to 18-year-olds love to use. Washed.
Cooked. He's only 30.
Yeah, but life comes at you quickly, man. But I would say that it appears the Kansas City Chiefs have made some of the right moves.
I feel like even if one of those 2 quarterbacks wins this year, if we have the same conversation at the same time, one day ahead of rookie minicamp, because we're assuming Kansas City's not going to be a dumpster fire this year, right? If Mahomes is healthy, Kansas City are they a playoff team? Probably.
Gosh, that receiver core sucks.
Right, but they're probably a playoff team
Dude.
because of how good he is.
Man, his pass catchers are not elite, dude. Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy. I don't know, man.
So one Super Bowl's enough from Herbert or Knicks to unseat him as the king of the AFC West as it stands right now.
If one of those two guys win the AFC West and a Super Bowl this year, and I know that wasn't part of your original conversation, so I moved the goalposts a little bit, then that probably means that it wasn't all that great in Kansas City. I'm guessing.
And it's likely means that one of those two quarterbacks beat Mahomes straight up in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Changing the guard at 30 years old. It's a possibility this year. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today. Don't miss the Avs game number 3 Saturday night at Stoney's on Lincoln. We'll be there at the Altitude Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Party Tour powered by Michelob Ultra. There's going to be awesome Michelob Ultra deals and a chance to win an autographed Gabriel Landeskog jersey. We're going to have pregame with myself and Mark Springer for a special edition of Between the Pipes starting at 5 p.m. And then DMac's going to be hosting the watch party and getting everyone fired up. Again, that is Stoney's on Lincoln on Saturday evening starting at 5 p.m. all the way through our network post-game show. Myself, Mark Springer, DMac, Mark Bertinoli for Game 3 of the Avs and the Wild. We will be joined by the Athletics' Peter Baugh coming up in 15 minutes from right now, formerly the beat writer with the Athletic here in Colorado when the Avs won their cup in 2022. He has since moved to the Big Apple in New York. He covers the Rangers, who will be selecting the top 10 this year. We'll get to him 15 minutes from right now. Coach, your Rockies, who were very much on par for that 30th win sometime in May.
I mean, I was getting cocky there for a bit.
You're in a little trouble right now.
Yeah, all I need is June 20th, brother. Is that where I'm at?
Was it June or did you have May?
I have June 20th.
June 20th?
I mean, but it still feels it feels like things have changed and not for the good, not for the better. Now, show a little grace towards the Rockies. They've had some kind of unique travel and game. There's been some postponements. The weather hasn't been cooperating really for all Colorado high school and pro sports that are outdoor in the last 3 weeks.
The pitching has unfortunately tanked in recent games. Now, you played against Atlanta and Cincinnati, who are two of the better teams in the NL, but unfortunately, you gave up 10 against the Mets, who are god-awful. Yesterday, you'll see the Mets yet again today at 110.
6-game losing streak.
On a getaway day before you then go on a 6-game road trip to Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Skeens threw like a complete game, 2-hit shutout last night.
Phillies won 8 of their last 10, 4 straight.
Right. Philly fired their general manager, and now they look like the Phillies again.
How about your Mets, my San Francisco Giants, and our Colorado Rockies?
Worst 3 teams in the league?
Yeah.
Yep.
It sucks,
Fun
dude.
time to be
They're 14-22 are your Mets, who actually have the best record now. And then the Rockies and Giants are tied for dead last in the National League. You know what, though, man? Rockies are still only 9 games out of first in the NL West. It's not that bad.
You're telling me there's a chance.
It's better than a year ago.
Had a couple of games last night in the NHL. Obviously, a 4-day hiatus between games 2 and game 3 of the Minnesota and Colorado series. The Ducks get a 3-1 win over the Vegas Golden Knights. The Sabres finally score on the power play. They double up the Canadiens 4-2 last night. Anaheim tying up things with Vegas was something that I did not foresee, especially in a 3-1 game. Anaheim defended last night, dude. I didn't think that was part of their makeup.
They're built to outscore people.
Right.
I mean, they did, but they kept VGK to just 1, man.
They held them to 22 shots on goal. Dostal didn't have to be fantastic last night. Anaheim gets goals from Leo Carlson. They get one from Bennett Sinek.
Let's not get cocky.
I can't remember how to pronounce his last name.
Let's not get cocky over here, but, man, do you see either one of these two teams being a real uptick in competitive energy compared to the Wild?
I don't want to say you're automatically playing one of these two teams because I still have this thing in the back of my head that goes, game 3 will be the biggest punch that you get from Minnesota. And what happens if Brodin and Eriksson come back in? And
any word on that?
Nothing right now.
Okay.
Nothing right now. They're both going to be game time decisions at best going into Saturday evening's game. And outside of that, or a change in how Minnesota deploys their top defensive pairing, because it just simply can't continue to put out Quinn Hughes and Brock Faber for 30 minutes a night, especially if Colorado bodies them up like they did in game 2. All of that being said, I still have a lot of faith in Minnesota being a tough out for the Avs. It feels blasphemous to look ahead and choose Anaheim or Vegas. Anaheim would be the easier of the two teams to beat. But I don't believe this is the best version of the Vegas Golden Knights that we've seen in the last 5 years.
Who took over? Is it Tortorella?
John Tortorella is the
took over as the that was like a month ago, maybe 5 weeks. They've been pretty good since he took over.
Yeah, they've been fine. I just don't see them as potent a threat as they were in years past.
How crazy! I mean, I get it that it's the nature of the way that the NHL has their playoff seeding set. But how crazy would it be? And right now, the odds-on favorite to play the Avs, if the Avs take care of business against the Wild, it is the Vegas Golden Knights, who fired their head coach like a mere, 10 days before the season ended? What a unique time in Vegas. Like, to think that Like, think about the energy in that building. They're at T-Mobile. If they're in the Western Conference Finals, like they'd be one step away from being in another Stanley Cup. And would that be the third time or the second time in their franchise history?
That would be the third time. They lost in the final in their inaugural season to, I believe, Pittsburgh.
Was that
question mark?
What year was that?
2018.
Isn't that crazy? There's a chance the freaking Vegas Golden Knights will have been in the Stanley Cup. Well, we'll say Western Conference Finals 3 times in what, 8 years?
No, it'd be 4 times because they lost in the conference final in 2019, 2020.
It's crazy. And this feels like probably the least of that bunch.
Yeah, maybe that first year just because they were playing on high, the Golden Misfits type of thing.
Yeah.
And it just felt like a team of destiny that season that they were going to get there, and then they ran into Crosby and the Penguins in their second of their back-to-back championships. Yeah, 4 opportunities to get to the Stanley Cup final going back to 2017-18. I do think that this is a way different version of the Knights. They are a little bit slower. Jack Eichel hasn't been nearly as dynamic as he was
Also,
when they won their
some
cup.
health stuff too, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Eichel's been in and out of the lineup over the course of the last 18 months.
They do rely a bunch on Barbashev and Dorofiev and Brett Howden. I don't think the top end from Vegas is nearly as dangerous as Colorado's is. And I think that it was the Capitals, not the Penguins in that first season. Thank you very much, Chris. Capitals.
And that was in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think that they have as much top-end punch as the Avs, and I think where they excel is their depth. But I still think Colorado has the best depth in the NHL as well. That back end of Rasmus Anderson and Noah Hannafin, it's fine. Shea Theodore at this point in his career is still a very good defenseman, but that's not Cale Makar. That's not Devon Taves. Their goaltender in Carter Hart can be a guy who, even though his off-the-ice past is sorted, when he's on top of his game, he can be good. But I don't think he's at the level of a Jake Ottinger or an Andrei Vasilevsky when he's at the top of his game. I think he's a very good goalie. I don't think he's elite. I think he and Wedgwood, at the point where Wedgwood's playing right now, kind of wash each other out.
And Wedgie's netminder won, like, no questions asked for Game 3, Game 4. I mean, what he's been able to do in 6 playoff appearances thus far, the one outlier being the six goal performance, if you will, that he saw go in.
He's your guy right now. Yeah, you're not looking to give Blackwood a start at this point, especially with how he responded in the third period of Game 1 and how very good he was in Game 2. When he needed to be the better of the 2 goalies on the ice, and he was by a long shot. His best game will have to be Saturday. I think they're going to throw Volstead. I think John Hines is going to go back to his rookie netminder and go, you're the wall of St. Paul. The Minnesota faithful will have your back. It's not going to be nearly as cacophonous as the wedgie chants are at Ball Arena, but it's going to be loud there at Grand Casino Arena. Is that what it's called?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Got it.
I think he goes back to his rookie netminder, and I think this is an overtime game. I don't think you're getting out of this series without winning an overtime game, and I think it's coming in Game 3. 3-2, something like that. 3-2, 4-3.
Think it's a multiple overtime game?
I hope to God no.
Probably not. These 2 teams have too much firepower, don't they? To see this thing going like three full extra periods.
Yeah.
Something like that. There's too much offensive prowess.
Overtime game, goal comes somewhere in the 12 to 8 minute band. That's what I got to feel. I just feel it in my loins. I don't know who's going to win. I'm not going to Raj curse this away. But I do feel as though we've got an overtime game coming up on Saturday. And Scott Wedgwood's going to have to win you that game.
I'm getting the vibes that you're going to get another Avalanche 3-goal victory because that's what you just keep doing. Just keep winning by 3 goals. Isn't it crazy to think that this series, you're 2 games in, you're up 2-0. Because of Game 1, it feels like that game was it was completely drunk. But it felt close, and it was because you
were down 5-4 in the third.
You were down 5-4 in the third, but like your average, like right now, you are +6 in 2 games. Like you have hockey playoff standards, final score. You've won by 3 goals in both games. And I know that doesn't tell the full story, but boy, in game 2, it tells the full story. You were dominant. You were absolutely dominant in that particular game.
Sorry, tied 5-5 going into the third. Devon Toews scored shortly before that second period ended. You know, the Avs and the Hurricanes can become the 13th and 14th teams in NHL history to start a postseason with 7 straight wins. The last teams to do it, the 76 Canadiens, who won the Cup, the 85 Oilers, who won the Cup, the 89 Canadiens, who were the runner-up that year, the 94 Rangers won a Cup, the 08 Penguins runner-up, and the 2024 Rangers were an Eastern Conference finalist that year. You go out on one of these runs, you're more than likely playing for a Cup. Peter Baugh of The Athletic, next. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach Mike Sanford and you guys as we roll into hour number 2. Avs and Wild coming up on Saturday evening from St. Paul. 7 p.m. is when that puck drop is here on 92.5. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney. You can find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by the Athletics' Peter Baugh, formerly the beat writer here in Colorado for the Avalanche when they won their 2022 Stanley Cup championship. Peter Baugh, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing gret. Thank you for having me. It's good to be back in Denver.
We are thrilled to have you. Your most recent feature on The Athletic was diving into the career of Scott Wedgwood and how he's now making the most of it in his debut as a starter in the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's the second time that you have covered a netminder who's, in the, I wouldn't say in the latter parts of his career, but not a young netminder making big-time starts in the playoffs. Last time that you did it was Pavel Francouz. Do you see any similarities between the two?
Oh, that's kind of an interesting comparison. I hadn't necessarily thought of it in the Francouz light. Francouz, I would say, he was more of a, let me pull up his stats that year, but he was a little more of a pure backup that year than Wedgwood certainly was this year, where Wedgwood came in and kind of took the starting job. But there is kind of like an element of a goalie in their 30s who maybe people weren't expecting to be the guy having to make big starts. In Francouz's case, it was because of injury, and in Wedgwood's case, it was because he kind of he earned it and took the reins, and has been really effective.
Looking at the netminder situation across from this playoff series, what do you think is going to happen with Jesper Wallstedt? Is he going to be back in net in Game 3, and do you think that was a mistake that was made?
It's a good question. I don't know. I don't know who obviously, like, I have no inside information on what the Wild are thinking about their goaltending. If I had to guess, purely like my own guess, it would be Wallstedt, just because of how well he played in the first round. He was so good against Dallas. He struggled obviously mightily in Game 1, which is why they made the change, but now you've given him some rest. He's a rookie who's played a lot of hockey, or a lot of hockey in a condensed period of time, and this was a chance to give him some rest. And I would guess that they would go back to the guy who won them the first round, especially because Gustafsson he wasn't atrocious, but he wasn't particularly good either in Game 2.
Have we heard anything on Jonas Brodin and Joel Eriksson Ek out of the Minnesota camp?
Nothing other than that they're just going to keep evaluating it. It certainly doesn't seem ideal, especially involving Brodin, that kind of the way they've talked about him has made it seem a little more serious than Eriksson Ek, but I don't have any specifics on whether or not they're going to play or not. But I would guess probably not Brodin. Eriksson Ek, maybe there's a chance, but we'll see if he plays, number one, and two, if he does play, if he's 100%. And I would guess probably not to the latter. Like, it seems like he would be playing through something if he does play.
Peter, as we look to the NHL's postseason awards, you obviously have a vote on the Hart, the Calder, the Selke, the Lady Byng. The Norris finalists just came out today, and there is a notable omission. Evan Bouchard, who led all defensemen in scoring by 14 points this year, was nearly a 100-point player, is left off the list. Rasmus Dahlin, Zach Werenski, and Colorado's Cale Makar are your three finalists for the Norris. Does Cale have any chance of actually winning this thing, or is he going to be a third-place finalist behind Dahlin and Werenski, who seems like he's had a couple of good years knocking on the door?
My guess would be, this is, again, pure speculation, but my guess would be Werenski wins. He played really big minutes for the Blue Jackets, had an excellent season. His underlying metrics were really good. His scoring was really good. I think that this might be his year. It was kind of a strange year where there were a lot of really good candidates, but maybe not one that jumped ahead. And it was, I think there are a number of guys you could justify voting Werenski number one. You could justify voting Dahlin number one. You could justify voting Makar number one. You could justify voting Lane Hudson number one. Like, you can go on and on. Like, it was a really tough year because of all of the options. But I would guess this probably isn't Cale's best chance to win, but you never know. I mean, he was still an excellent defenseman, and had some of the best offensive numbers in the league while playing good defense. I think the late season injury, the fact that probably stopped him from accumulating a few more points, hurts a little bit. So I would put the odds at low but above 0% that he would win.
Yeah, we continue our conversation here with Peter Baugh on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical, doctor, and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Peter, this series back to Minnesota and Colorado, certainly before the series began, it appeared to be class on class of the NHL. Have you been surprised at all, particularly that game 2 where Colorado just completely, just suffocated guys like Quinn Hughes and, hitting Kirill Kaprizov? And do you see a path forward for Minnesota to be able to respond schematically or just in any way to make this a bit more of a competitive series than it has looked so far in 2 games?
Yeah, I'm not surprised by the result in game 2. After the Avs, they won 9-6 in game 1, and it kind of reminded me a little bit of this game that they had against Edmonton in the first round of that series back in 2022 when they won game 1. I think the final score might have been 8-6 or 7-5. I think it was 8-6.
8-6, you're correct.
And that game was kind of a similar one where the Avs got off to a big lead and then let the Oilers back in it. And then I remembered back to how the next game they defended really well and had a great game plan and really executed it. And I just knowing the team a little bit in the background and how they operate, I assumed that they were going to be better defensively in game 2, which they were. And I thought the Wild were actually better defensively too. And it was a tighter game and all of that. So I wasn't shocked by the result. I think it's really difficult for the Wild without Brodin and Eriksson Ek. Any team who loses, those are 2 of the, 4 players who they probably could have afforded to lose least this series because Brodin is an excellent shutdown defender who can go against top guys, and we're seeing how much the Minnesota pairing of Middleton and Spurgeon has struggled this series. And then Eriksson Ek they don't have a ton of center depth. He's not only an excellent defensive center, he can help generate, and you've seen like Matt Boldy has not had his kind of typical excellent numbers so far to start the series, in part because his centerman is out. So I wasn't shocked by the result by any means. I think for Minnesota to get back in this series, they probably need one, if not both, of Brodin and Eriksson Ek to be back and playing at a high level, playing like at least 90% of themselves, even if they're hurt. They need Jesper Wallstedt, or if they go back to Gustafsson, they probably need one of their goalies to steal a game. And Boldy and Kaprizov are going to need to do some special things offensively. When you get down 2-0 in a series, you get to a point where you kind of everything has to go best case scenario the rest of the way for you to have a chance. And that's the point we've reached with the Wild, where they need to every 50-50 thing that could go their way or could go to Colorado's way, the Wild need to go their way to kind of drag themselves back into this thing.
Peter, having covered this team as the local beat writer during a cup run, a successful cup run, if I'm not mistaken, am I right on saying that you were on the beat during the 21-22 run?
Yes.
So this core very well. You know this franchise, this organization really well. Certainly here in Colorado, it took 4 seasons to get back on track, and a lot of that certainly had to do with Gabe Landeskog's health. But Chris McFarland, Joe Sakic, they were cooking both in the offseason and certainly at the deadline. Who has been the most significant addition to make this team what it is, we'll say, over the last calendar year?
Over the last calendar year, so that's essentially since the end of last season.
Correct. Yeah. Since the new faces this season.
So Brock Nelson here does not count.
Nor Marty Natchez.
All right.
Yeah, no Nelson. Okay. It's a little more understated and not nearly as flashy as maybe the Kadri or even Nick Waugh addition, but I think Brett Kulak has been really instrumental for their decor, and the fact that Bednar can trust Malinsky and Kulak against top guys. I wrote the other day about how Minnesota, with Brodin out, is having to play Hughes and Faber so many minutes, and you're seeing the physical toll of that, of Quinn is getting hit a lot in this series so far, and he's still playing great. Faber's playing well. That could, as the series goes on, potentially that all adds up. the minutes you play, the hits you take during the minutes you play, the type of minutes you play, whether you're in the defensive zone or offensive zone, it all adds up. So I think that the fact that the Avalanche have gotten such steady minutes from Kulak, which has allowed them to deploy Taves and Makar they still play a lot, but a bit more reasonable amount, I think is deeply important. And Kulak's been a really good fit for the Avs since he's been in Denver and certainly in the playoffs.
Don't want to look too far ahead, but I do want to utilize your overall knowledge of the National Hockey League, as you don't just work on the beat for the Rangers, but you write national coverage and features for the Athletic around the league. In terms of Anaheim and Vegas, let's say Colorado gets to the Western Conference Final, who poses the biggest threat?
It's a good question. I think I would still probably say Vegas, though I think Anaheim's really outplayed them through 2 games from the bits I've been able to watch. They've generated more shots. They're a dangerous offensive team and have a lot of really scary players offensively. I think that for a young team with a lot of that defensively was a little bit inconsistent throughout the course of the year, the Avalanche would offer a hard test for them. Now, the Ducks contained Edmonton pretty well and are actually, I think I saw a stat today from, I think Megan Chakra posted it on Twitter. They're second to the Avs in fewest scoring chances allowed per game. So they've really surprised me defensively this playoff run. So maybe I'm not giving them enough credit, but I think Vegas, when you look at a team that has Eichel and Marner and an experienced blue line with good players, a lot of Vegas's numbers throughout the course of the year were pretty good. They just weren't getting as many saves as they needed. So I think that Vegas would offer a tougher test, but it's hard to say that with certainty the way the first 2 games of the series have gone.
And then finally, before we get you out of here again, Peter Baugh of The Athletic is our guest here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It seems as though there is a large gap between the Avalanche and then the rest of the Western Conference. It also seems as though there's a large gap between the Carolina Hurricanes and the rest of the Eastern Conference. Is anyone upsetting Carolina on their way to an Eastern Conference title?
I mean, I certainly would pick the Hurricanes at this point, but I think the winner of Buffalo and Montreal, like, those are 2 very good teams, and Carolina should beat either of them, but I don't think it's a slam dunk. That series is a for sure Carolina sweep or gentleman's sweep, like I kind of view this Philly series as. I think Carolina's going to have to play well if they're going to beat either of those teams. So I would say Carolina's my favorite to come out of the East, but I wouldn't put it in Sharpie by any means.
That is Peter Baugh of The Athletic. Follow him on X at Peter_Baugh. Read him on theathletic.com. Peter, we appreciate your time, man. Hopefully we'll see you back here in Denver soon.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Peter Baugh of The Athletic. Again, all of our guests here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 are brought to you by the Ramos Law Hotline. KJ's NFL, NBA, and NHL notes are on the other side. Our thanks to Peter Baugh of The Athletic, who joined us last segment to talk about the Avs and all things NHL playoffs, as well as Cale Makar getting a nomination for the Norris Trophy. Doesn't think that Cale's got a really great shot at winning this year, but Cale will be a finalist there alongside Werenski and Buffalo's Rasmus Dahlin. But every day here at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron, the rink, and the hardwood with KJ's NFL notes that we've now transitioned into KJ's sports notes. So, Mr. Grandison, without further ado.
Well, let's start off with our beloved Denver Broncos as they continue to get deals done with their 2026 NFL draft class. Broncos and fifth-round tight end Justin Jolie earlier this morning agreed to a 4-year contract worth $4.89 million, $506,000, $1,400. $1,400 signing bonus. That's his deal. Miles Scott, 4-year contract.
What just happened? You got $14 to get signed?
No. I put an emphasis on the 14. I said 506,000, 14.
I make sure you didn't get $14, man.
No. 506,000, 14.
These signing bonuses. I know economy's been a little rough, but you can't even get a couple gallons in your tank off $14 signing bonus for the Denver Broncos, man.
Can you get a couple of peanuts at the Rockies game with 14, man?
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Tell me.
I don't know. But anyway, man, as we continue to move forward, the Broncos are bringing in a couple of guys for rookie minicamp, which starts tomorrow. The Broncos are bringing in veteran quarterback Nathan Peterman. They're also bringing in undrafted rookie Elijah E.J. Warner, quarterback, a son of quarterback Kurt Warner. And a couple of other notable names to keep an eye on is veteran wide receiver Michael Woods II, veteran DN Isaiah Thomas, and veteran safety Brandon Hill. A couple of other rookies to keep an eye on: CU Buff center Zarian McGill, Colorado State cornerback Jahari Rogers, Wyoming outside linebacker Tice Westland, and Utah State inside linebacker John Miller. These are a couple of guys to just keep your eye out on as we continue to bring you updates on rookie minicamp. Any chance that quarterback Elijah Warner could make it to the training camp roster as another arm to slow play Bo Nix's return?
Maybe.
No.
Okay, gosh, man.
Come on.
Kurt's a friend of the program, Ian. We've had Kurt on the show.
We have.
I've broadcast an E.J. Warner bowl game in the Snoop Dogg Bowl, and he was pretty dang dialed, man. Guy's super accurate. He knows how to use his protection tools. Threw for 11,000 plus in his career that spanned, I believe, 3 schools. I know for sure he was at Rice and at Fresno State. I can't remember if there's a third school in there, but I'm rooting for EJ. He's undersized.
He was also at Temple.
Temple, there you go. Very good. Played a lot of college football. One of the all-time leading total yards passers, particularly because of this post-COVID, injury, all the different things where you can play for 6, 7, 8 years in college football. But you never know. I think he's sharp. I think he's going to pick things up quickly. He's going to look small out there. The Broncos aren't afraid to have a quarterback that's not super tall on the roster. They have that already, at the quarterback position. And I'm drawing a blank on my guy's name that I love from University of Texas.
Sam Ehlinger.
Sam's built a little bit more, as a QB run guy. Who knows?
None of those dudes are making the camp roster. Peterman's not making it. Warner's not making it. You're going to go in with 3 quarterbacks. Bo Nix, Jarrett Stidham, Sam Ehlinger.
Any chance that Stiddy gets dealt late?
I don't know. If you could get a 6th or a 7th for him, be my guest, but probably not at this point. No, those are your 3 QBs. Those dudes. There's no way Peterman is on the field when we're out there in July. Come on. We're going to be talking Nathan Peterman?
I don't know, man. I'm just kind of rooting for my guy, EJ.
Sure. He's a warm body to throw to the rookies. That's what's happening.
I mean, these are human beings, man, with souls. You're just calling him a warm body?
We could put you out there to throw to the rookies.
Think there's a shot?
Go knock on the door, coach.
Knees are busted right now, dude. Just bad.
You're not running 7-on-7, brother.
I had a bad CrossFit offseason, man. Knees are beat up right now, brother. Menisci.
They need
plural.
They need you for a total of 3 hours on the field. I think you could handle it.
I better start warming up, brother.
KJ, keep it rolling, brother.
The moose is loose.
Oh!
All right, let's head straight to the NHL here because news out of Dallas, according to Dallas Stars GM Jim Neal, Mikko Rantanen suffered a torn MCL during the Olympics, but he will not need surgery. So this is something that can be recovered without surgery. Let me ask you guys this. So, number one, how much do you guys think this affected Dallas? And number two, what was the likelihood that Mikko would ever be able to give more than 75% of himself knowing he had been playing on the torn MCL that long?
Probably not much. I've played through a similar playable LCL injury, obviously not to the level that Mikko Rantanen does. You're a half of the skater that you can be.
It's more the stop-start, right?
Without a doubt.
It's all the, stopping on a dime, making those hardcore stops and then just accelerating back again. Yeah. Yeah, Mikko didn't look right. Mikko's numbers didn't bode well. And frankly, the big moose, you don't want to start getting too many knee injuries accumulating.
Also, it was really odd. Like, Jim Nill came out and said, Jim Nill's the general manager in Dallas, and he came out and he said, I really wish that Mikko could have stayed off of that for another 2 weeks. He came back off of injured reserve on March 28th. The regular season didn't end until April 17. Why did Dallas need him back? Dallas at that point had already created a little bit of a cushion between them and Minnesota, which was just for home ice advantage. No one was catching Colorado.
They were going to play each other either way.
You were either going to Minnesota or you were playing them at home, which, by the way, playing them at home didn't do anything for you. So why rush Rantanen back in the regular season? That was insane.
Could it have been Mikko himself?
Maybe, but you have to save the player from himself. Mikko was a shell of himself. I know he had 6 points in that series, but none of them came at 5-on-5. He was a power play merchant, which the Dallas Stars were in that series, and they were during the regular season. Man, that may have cost you a deep run, forcing him back early. A massive mistake for the Dallas Stars to move Mikko Rantanen back into the lineup when they simply did not need to. Man, that cost you a chance at a Stanley Cup championship run.
Yeah, and the Finns didn't do jack squat at the Olympics anyway.
Did the Finns finish? Didn't they win bronze?
I don't think so.
Or did the Czechs win bronze? I thought the Finns won bronze. I'm pretty sure they medaled. KJ, what's next as we look up the Olympic results?
The moose is
They won bronze.
Yeah, there you go. That's
okay.
All the Finns do is medal at international events in men's
so,
hockey.
Mikko, you got your third place trophy in an MCL because of your Olympics.
KJ, what you got?
The Buffalo
And a first-round exit, too, in the playoffs.
Attaboy.
For the Dallas freaking Stars.
Let him know.
There you go, man. Kick him while he's down and kick him with rocks with no shoes on. How about that?
Just like Burnsy kicked Kirill Kaprizov right in the gonies.
Right in the seeds.
The Buffalo Sabres defeated the Montreal Canadiens 4-2 last night in Game 1 of the second round of the Eastern Conference playoffs. One thing that has really been an issue for the Buffalo Sabres has been the power play. Since the end of March, they went 0 of 20 on the man advantage to finish the regular season and went 1 of 24 in their first round series versus Boston. So to see them get 2 yesterday means that they're slowly but surely starting to turn this thing around. And I wanted to tee this up for you guys. How much of a threat could Buffalo be to win it all if they can consistently score on the power play?
Oh, yeah, dude, watch out. Buffalo and Colorado had the same issues in terms of not being able to consistently score on the power play. Buffalo during the regular season was 19.5%. Colorado finished the regular season at 17%. And now you see Colorado clipping at 50% against the Minnesota Wild and still having an elite penalty kill. And it shows how unbeatable the Avalanche are when they do that. If Buffalo can score on the power play, man, I could see them without a doubt upsetting the Carolina Hurricanes, but they have to be good in the Eastern Conference Final if they get past Montreal.
The Buffalo-Colorado series would be a blast.
It'd be awesome.
Just the sheer optics of that arena. That town, I believe, has never won. Have they won a world title?
Nope.
In any sport?
Nope.
It'd be really fun to, and honestly, I would love to give them another opportunity to host a second place parade in the fine city of Buffalo. It'd be a great time.
They also have what I think is the best booze vessel in all of sports, which is the beer saber. Have you seen the beer saber? Now,
Yeah,
Whitney
but
had a really
what
tough
about
time
the Carolina
chugging it.
skate?
The Carolina skate's good. It's not the beer saber.
Why does the Carolina beer skate almost kind of look like it looks like it's made out of candy or something. Like it looks like confection-ish.
Oh, there's like a little bit of like opaque feel
yes.
to it. Yes.
Yes, it does.
I've seen that
Whereas
as well.
the saber just looks like a vessel of chugging cold beers.
So we've
What
seen.
was the Avs one that you tweeted out about?
Oh,
you were
I created
judged.
that this morning.
Oh, it was AI?
I put out some AI slop this morning, and I do apologize for that. But like, I didn't.
You're
have
an
the
AI
time.
slop guy?
No,
You're part of the problem.
I can go into Photoshop and make things. I didn't have the time before the show.
Dude, no wonder you don't listen to me anymore. You've been overtaken just like Brian Kelly, former head coach of LSU, by AI. You're an AI guy.
What's happening to Brian Kelly?
Brian Kelly was interviewed recently by Josh Pate, and his conclusion was, I've spent almost every day with Claude, AI generate whatever Claude. I don't know which one that one is. It's like higher than ChatGPT,
Some
higher
robot
than
that's going
Grok.
to take over the world.
About preparing for my next opportunity as a head coach. So Brian Kelly is an AI head coach.
Okay, so yes, I used AI, much like.
So
Brian
you're an
Kelly
AI
this morning.
radio host.
You son of a gun.
Powered by One Beers, inspired by hockey.
The
Is that what
Buffalo
you are?
Sabres have the beer saber. The Hurricanes have the beer skate. The Flyers have a beer hockey stick. And I am sitting here in the Mile High City, and we are known for our beers out here, right? Like the craft brewery scene out here in Colorado is fantastic. Even without craft, when you think light beer, you think Silver Bullets. You think CL Smoothies, Coors Lights. Yellow Jackets if you don't care about the calories.
Yeah, but it all leads to becoming a bag of milk, man, which I've learned my own experience.
I sit here upset that we don't have our own booze vessel at Ball Arena.
You know why you don't need it? You want to know you want to know what the booze vessel here in Colorado is at Ball Arena? It's Lord Stanley's trophy.
Attaboy.
That's what it is. You don't need to make up a stupid skate or a sword made out of plastic.
Yeah, but I think I figured it out. Bernie, the St. Bernard mascot of the Avalanche, what are St. Bernards known for having around their neck? They're known for having a brandy keg, a whiskey barrel, a cask around their neck. So you know what I want?
Where'd you learn that from?
I want a collar. I want a beer keg, a beer whiskey barrel that I can then strap to myself like a dog collar and then drink beer out of at Ball Arena. I demand that the Avalanche put that into rotation.
You are reaching so far. When's the last time I saw a Bernese Mountain Dog with a keg of whiskey around their neck?
St. Bernards do it.
They don't have it.
They're Avalanche dogs.
That's what human beings do to St. Bernards.
You don't think that would be... I would dog walk myself around Ball Arena's main concourse in order to get one of those things. How fantastic would that be?
You know what's the only thing worse than AI slop? AI Raj. It's the only thing that I can find that's worse than AI slop.
KJ, keep it going, buddy.
The moose is loose.
Basketball. Ba-da-da-da-da.
The Spurs did exactly what the Nuggets should have done in game 2, and that is beat the living crap out of the Minnesota Timberwolves. 133-95 was the final last night in game 2. Anthony Edwards, he tried to quote unquote warn his team before the game. He said, quote, the natural tendency for teams that steal the first game, the away team, they get blown out in game 2. We can't come out cool. This is what he said before the game. They obviously go on to lose. He said after the game, quote, we came out cool. Look what happened. My mama used to tell me that a hard head makes for a soft, you know what? That's what happened tonight, end quote. So Chris Finch, head coach of the Timberwolves, goes on to say not only did they lose, they got punked last night. Edwards kind of refuted that in the locker room. He said, quote, punked is crazy, but I mean, just look at the film and see what we can gain from it, end quote. How likely are the Spurs to take both games in Minnesota, knowing that the Spurs pretty much have the momentum right now?
Coach?
I still think that there's a grit, a toughness, a tenacity to the Minnesota Timberwolves that I see this series going 7.
I think it's a split.
And I'm rooting for Minnesota.
I got San Antonio winning game 3, and I think they win it on the back of like an all-time Wemby performance.
Yeah.
I think he's just going to be lights out. Again, just feeling it in my loins. And then Minnesota is going to respond like they have all year long.
You've had a lot of loin
4.
feelings.
Yeah, I have. Why not?
Yeah, it's good.
I'm not putting predictions out there because I know how terribly those things go, but I can talk about how I feel in my nether regions.
I think it's a split in Minnesota. I agree with you, Alex. I think it's going to be San Antonio after game. Game 3 is going to San Antonio. We're going to get on these airwaves, and you're going to make up falsehoods about what I said about the Timberwolves again. I'm kind of gotten to the point where I'm so embarrassed with what happened to the Nuggets, and I'm kind of rooting for the team that embarrassed the hell out of them to embarrass somebody else.
I get that.
And maybe do it twice.
KJ, what's next?
The moose is loose.
Well, the Knicks went on to take a 2-0 series lead after they beat the 76ers 108-102 yesterday. This is obviously without Joel Embiid, but the Sixers actually played better without him. But the story coming out of the game is Knicks forward OG Anunoby exited the game with minutes to go with what was considered an apparent leg injury. Shams just tweeted out a few minutes ago that he has a right hamstring injury. So that is his injury. If for whatever reason this continues to linger for him, can the Knicks win the East without OG?
Nope. Can't do it. They're a 500 team without OG this year. They cannot win the East without him. Won't happen. I don't think they win the series without him.
I agree with that. Any
You
chance
have that player.
Is Embiid back?
No, I think Embiid's dealing with like multiple injuries.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll be on management pretty much the entire series, so who knows?
I think Philly's going to be lucky to have Embiid for 2 more games in the series, knowing his history.
I thought it was because Embiid watched his team get dog walked, and he's like, yeah, I don't know if I really want my reputation on the line in this series. Now that OG Anunoby's not around, I wonder if Joel Embiid, the notorious ducker, he ducked Nikola Jokic, did he not? Multiple times.
Is it too much for me to say that OG being out, that Philly can and should come back from a 2-0 hole? Or does Philly, without the certainty of having Joel Embiid in the series, does that kind of wash out?
I think that Embiid's going to be back, especially knowing that the other guy that has serious length that can check him athletically is no longer on him.
Without OG, the Knicks can still win the series. Without them, they can't. They're not getting past Cleveland or Detroit, though.
No. The East stinks either way.
That is KJ's NFL, NBA, and NHL notes. It is brought to you by Colorado's most complete local appliance store, and they've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Continuing to get you guys ready for Game 3 of the Avs and the Minnesota Wild. That's the coach. That's KJ. I'm Alex Ryan. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. You got to let me know. Am I the idiot? Is it a stupid idea, or do we need a St. Bernard beer collar vessel to drink beer out of here in Colorado? Let me know. Dumb idea or fantastic idea? 303-504-0925. You guys head on out to our Avalanche viewing party tour this Saturday evening at Stoney's on Lincoln, courtesy of our friends at Michelob Ultra. It's going to be awesome Michelob Ultra deals the entire evening. Spring and I are going to start with a special early edition of Between the Pipes at 5 p.m. We're going to run that all the way up until Berto's pregame show. Berto is going to be live at Stoney's for all of you guys, and then DMac's going to host the watch party. We are giving away a signed Gabriel Landeskog jersey at the event on Saturday, as well as other signed Avalanche memorabilia.
This is Old Town Tavern in Arvada?
No,
is that right?
This is Stoney's on Lincoln. We will be at Old Town Tavern in Arvada the following game, which will be Monday night.
So you only have to wait one day in between games.
That
this
is
time.
correct. Every other game after this 4-day hiatus.
Game
for the
on,
Avs,
game off. Game
right.
on, game off. Game on, game off.
Ham and egging it the whole time.
Yep.
So come hang out with myself and Springer and Berto and DMac at Stoney's on Saturday night.
Kind of like, is it John Heim? Is that his name?
John Hines.
Hines.
Like
Yeah.
the ketchup.
John-
Not spelled the same way,
It's
but
Hines?
it's
H-Y-N-E-S?
H-Y-N-E-S.
Kind of like John Hines. Well, his netminder selection, it
Yes.
appears, is going to be ham, egg, ham, egg. We'll see how it goes.
There has now been a report out of the beat writer for The Athletic in Minnesota said that there's no report on Eriksson Ek and Jonas Brodin, but neither one of them has set foot on the ice since their injury. Those two dudes aren't coming back on Saturday.
That's trouble. That's big trouble.
Minnesota's in massive trouble.
That is significant for the Colorado Avalanche because of the number one component of that is how much beating can Quinn Hughes take?
I think it's the biggest point of the series so far. One, he's taking a physical beating. Two, now Quinn Hughes is always overutilized. Like, he's just a guy who plays a lot of minutes.
In Vancouver, man.
Right.
Dude, that guy's got, when his seasons end, I can't imagine, because he's not big. Like, he's not built to endure what he inevitably endures. And he's so skilled and so good that teams that are physical and intelligent, they all employ the same tactic. Beat the hell out of Quinn Hughes as best you can with the guys that are skilled and athletic enough and good enough skaters to beat him up, like we saw with Nathan McKinnon. He clearly is good enough to do so. Hell, even Gabe Landeskog did it. But that guy, man, like, at some point, you're going to get to, like, Rocky IV levels of, do I need to throw the towel in for this guy as I watch Ivan Drago pummel and create brain damage on my guy?
He and Faber are playing like an extra 10, 12 shifts a game more than another guy. Like, Taves and Makar are utilized a lot, a bunch in the postseason. But they're skating 5 minutes more a game. And now that Brodin is out and Middleton and Spurgeon have been god-awful for Minnesota.
Spurgeon's expected to be your best defensive demon?
Without
Brodin.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a guy who can just defend with the stick, keep guys to the outside. Yeah, they've combined for 17 goals against or something crazy like that in the first two games. Hines is now having to utilize Quinn Hughes and Brock Faber in the defensive zone way more than they want to. Typically, when you get Hughes and Faber, they're getting offensive zone starts, and you get them at the beginning of that shift where they get puck possession. They can be super dangerous. Now with Colorado immediately getting possession, also look at the faceoff numbers from game number 2. Now a tired Quinn Hughes, who has been leaned on physically by everybody up and down the lineup, is now defending in his own D zone on a 45-second to a minute-long shift, and then he becomes terrible. Like, if those two dudes can't come back, Eriksson Ek and Brodin, toast. Game over, series over. There's nothing you can do to beat the Avs 4 times if those two guys aren't available.
In hockey, how often is this gamesmanship with no ice time at media available open skates? Like, do you see any world that exists where Eriksson? So the report coming out, let me make sure. The report coming out of Minnesota is that Joel Eriksson Ek and Brodin are both, Jonas Brodin are both, have not touched ice. So even in the top, we're talking about everything's probably been just like PT and rehab in a rehab facility.
Joe Smith, who is the beat writer for The Athletic in Minnesota, no update on Eriksson Ek or Brodin. Neither have skated since their injuries. And that is straight from the mouth of head coach John Hines. have not touched the ice. They're not coming back.
Oof.
And if they come back, how close to 100% are they?
No, nowhere.
How effective are they?
Nowhere near.
Like, are you Aaron Gordon levels of effective, which was, oh, nice to have Aaron Gordon back. Too bad he kind of sucks comparatively.
I find it interesting. A team that the Colorado Avalanche have had major problems out physicaling, winning that very center battle in the Dallas Stars. Isn't it crazy to think that right now you look at the Minnesota Wild and you see a team that is frankly just physically getting outmatched big time against the Colorado Avalanche. And it shows that the tax that you probably paid to have the leg up on Dallas was that two of your most important players can't do that for 4 series.
It's why you can't overstate the importance of the regular season in the Central Division. You cannot overstate how important the 1 seed was in the Western Conference because of the division you play in. Look at what Colorado got to do. Now, it was a physical series against LA. Don't get me wrong. Wasn't the same thing. The attrition was nowhere near the same, even though it was a 6-game series. We all thought it was going to go 7 between Dallas and Minnesota. And it just looked as though Dallas just simply did not have it. Yeah, they had their own injuries that they were dealing with. We talked about.
Find out the news about Mikko Rantanen.
Right.
He had a torn MCL since essentially the Olympics. It's sustained, I believe, in the Olympics.
Man, I think this is the worst news that Minnesota Wild fans could have, where you get this feather in your cap of beating Dallas, who's a good hockey team, and you turn around and you have to see a Colorado team that is largely healthy, completely rested. Man, it goes to the point, if you're going to play Quinn Hughes this much, and he did, the 2-4-4, let's not forget how much Hughes played in the Olympics. He has to be gassed right now.
Yeah.
He's 26 years old. He's going into a contract year next year, and people think Cale Makar might get $20 million a year on his next deal. Hughes will be right around that for a 7 or 8 year deal if that's what he decides to sign. You talk about one player in particular that you coached in college, and you went, by the time I was done with him, there was no tread left on his tire.
Yeah, that was
Jay Ajayi. I worry for Quinn Hughes that if he continues to get run into the ground like this at 33 or 34, when he's at
shell of himself,
he might be toast. He's playing so much hockey, and it's killing the Wild. You don't have to deal with that as Colorado, man.
No, there's not. I mean,
what did Peter Boss say? You asked a great question of him. You said, what is the best acquisition they've made in the calendar year? And you had your answer.
It was Brett Kulak. And it was his, too. That's what I was mouthing that to you is I thought Brett Kulak, like, you don't feel the need to get your third D pairing off the ice with any type of urgency. You feel good about it. Like, the distribution of minutes right now for the Colorado Avalanche is so good. And the way that they've been able to, I mean, frankly, one of the biggest challenges that I see for the Colorado Avalanche, like between series, is going to be rust.
It's going to be waiting.
Because which is great because you're going to have rest and you're going to be fresh and you're going to be healthy on a roster that includes Gabe Landeskog, whose health is of paramount importance. But if rust is your biggest fear because you're winning these series too quickly, or you're locking up the 1 seed for the entire NHL too quickly, that's a pretty good problem to have. And then the depth that you got, dude, Joe Sakic and Chris McFarland were in their freaking bags over the last 18 months. They were cooking. It took a while to see it all come together, but to see it now, pretty awesome.
Avs are on the ice right now at Family Sports for practice. I'm going to jet out there and see what I can learn about Josh Manson.
What are we going to do tomorrow on the air?
Oh, yeah. The Nuggets have a press conference tomorrow. We're going to take that live.
We're going to take that live. We're going to hear from
Ben Tenzer, Wallace,
and
Josh Kroenke,
and
David Adelman.
David Adelman. We're going to hear directly from the horse's mouth here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You got to make sure you tune in tomorrow.
That is tomorrow at 11. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere now. PhD's coming up next from noon to 3. Kreckman and Lindahl 3 to 6. For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
We'll have a live report from Avs Practice coming up a little bit later this hour. Cale Makar gets another honor. We'll see if he can come all the way through with the Norris again, but he's one of the finalists. And potpourri, bunch of different things going on today. The Rockies, unfortunately, they're the Rockies.
Still in the pit of misery?
Golly, man.
7?
6. They better pull.
Oh,
They got some.
Oh, thank God for snow day.
Yeah, well, they got to figure it out. They're bugging me. Trust me. But I think we should start with Tyler.
What's that?
Your Wolves. Your Timberwolves.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, you're not the only one.
I heard Mike jumped on the bandwagon today. All aboard. Let's go. Let's go. I'm all for it. I'm glad to have Mike on the Timberwolves bandwagon.
So how are you guys doing today? I mean, you're a little disappointed, a little upset?
Well, a little bit bummed, but, listen to Ant talk after the game.
You felt better?
He gets it. He's not running from a good old-fashioned butt whipping as his mama would have told him.
Yeah.
So, I feel like they got the right mindset to overcome this.
Your coach said you guys got punked.
Yeah, well, we
well, I don't know.
You
not me.
They
not me.
I mean, it's a team that I'm rooting for. Sure.
I don't know how closely you feel.
Yeah, they got punked. They got their butts whipped.
Okay, all right.
That's the typical. You win game 1. We already accomplished a mission. Let's have a couple good days in San Antonio. Who really cares about the game? The warning is, I don't even know if you remember this, when Andre Miller was here, they went down in game 1 in the playoffs against San Antonio, won, got beat by 38 in game 2, and didn't sniff the lead, I don't think, for the next 3 games, lost 4 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
So when you win, that just shows the mentality of that team's still not quite ready to win a championship, because when you win game 1, you got to come in game 2 selfish and scare the hell out of the team at least.
Do you care how? Yeah, are there beauty marks for this one? I mean, that was they did the typical immature team loss last night. Okay, so what is that? How does that bode for the rest of the series? In your opinion?
If they don't win Game 3, just like Minnesota in hockey, if they don't win Game 3, it's over.
Okay. Wow, jeez. And they won without the stupid T-shirts in San Antonio.
Listen,
they didn't need the dumb T-shirts.
When the Nuggets won, yeah, they
not even the rainbow-colored ones.
They did not need them.
Yeah.
When the Nuggets won, they were going through it, cruising. They win the first 2 games against Phoenix, and then I told you before, they went down for 3 and 4, and they lost close games, but they were on vacation. I mean, you should have seen how many families decided,
really,
hey, Arizona in the spring, this is awesome. I mean, it was like family reunion for 14, 15 dudes.
That was a weird one, too, because they won Game 5 here, and then Game 6,
then they just blew them out Game 6. Because they were way better than Phoenix. That should have been a 4 or 5 game series as well.
So is San Antonio way better than Minnesota?
I think San Antonio's better. I think they're a little young. I think they got scared in Game 1.
Still close, 2-point game.
I still think Minnesota just showed their immaturity and decided they'd already accomplished something by winning Game 1.
Probably. They're young and they're absolutely immature. I mean, they're a cocky bunch,
I loved it. I didn't watch much of it because it was like, I don't know. I don't know if you guys can really hang in there with mega blowouts. I mean, I was watching there for a minute, but I mean, what did Minnesota score? 35 in the first half?
Yeah.
And I was like, well, this thing is over.
Done.
I kind of checked back and forth while I was watching the pit of misery that is the Rockies.
Yeah, I
even that I really couldn't stand.
You know what's kind of cool about having a 12-year-old? One, is having a 12-year-old, but 2, now we're going back and watching these old sitcoms.
What are we watching now?
Malcolm in the Middle.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
That
one holds up.
I think I only watched a handful ever.
Oh, Bryan Cranston's a genius in that one.
He is brilliant in that.
Yeah. So different than Walter White.
Oh, that's what the warden was saying. He goes,
yeah.
I can't believe it's the same guy that was in
Heisenberg.
Bad.
No, I know. It's
but
crazy.
Malcolm in the Middle is a pretty good show.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm absolutely shocked.
Yeah. That's good.
So we're doing that as a family.
Good viewing.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching the Rockies in the middle to last. Actually, just last. And then I just watched Survivor. Ozzy got voted out with an idol in his pocket. Just don't get voted out with
literally cannot believe this thing is still going.
Season 50. Don't get voted out with an idol in your pocket. Say he made.
We have no idea what that means.
Okay. That's for the 5 people that are paying attention to Ozzy.
So do you watch it
I
because
was
you
upset.
super like it, or
Well,
is Kit Kat?
I've been Cat Cave for the past few years, sympathy watching it.
Right.
But I will tell you, they brought a lot of the old people that you like back for season 50, and it's been way better. Like I'm officially like into this season.
So now they're going like
I
the MTV when they stretched out whatever those competition shows they used to do.
Yeah.
And they realized that this sucks, it's boring, so then they started bringing back
Going
favorites,
back,
and then it got better.
But that's got a shelf life too.
Yeah.
Because once you go back in time, the reunion story.
Eventually, the guy you really liked 10 years ago is in his 30s now, not in his 20s.
Oh, for some of these people,
Although Jersey Shore reunions, those could go on forever.
some of these Survivor people have been on 3 or 4 times. I mean, they've been on like multiple times already.
Casey Wigman, my teammate,
Casey was
his
on.
wife was a winner.
Him and his. That's right. That's right. Wait, was it Casey that was on? No,
his wife.
No, but there was another ex-NFL guy who was on. Casey's wife was on. There's another dude.
Gagliano, the quarterback that was a backup quarterback for the Lions.
Oh!
Gagliano or something.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right,
It was
actually.
his wife.
And Frank Crum was on.
Was it Bob Gagliano or something like that?
It was something like I don't recall. It was something like that. I feel silly even talking about it, but I got wrapped up into it, and I'm pulling for Suri. Suri's great. She's a mastermind in terms of gameplay, and she can't win a challenge to save her life. She can't cook. She can't hunt. She can't make anything, and she's dominating the game. Like, Suri's
kind of like your hero then.
Has no skills, but yet dominates.
Your hero.
That's my kind of person. Press conference for the Nuggets tomorrow.
Is that tomorrow? I thought you said it was today.
Tomorrow.
Why do you think the delay?
I don't know. It's going to be Josh Kroenke, Ben Tenzer, John Wallace from 11 to 11:30, and then 11:30 David Adelman. So I don't know. I mean, I think Adelman's safe. Obviously.
Well, I don't think they'd put him on after everybody else if he wasn't.
That's ridiculous, right? You wouldn't do that. So you can kind of figure some things out, and they're going to do. Apparently, according to the press release, at least, Josh Kroenke, Ben, and John all at the same time. And then David gets to go out by himself. I guess that's how they're doing it. It'll be on Altitude TV. And we'll have it live here on Altitude Radio. And then we'll react to it afterwards. So
Good.
What do you think? What do you think we're going to find out?
Well, I think if anybody still had any doubts, it's pretty clear. Your guy's good. They got a joint presser going on.
David Adelman's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's for sure.
I mean, we've known that for a long time, but people are still holding out. There's people that want him fired. I mean, there's just people that flat out want him fired, and not happening.
I think you'll learn absolutely nothing. They'll reiterate their plan is to sign Nikola this year after July.
What if they came out and they're like, just want to let you guys know we're trading Jamal Murray?
Well, they won't.
What if somebody said, aside from Nikola, when it comes to trades to reshape this franchise, is everybody on the table?
Or I'd throw everybody on the table anyway. But
Well, I mean, see, I think you need to. Well, all right, fine.
Is there anybody that's safe on this team not to be traded to improve this roster? They could throw in the names.
I might follow it up and just be like, so Jamal, so Aaron Gordon, Joker. I might follow it up with something like that.
Right.
But and we'll see if somebody asks. I think that probably will be asked. I think that's the most obvious question to be asked. Like, you don't have to say, are you going to trade Jamal? But you could simply address it by saying, is everybody on the table?
Or is there anything off the table?
Is there anything off the table? And
Nothing's off the table.
If you're going to,
well, they've already leaked it. I mean, you've seen the reports that have been coming out, so that's coming from somewhere. We've seen a million insiders talking about the Nuggets are willing to trade anybody on the roster right now. They're trying to reset. So I would imagine they'll just go ahead and confirm that.
You don't think Nikola Jokic is off the table?
Well, I think
he's off.
Pretty much off the table.
I do too.
But if someone promises you 5 first-round draft picks and a low-level all-star, do you think about it?
I would not. And I would be very clear with that, because I want my best player to know we've got your back, period. And there's literally nothing that can replace you. And we're about to pay you $293 million.
Well,
and that's that.
What if, though,
Nice career. Stay
What
here.
what if they looked at it and they're like, okay, we can't get anything for Aaron Gordon. Can't get anything for Christian Brown. Jamal's the only guy of value, but we're really not even sure what kind of value we can get back there. So our options are run it back. We don't think we can win a championship by running it back. Or we have to do a hard reset with young talent and take our time to develop them, which means you probably can't win a championship with Nikola Jokic. So if that's the determination that they come to, is Nikola Jokic back on the table?
I would say at the surface level, the answer is no, but you're right.
I get it. This is the sticky wicket they find themselves in. And
here's what you got to do. Listen, Tim Duncan, they stunk. David Robinson missed the entire year, and then San Antonio somehow gets the first pick again. Then you win, I think, in Duncan's rookie year with David Robinson, his only championship. But then the three-headed monster with those guys were Ginobili, last pick in the second round, and Tony Parker, who was, I think, the 30th pick in the first round, and you hit. You hit on two dudes that are probably Hall of Famers, right? That to go now with Tim Duncan. And then, by the way, a couple years later, we're going to add Kawhi Leonard, which I think was like a 14th or 15th pick, so he wasn't, like a high lottery dude. He was middle of the first round kind of guy. And they've got to have some luck like that. They got to find people that even if you draft, 22nd or something like this year, you got to hit with somebody that's going to be here for another 8-9 years, you hope.
Dan, you sent us a mock draft. Who are they taking in the mock draft that you sent us?
Let me pull that up.
6'6" dude that can shoot it.
I know it's a point guard, but I can't remember the guy's name.
Oh, okay. It's a point guard? Okay. All right. Drafted in what spot? Where are they at?
22 is undraftable.
22 is undraftable? What do you mean?
It is.
Tough place.
I mean, that's what you get at 22. You get an undraftable player.
Well, that's not good. I don't want to hear that.
Am I wrong?
Now,
I don't know.
They have him
Tony
at
Parker was
26.
30th.
Okay, I mean,
Nikola
I know.
Jokic is 41.
And Tom Brady was the 7th rounder.
Ginobili was 60.
What's that, Dan?
Yeah.
In this mock, they have him at 26, so I'm not sure how they divvy out. I don't know if the order's finalized yet.
Yeah, that's not where they're going to be drafting.
But they have him taking Isaiah Evans, a shooting guard out of Duke.
Shooting guard?
6'6", 180.
Oh, not a point guard.
No,
shooting guard.
6'6" guy.
Guard. So Julian
Which
Strawther.
means he's 6'4.5".
Okay, so we're picking up another Julian Strawther.
Well, he'll a little more physical, but
whatever. Shooting guard. That's not going to play. I mean, that's Julian Strawther, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Right now.
But didn't you say somebody in a conversation with
you
him?
call Peyton Watson a guard or a forward?
He's a small forward.
Okay, I think so too. But Christian Brown's a guard.
Yeah.
Julian Strawther's a guard.
Yeah.
They're about 6'6".
Yep.
That's it. So that's who we're drafting, according to that mock. I don't like that.
Yeah, you like somebody about 6'9" with long arms.
Yeah. I want something different. I want something special.
You want Jaden McDaniels.
I would love Jaden McDaniels from Tyler's Timberwolves.
Mm-hmm.
That dude can ball, and he's tough.
See, now you're a fan.
And he talks crap. And I want him to lose, but he's one of those dudes. He's the guy you hate and the guy who's on your team you love. And who do we have like that?
And physical.
Bueller?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Listen, we got Peyton Watson. And Peyton Watson.
Do we have Peyton Watson?
If you want him, you have him.
Do we?
If you want him, you have him.
That'll be another question at the press conference.
Yeah, if you want him, you have him.
What are you willing to do to keep Peyton Watson?
Well, you're going to have to move other bodies. But the key is, and I say there's all love and respect.
Peace and love.
If this year was just the tip of the iceberg for Peyton Watson, how do you let him go?
I wouldn't.
Right.
But then I don't know what's going on with Peyton Watson.
But if this year was the high watermark you're ever going to get with Peyton Watson, how do you not try and trade and sign him and get something else?
Well, we'll get your reaction, 303-504-0925. We'll dig into it as we go. We'll get an update from the Avalanche as they get ready for Game 3. And I found some audio of how hopeless it is for the Minnesota Wild. We'll play that for you all coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. Others, well, their rewards stink. Same old, boring. Fan Cash, that's the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack fan cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% fan cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your fan cash on official team gear across every team and league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all on Fanatics.com. Fan cash unlocks value you can't get at other sportsbooks. Convert your fan cash to profit boosts, and you can even bet with it too. With fan cash, you are getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook. Switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. Uno, dos, tres. The Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, is on fire right now. Let me give you guys some stuff here. Peyton Watson had 2 good weeks in his career. Why does everyone think we need to keep him?
Scotty's pointing to you.
Again, I was asked the same question I said last time. If you think that was just the tip of the iceberg, that was a little teaser of what's to come, then you'd be silly not to. But I know there's others that think, well, that's the top level you're ever going to get.
I believe it's the tip of the iceberg. I think this player, Peyton Watson, has sort of limitless potential. I mean, I think he could be an unbelievable NBA player, my opinion.
You know, it's so good and exciting of what it could potentially be, but we've also been down that road, and I'm not comparing the skill sets, but what I am going to say is we felt that way about Christian also. And all of a sudden, you paid the guy, it looks a whole lot different. So we have been down that road, but it's no different than any other decision you got to make on any young player at any given time. You know, sometimes you've got the benefit of a huge resume, sometimes you do not, and you got to make a decision. The real question with Peyton Watson, to me, has nothing to do with ability. It's just, it feels to me there's a whole lot of weight going on around the absence of the playoffs. So what is that? That's the part that I don't have the details of. That's the part that really needs to be figured out. Is there something bigger, deeper going on that says, yep, when you combine that with the skill set, we don't love it as much.
Well, here's the thing. I'll go with what you're saying with Christian. I think, listen, Christian is what he is. He's a role guy. He's a physical, tough, play downhill, get out on the fast break, good defensive guy. That his ceiling was last year. You're probably getting a guy that's going to get you 12 to 14 a year and 5 or 6 rebounds and then play your toughest offensive threat on the other team that's, on the wing. That's who he is. And he got hurt this year, and I don't think he was ever right, and I think that truly affected him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's go the injury being as severe to keep you out of the playoffs in the last, 10 games of the season. You're coming back from another injury. Now I know Aaron Gordon's older, but kind of a hamstring. It's a soft tissue injury, and Gordon hadn't been the same for 2 years. So are you concerned about that at all?
Yeah.
The
answer is yes.
So, I mean, you paid a guy, you weren't expecting him to get hurt. He got hurt, and look what happened to his season. Now you got another guy that's being hurt to get paid.
How many career 30-point games do you think Christian Braun has?
Maybe 1.
He has 1. Boy, you're good at this. Do you remember the game? Wasn't that long ago.
He hit, the game he hit like 6 threes, 5 or 6 threes in that game.
That game he was only 3 for 3 from 3-point range.
3 for 3, 9
He was 12 of 16 for the game. 3 of 3 from 3.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Who against?
It was April 6, 2025 against the Pacers.
There you go.
125, 120 loss. How many 30-point games does Peyton Watson have?
I think he had 5 this year, and I think he had 1 last year.
He had 4.
4.
And they were all this January.
Yeah. When he's getting 38 minutes a game and getting a lot of playing time.
So Christian Braun, 1, has been a starter for the past however many years. Peyton Watson, 4 in 1 month. And then, Trail of Tears with injury and whatever and that sort of thing. But look at that potential. So what is the potential of Peyton Watson?
And that's also, so if you're paying a guy $25 million, $24 million to be your defensive stalwart, play downhill, fast-paced guy, what's a guy that has the potential to get 30? What's he going to cost you?
I would say more. I would think. Because I think the upside, never mind the fact that Peyton Watson can also be a great defender, too. He can be. He can be tough at the rim. He's made many. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, that's worth something.
Well, we don't have a whole lot of that.
Yeah, who's tough at the rim for the Nuggets this year?
I agree. George Karl did say that the most overblown statistic people look at is block shots.
Okay.
But
how about rebounds?
Impacted shots, is that what that implies?
How about offensive rebounds where you got totally dominated by the Timberwolves in a game 19-6?
Well, but that's been a weak point in his game. He hasn't been consistent as a good rebound.
Is block shots the equivalent of like sacks in the NFL, where everybody gets hung up on the sack number, but what really matters is the hurries, the pressures. So like
it's everything else, all of that stuff.
It's impacted shots, not so much the block shots.
I mean, Wemby had 12 in that first playoff game, and they lost.
Yeah.
All right, tough question here again on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Ask Scotty. It's me asking you. Okay. Please, actually. Why are they keeping Adelman when he did the exact same thing Malone did, ignored the bench they built up?
I don't think he did.
You disagree with the premise?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's listen to me, the other guy podcast. I will say this.
Okay.
I do think head coaches get too focused and too center line. But I heard Brett Kane say the same thing the other morning. He asked the exact same question. So my answer back to you, if you want to have a running dialogue on this, who would you like to have seen in there? Who? I know we're supposed to have depth. The two depth guys you got,
I don't know.
Tim Hardaway and
Tyus.
I would prefer Duran.
I mean, yeah, okay.
Well, he's a bench guy.
I mean, he was there. He was rested. More of Tyus Jones late in the season, so that if he goes in the playoffs and you back off the heat from Jamal, you give more Jamal a break in the end of the year. Tyus Jones is one. I'm not sure why Jalen Pickett's on this team if you're not going to play him whatsoever, but okay. And certainly Julian Strawther. I mean, you made a commitment to Julian Strawther. You drafted him where you drafted him, and you got to let a shooter shoot, and you got to give him the confidence to get in there. That's what I would say. And Jonas Valanciunas for a good chunk of the year just rotted away at the bench. Why? And what other role did you have for him?
Well, he didn't really rot on the bench till that 12-game winning streak, and there was 8 games in a row, 7 games he didn't play.
Well, he was rotting on the bench in the playoffs until you broke glass a case of emergency, and you were like, all right, let's go.
I would say, me personally, and I agree. Listen, Julian Strawther's a disappointment to me. Because I said, if you could remember back at the beginning of the year, I said, I think he's a guy to come off the bench and get you 15, 17 a night. Because he has that potential to score. If you remember, they did put him in the game early in this series. And as good as he can go scoring, he's also one of those guys, kind of like we got on Christian about, will turn it down if he misses a shot or two. That's not your role. You're to come in and be instant offense, and if you just miss, you just miss. Got to keep throwing it up there. You got to be Bones Highland. You know, Bones Highland only played that first game they lost. I think he played 9 minutes, 0 for 6. I mean, he getting 6 shots up in 8 minutes. I mean, and Strawther's almost got to be that guy. And if you're not shooting or not making shots, then the same reason Bones doesn't play, you can't be a defensive liability. You can't be a liability on both ends. Strawther came in one game, and I think he played 4 minutes and was -8. I think I'm just telling you from coach's standpoint, they're like, we can't play him.
Well, then why'd you draft him?
They didn't. No one here.
Right.
No one here did.
Good enough.
Fair
enough.
But again, I'm saying that, and
Turn
I'm
the
telling
page.
you, I still think Julian Strawther could be a scary offensive threat off the bench. But he's got to get it to his head. He still goes to the basket. If contact starts to come, he fades from the contact, throws his head back up, and throws the ball up in the air. And that's what you do in college. He doesn't stop, head fake, go into the guy. He doesn't go into the guy, lean, take contact, try to finish, and then get knocked down. He's always avoiding the contact, going backwards. That's not an NBA scorer. You can't do that. And especially when you're talking about playing in a series of Minnesota that was as physical as that, you can't have – you might say the biggest problem why David Adelman – and I'm not saying he didn't make a mistake. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't have played more guys and tried everything, right? But in a coach's mind, when you're getting beat up, do you put soft players in?
No, of course not.
And that's the problem. Why didn't Zeke
go
play? Zeke's not a physical presence. He's 6'9", absolutely. But physically, he's not. He's a finesse player.
Not to be a
Julian
jerk here.
Strawther's a finesse player.
Why didn't you play David Roddy more then?
Because David Roddy was a 2-way contract, and you couldn't make him.
Okay.
But now you're talking about what they need. You need somebody that's got a little toughness.
I think that's why they acquired Roddy. I understand he wasn't eligible for the playoffs because of the contract.
How did he do against the last 2 games he played of the year when Denver wasn't really playing any starters, and yet they still beat Oklahoma City and still beat San Antonio. How did David Roddy do?
I guess he did all right.
I think he had 20 and 1 and 17 the other.
Scott's point is very, very valid. It just goes back to the same thing that we're arguing about that I don't really know what the argument is. Who did you really want to see in there? None of those guys. Not at that moment. Not in the playoffs. You know what? He had David Adelman. He had no choice but to use the bench for the entirety of the season and use his entire roster because that's what the situation called for. And then when it comes down to playoff time, you go with the guys that you trust.
All right, let me read one more on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. I'm going to read this one, but I'm going to tell you, I've seen text and comments like this a million times. So I'm going to read this one, but I think it represents deeper thought. P. Watt sat out of the playoffs because he was 100%, yet he didn't want to re-injure he didn't want a re-injury right before his contract is up and was looking for money. It's not really a question. It's more of a comment.
So that comment's out there a lot in social media?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I wouldn't know. I do not know. I don't think anybody knows for
I
sure.
think it brings up a quirky issue, and you guys as pro athletes would know better than any. If you were on the verge of the most money you've ever made.
That you might ever make.
Yeah.
It's that second contract. It's the magical in pro sports second contract that so few guys actually get. What sacrifices are you willing to make to your team for what will be a lifetime sort of situation?
Yeah, I think that sounds like so black and white, and it's like, well, who wouldn't do what they got to do to protect their future? You got that payday on the horizon, and I get that, and I think it's actually fair to balance that if you've got a decision to be made. But there's also something else. If you're on the seesaw, there is something else. There's my future. There's money to be earned, and then there's my love, and then there's my brotherhood, and there's this team that I'm currently connected to, that I'm currently invested in, and they're relying on me. So somehow you got to balance that sucker out. And within reason, I do think you still have to be responsible for the team that you're still on.
You know, Boobie in Friday Night Lights took a shot in high school so he could go out there and play with his guys, and he ruined his entire future in college. Should Boobie have not taken that shot? Should he have just, sat on the sideline, taken that D1 scholarship?
Yeah, of course, because that wasn't within reason. Like that he had a very severe injury that he took a shot to try to cover up, right?
Yeah.
That's not within reason. You got to protect your future.
And who knows what's in reason and what's not? We don't know. We're not.
Yeah, it's a tough thing. I mean, if we're being super honest, let's say that scenario was true.
I mean, Jamal didn't come back and play in the playoffs. Everybody told him to forget about the playoffs. Take your time, which was the right call.
If that's the scenario, let's say that scenario was true.
Yeah.
Already got a ring.
Who are you?
You what?
You got a ring, but you didn't play.
But you got a ring.
You did.
Yeah.
You got an adjacent ring.
Okay, well, but guess what?
You got a ring.
It's real and better than ours.
I guess, but
Okay.
Okay.
But you got a ring, and like you said, you're about to get paid more than you've ever been paid in your life.
You are.
And you're say 90%. Say you're healthy. Now listen, I'm going to tell you. Back in my days, go back and watch those old films in ABA days. That film that documentary. It's on one of the networks about the ABA, ABA power or something like that. These dudes are taking, atomic bomb, rubbing it on your hamstring, get one of those wraps, those wraps.
Okay, but none of those ABA guys, except for Dr. J, were on the verge of what Peyton Watson
I understand. Jerry West, I just watched the Jerry West documentary. He's playing in
his third year when he was 23 years old?
He's playing in the finals and never won a championship and wanted to beat the Celtics.
It changes. Like, I understand Aaron Gordon putting it out there. He's got a 13-year career. He's got a ring. He's got all of his money. I'm defending Peyton Watson here a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, but
see, that's a guy that rides bikes and not on a team. What did Ted Williams do on the last day of the baseball season?
He went 6 for 8.
When he was at 400, and they said, "Sit down."
He went 6
for 8. That way you'll hit 400 for the season. And what he do? Did he sit down and protect?
He might have got 4 for 6.
400?
He went something like that. He hit 406.
Yeah,
he went for it.
Those are heroes. But again,
he wasn't 23 though when he did it, Scott. Ted Williams was a more established guy.
Look, I don't know the balance. I don't know the balance, but I know the balance is not just protecting your future. I know it's not as simple as that. I know the balance is not I've got a payday on the horizon, and so I'm going to sit out when I can play basketball. If we're insinuating that he could play basketball, which is unfair for me to have that conversation because I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
But if that's the insinuation, then that's not the right balance.
Yeah, and it's unfair. And it's also, you know who knows? Peyton Watson, coaches and medical people, and teammates say that is what he was doing. Where every teammate should go along and say, hey, man, he's got a chance to get his. Let's not mess it up. I mean, if he goes into free agency this summer and he's out again because he tore that thing again, that screws him for a big payday. Maybe he gets $12.5 million instead of 27.
Right.
That's a big difference, man.
Yep.
In one season.
No doubt.
On one hand, you should understand it, but on the other hand, as a teammate, you go, "Oh, we had her fighting, man. We could use you." So it's a tough.
It's very tricky.
It's a tough mix, man.
It's a tough
mix. And I'm gonna tell you what, if that were the case, it'll be a tough mix to come back.
Well, he is a restricted free agent.
Yeah.
But obviously, there are numbers teams could offer him, and the Nuggets would have the right to match. But his salary is so low. I think it's around $4 million or so right now, which is so low. But you know what I'm saying? Like, if a team came and offered Peyton Watson $20 million, I mean, do you think the Nuggets could actually match that?
Well, they couldn't keep Bruce Brown.
Yeah, they could. That's not that much money. They could figure that out.
But they couldn't keep Bruce Brown when they had restrictions on his salary because of the salary cap. They offered him 8.5. He got 17 per.
But wasn't there something different with that one? Because I thought the Nuggets literally were not allowed to match with other.
They couldn't match because of the salary cap, and all they could go up to was 8.5. That's all
Okay.
This could be a Peyton Watson thing too,
unless you make other moves.
Unless other things are freed up.
Yep. It's complicated. It's
Listen,
not easy.
Now I'm going to go the best of players. Zeke Naji needs to move for the best of his career going forward.
Okay.
Jalen Pickett needs to move going forward for the best of his career.
Sure.
Juwan Holmes is an iffy, maybe. That's an interesting guy. Everything I've told is he's the hardest working dude. Never bitched when he got sent down to the G League. Came in, did anything people asked. Also told he's not super creative on his own, but he's one of those guys, a good soldier. I need you to goose step down there 5 steps, hard left, and punch that guy in the face. He's going to do that. Now, if you say, hey, I need you to take that guy on the left out, he may go,
yeah.
How do I need to do that?
We'll have a report from Avalanche practice. They are still practicing right now. We'll do more previews of what we anticipate for the Nuggets press conference tomorrow, which would be interesting. The Broncos get going. They bring in a couple of interesting quarterbacks for this rookie minicamp. I don't know if everybody heard the 2 quarterbacks, but it's kind of fun what they're doing. And I have a very bummed out goalie for the Wild. They are in a tough spot. Keep it here to PhD. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED get in the way. The truth is most men don't have to live with it anymore. And if you've been dealing with it for a while, well, we have some advanced medical science with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic that'll get you on the right path. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic uses this type of science to empower male performance with therapies that go far beyond pills.
I had a buddy of mine named Ed, that always seemed to come over at the wrong time when he was about to get intimate.
So call him today and find out about Ed. The awkwardness of Ed. Ed, we don't need you here. Where's Ben? Big Ben. Find out about their advanced medical treatments today. Just call at 720-440-7900. Don't let jerks like Ed into your life. Again, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Listen, we're going to get to depressed goalie from Minnesota here in a second, but Tyler, we would be remiss if we did not get a Vrabel, Diana Rossini update from you with the latest going on from the huge developments from yesterday.
Are we not? We're not over this one yet.
Well, I'm going to the source. I'm going to you.
We're the only sports people that actually have talked about it. Everybody else have kind of ducked and covered.
Okay, so we're doing work for the entire industry. Is that what we're doing?
We're just trying to validate you.
I'm trying to figure out, did these people have affairs on their spouses? I'm not quite sure yet.
Yeah, that's confusing.
I'm not. It's not clear to me.
Yeah.
So what's new?
They rented a boat.
What?
While 7 months pregnant.
Oh, Dan's chiming in now.
Oh, here we go, Dan.
While 7 months pregnant.
Is this your assistant reporter
Yeah,
for KMT?
so people that were having an affair rented a boat.
Uh-huh.
Because they do that.
While she was 7 months pregnant?
She was 7 months pregnant, which does bring up an interesting question.
For little Michael. They did name the kid Michael.
Would you, with someone else that's pregnant, if it wasn't yours?
Rent a boat?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
I got to admit, man, and I've been around boats my whole life, I have never rented a boat with somebody aside from my wife.
Have you rented a lot of boats with your wife?
A couple.
Really?
We get like a pontoon thing
D-Mac.
up there.
But I'm assuming
see a lake up there.
I'm assuming this wasn't
I wasn't talking about the boat.
Oh, is the boat a metaphor?
The boat was a metaphor.
Oh, okay. Well, I haven't done that. I'm boring. But can you imagine?
But if it was yours,
hey.
Oh yeah.
Did you see what? Did you see what the Ernie and crew did on their Gone Fishing segment? Dan, if you could find it, for the Celtics Gone Fishing. And they put Vrabel and Rossini up on the front of the boat like in the Titanic pose.
Really?
So it's all the Celtics. And then we should check Gone Fishing. Were you put on Gone Fishing?
I never saw it this year.
I know you were on there last year though.
Yeah, I made it last year. But I didn't make it on their show this year.
Oh, okay.
They didn't never come
It's
in.
it's not the same show.
No,
I don't know what to say.
ESPN.
It's just
I'm
not the same
surprised
show.
they let them do that.
Anyways, we're going to get to later the Draymond Green, Charles Barkley debacle. But Rossini and anything else that they rented a boat?
They rented a boat.
Do we know anything about the boat or where they were boat renting?
They were boat renting in Tennessee. Yeah. Did a little lake excursion in Tennessee.
Yeah, there's the Gone Fishing with the Celtics and Rossini and Vrabel on the front of the boat. Look at the name of the boat, brother. SS Heimlich. Like they're joking. Because they choked. Oh, my God. There's, what do we got? Ben Affleck. There's Matt Damon in the back there.
Simmons.
There's Wahlberg. Simmons, yep. And Rossini and Vrabel. The Boston icons. All right. Yeah. It was funny listening to the morning show today, and they're like, can we just be done with this? And I was laughing because, like, the stories are kind of piling on.
I got to admit, I'm over the story.
You are over it? Okay.
Which is really, you're the one that kept it alive in this show.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was interesting for a while as details were emerging and people were lying still. But you know what? Caught.
You think?
Like,
I mean, every
figured it out. I did the math.
Yeah.
The math adds up.
Yeah.
You lied.
Yeah. Yeah, we get it. You were cheating. Oh, headline, they were cheating. There's just more proof of them cheating. Does anybody doubt they were cheating at this point? Okay.
If they do, they have an MR or an MRS in their name.
I got another fun one for you. Go ahead, cue the music, Dan. And nobody had a worse day, apparently, or time of days than Philippe Gustafsson, Gus, as he's called.
Got to start a game too.
Guy who started a lot of games for Minnesota the whole year. And then they put in the rookie. Can you imagine you're a veteran, you start the whole year, and then they put in Wally Valstead.
Wally.
And Wally beats the Stars. And then Wally gives up 8 goals. And they finally call your number, and you give up the first 2 shots. So for your entertainment, I have this in 2 parts. Here is Gustafsson being interviewed by the Minnesota Press about his amazing return to action.
I guess what was your reaction, especially when you haven't played in so long?
No, just go out there, stop the puck.
How tough was the start of the game?
Good advice.
Just to get a rhythm going.
No, it was okay. It was, it's always fun to play when it's high atmosphere and all that stuff to get you going, and then score-wise, it was a tougher start, and, worked us back into the game there. We won 1 and 2-1. So yeah.
What was your read on the third goal? The beginning of the second period?
No, I thought he was just going to cut in more, and he just quickly released it, and I was just a little slow.
What a great hey, Tyler, when you missed that block, Scott, when you missed the shot, what was your read on it? When you didn't come through when we really needed you, what happened there?
I started thinking about the eggs and the milk I had to pick up in the middle of the play and got a little distracted.
Just a little slow.
The whole press conference was only 1:40 seconds, and you know it's an issue when like the PR guy at 1:20 is like, last question.
John kind of praised, obviously how you've handled the decision. What's it been like to watch Jesper, and just an adjustment for you from how much you played during the regular season?
Yeah, no, I just wait for my time and share the team on, and then we'll see what happens.
How did you feel overall tonight?
Just fine. Nothing special. Not bad. Not good.
Did you find it harder than you've ever? I mean, to go into game against the Colorado Avalanche after not playing in 22 days. I mean, what is that like?
No, mentally I felt fine. Yeah.
Anything else?
I mean, can
Anyone?
you go back to when John
Bueller?
told you they weren't starting? Like, what was your reaction after being the number one here all year?
No, I just wait for him to tell me to play.
Guys, what do they do? What do they do?
Well, you hope your goaltender's better. You hope you get one of those two other guys back, and then you put everything on the line, throw everything at the net, and see if you can sneak one in.
I don't know why you guys overcomplicate this thing. It's pretty simple. When you make a decision that you're going to emotionally break your favorite goaltender by benching him, the guy that you wanted to go into the playoffs with, and you're like, you know what, you suck.
Yeah.
So you made that decision.
Right.
Now you're going to go to the other guy, and that you're like, okay, well, actually, you suck too.
You're going to break him as well.
And so naturally, the right thing to do at this point, the only decision that's left, go back to the first guy that you already emotionally broke and told him that he sucks.
Where's Sven from?
Who?
Gustafsson.
Gustafsson is from Sweden.
He reminds me
I think so is Wallstedt, I believe.
But he reminds me of Sven from Frozen. I'm just waiting for him to talk in a reindeer's voice. I don't know how them pucks came through.
Where is Gustafsson from? Where is he from? He is from Sweden. They're all from Sweden.
Yeah.
They're the most depressed Swedes ever. Gabe Landeskog, he's in a good mood. It's PhD here on 92.5.
Hey, here we are Thursday at nearly 1 o'clock. That means you have 3.5 days. Well, you have 3 days and a few hours until Mother's Day. It's this Sunday, in case you forgot. If you've already taken everything and you've bought the overpriced, flowers, and maybe you've got a brunch set up somewhere like, everybody in the world does. Let's be honest. In today's world, it's easy to do that stuff. How about doing something unique and special for that special someone in your life. And I'm talking about a relaxing few hours at Bovasaw Skin Care and Spa. They have fabulous gift packages. You can do one of their luxurious treatments. They have a relaxing massage or wonderful European facial. They've got different prices or packages for different prices. You can find about whatever you need from there. And guess what? You can do it right now. You can get online. If you're sitting in your office, sitting at home, listening to this, BVSPA.com. That stands for Bovasaw Skincare and Spa.com. BVSPA.com. You can also call them 303-779-5002. But BVSPA.com, you can kind of see what they got. You can check their menu out and see different things you want to get and order and all that stuff. But listen, if you want to do something that's professional, first class, they're just a terrific job. I've been there a bunch. I've bought a number of packages from there. You won't be disappointed. And trust me, the special person in your life will not be disappointed either. Call Bovasaw 303-779-5002 or BVSPA.com.
Hey, a reminder. Game 3, Saturday night. I'll be out at Stoney's hosting. Raj and Spring will be doing the pre-game show. Then Berto's doing the game and the pre-show and between periods and all that stuff. So we're going to be out there at Stoney's on Lincoln to watch the game. That's the bottom line. Thank you to Michelob Ultra great Michelob Ultra deals and a chance to win an autographed Gabe Landeskog jersey or Landeskog. We'll have the pregame with Between the Pipes, like I said, starting at 5. I'll be out there later. Get you fired up. So we'll see you at Stoney's on Lincoln for Game 3. Our own Alex Ryanemi was just in the Avalanche locker room talking to the players and the coach, and he'll join us here relatively shortly.
Is Cat Cave coming down to?
She does not want to go. I asked her, and she's in a zone watching these games. And she's just got a certain way she wants to go about it, and
it's like if it's not the Avs Alley, then it's home.
Kind of. It's a whole thing because Altitude TV does an hour pregame show just like you did for basketball. She's into that. If she gets a little bit late for the pregame, she'll go back to start watching the pregame, even if it delays watching the game. She has things in order that she needs to watch. So her ritual is actually
sounds like OCD.
It's passionate, I'll tell you that. So the game's at 7, right, I think. So the pregame, altitude 6. So she's locked in 6. Game, postgame altitude, then Between the Pipes on YouTube with Spring and Rush. And in between all of that, she's collecting all the social media stuff that she can at the same time. So her total immersive experience, and I'm not talking just for the playoffs, fellas. For every Avs game is about 6 hours every game.
Well, tell her that Andy and I did our little podcast last night, and Connor McGahee stopped by.
She would be interested in seeing that.
Yeah, go tell her.
Not the rest of your podcast.
No, I know, but he's there about 20 minutes, 25 minutes of it.
How was he?
Connor, great. Drinking this like hard beer-like thing, can of beer. It's like called Quick Death. But it's water. It's a can of water.
Oh, Liquid Death.
Liquid Death, yeah. Have you seen? I've never seen it before.
Well, first off, that thing's like $1 billion brand.
Really?
And yes, it did look like a beer can.
It looks like a beer can
at the beginning, but yeah, I've been aware of that one for a while.
So you've seen? I've never seen one.
No, but it actually tastes better when you pay $5 for water than $1.
As opposed to tap.
So it tastes better.
Oh yeah. Well, he's sitting there doing it. And about 3 minutes, 5 minutes in, I'm going. Because Andy said the S word.
Oh.
On the podcast?
Yeah, on the podcast.
So what? Have you ever listened to Raj and Spring?
Well.
Oh, my God.
That's why no one does. But anyway.
A lot of people are.
Anyway, so Andy said the S word.
Well, you can. It's all right.
I understand that.
Okay.
And I go, Andy, don't feel bad. Connor's sitting there pounding a beer. He goes, actually, no, and that's a quick, what's it called?
Liquid Death.
Liquid Death.
Yeah.
Liquid Death. I've never seen it before, but it looks like you're drinking a craft beer.
It does, yeah.
Well, I bet Connor's feeling very optimistic. You know, it's funny. I saw a lot of different people talking about the Avs on different platforms yesterday, and everybody was more or less asking the same question. How exactly did the Avs even lose a game? And it's weird, like when everybody's asking the same thing.
Yeah, that's when you
that probably
you
should be the pause
beat.
that we all need. Like everybody take a collective pause here. It's gotten too good. We've lost sight of how difficult the game really is. And by the way, arguably the weirdest game of all, like the weirdest sport of all sports that you could be dominating and just like weird things happen. That is the weirdest sport of all sports. So yeah, let's all take a collective deep breath.
The problem is there's not really a good answer on the contrary. Like, what would it be? When you hear these goalies like Minnesota, talk about screwing with your goalies' heads. Oh, my God. My goodness gracious.
Well, you're afraid to do it in game in game one, and yet you do it in between two games. So you just basically said we lost game one because of you.
Let's go down to family sports. Raj is out there. He's walking right now. We're doing a walk and talk, Raj? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, why not? I've got the whole place to myself right now. Everybody's leaving the rink. No one else is on the ice. So yeah, I'm gonna move in like it's my own basement.
Look at this. You're giving us a little tour of the facility right there.
Run out on the ice as your goodbye goes. Run out on the ice on your goodbye and do a belly slide.
I can do that. I'll set it up. I'm sitting on the visitors bench right now on the Avs practice facility. So I'll be a penguin for you, Scotty.
There you go. That's fun. All right, what's the scoop from inside the locker room? What's the vibe? What's the talk?
No Cale Makar today at practice, but I think that was expected on a day of maintenance. Obviously, he's dealing with some bumps and bruises. from his small injury during this postseason run. So Sam Malinsky ran the first power play. Second power play was fantastic, but as it has been the whole postseason long, man, it's just business as usual. I talked to Brock Nelson after he got off the ice. And I said, hey, you're going back home. Is there added pressure? Is there added asks for tickets? He's like, yeah, I've talked with a few people, but it's a long drive for them to get to the arena from where he is originally in War Road. He's just ready to play another hockey game and get their 7th straight win to start the playoffs.
Raj, we're all just sitting here. What are we missing? You know, why are we too confident? Is there any reason why you would lower your confidence level? Any reason at all?
Right now, man, no. Like, I don't even think Josh Manson is going to play in Game 3. He wasn't on the ice today. Joel Kiviranta.
It hasn't mattered.
You don't need him, man. You don't need him.
But Raj, this is interesting because he was on the ice for a full practice on Saturday.
Right.
So what's going on?
I think that they're just treating it with kid gloves right now. I don't think they're looking past the Wild, but they understand that if Josh Manson isn't ready to play in a Western Conference final or a Stanley Cup final, that severely hampers their ability to win a cup. So I think they're just treating it slowly, and I'm okay with that. The word out of Minnesota today was that Jonas Brodin and Joel Eriksson-Ek have not even touched the ice. Like, they haven't done this since their injuries.
Oh, Raj is on the
that's
ice.
That's insane to me. I don't think we're overlooking anything. I think you're looking at a dominant team playing against an injured unit in Minnesota that gassed themselves against Dallas. I think the Avs are going to continue to roll. I don't think it's going to be easy, but they're buzzing.
Listen, they're on a roll now. They can keep the roll going. I said, Raj, yesterday that you're going to get maybe the best effort you could possibly get from Minnesota, home crowd, first game back. So on and so forth. If you can just handle the pressure early, take care of business, and win Game 3, this thing's over. That being said, and if they do that, man, you got to start talking about, and I heard them talking about this on ESPN or TNT the other day, you got to maybe look at this team could go down as one of the best teams ever.
Oh, my God. We're having that conversation?
Well,
we're doing that.
When you're having hockey guys sitting there say that after the second period, this might be one of the best teams I've ever seen.
Dude, there's only been 3 teams, I believe, that have started a postseason with 8 or more consecutive victories in the history of the league. Now, there's been, I think, 13 if Carolina does it tonight to start off with 7 straight. And I want to say 10 of those 13 have gone on to either win a cup or at least be in the Stanley Cup final. You're looking at one of the most dominant teams thus far. Obviously, they still have a long way to go. 16 wins is really, really difficult. But I think they're going to get a really big punch. I think you're 100% right, Scotty, that it's going to be a really difficult one for them to get through. I said earlier today on the morning sprint, I think it's an overtime game. I don't think you're getting out of this playoff series against Minnesota without winning one in OT, and I think it's going to be Saturday night.
Okay, Kiviranta, any sight of him?
Yeah, Kiviranta was back on the ice today beforehand and joined the Avalanche for practice today. So he's getting closer. I don't know if he's completely ready. We'll learn hopefully in a few minutes from Jared Bednar whether or not he's going to be available to be in the lineup. But at this point, man, even if he's healthy, I'm not changing anything right now. I'm keeping Ross Bolton in there. Until something breaks, don't change it.
All right, so Bedsy hasn't talked yet. So why don't we say goodbye to you and you can go do that and talk to him. Do you want him to?
He had to get off because they got the snow dude on there.
The
Scotty, do you want me to? I can do it right now.
He can do it.
I don't want you to get in trouble. And I don't
he's
want
not going to get in trouble.
I don't want you to get run over by the Zamboni.
He's not going to get in trouble, and he's not going to get run over by the Zamboni.
Are we sure?
Positive.
Okay.
It's family sports.
I think I can do this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until that Zamboni, which is behind me right now, completes one more lap and turns away, and then I'm going to do it on the other side.
So you're going to do it so he can't see you.
That is exactly what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
Scotty, that's
then
been
all of a
my
sudden he's
entire
going to yell
life.
at you, and your credentials going to get pulled.
Without a doubt. That's been my entire life, man, is I'm going to slash someone in the back of the shins, and then I'm going to run away and make it look like someone else did it.
All right. Well, this is pretty visual for radio, so I don't know how long we.
That's why you should watch us on.
All right. Never mind, Raj.
YouTube.
That's okay. All right, Raj. Get there with Bedsy, and we'll see here. If you got anything interesting, report back. All right.
Bye, guys.
All right. See you, Raj. Good job. Wow. I got to admit, I'm impressed. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, Usually, like the internet connection down there at Family Sports is absolutely terrible. So that was really cool that Raj was able to do that.
Well, he got the super duper phone.
He does. He's got something.
Got the Avs phone.
So we'll hear what Bednar has to say. Kiviranta back out. I wonder what happened to Manson, man, because he looked close. He looked really close.
Well, maybe it's a Peyton Watson thing, and they just want to make sure it's 100%.
Is that what the Peyton Watson thing is?
Yeah, they just want to make sure it's 100%.
Okay.
And instead, time ran out.
That's all it was.
That's all it is.
Yeah, you're saving Peyton Watson.
Just needed another day, 24 hours.
You probably need him against San Antonio.
I'll tell you this, man. If the Avs can win this game 3, because, I mean, the series will be over at that point.
Clearly.
This has been like the least stressful playoff run I could ever imagine. I mean, you're winning game after game.
Well, you're forgetting a lot of 2-1 games in that first series.
I know, and there was one where you were down and you had to tie it up late. But other than that, you've been leading even in the close games for the most part.
Yeah.
And you've had this huge break between one series. You've got this huge break between game 2 and 3.
Which I think benefits the Avalanche even more than Minnesota.
I do too. And then, I don't know what's going to happen with Anaheim and Vegas. Hopefully, Anaheim won last night. So we'll see if they can battle
that
it
series
out.
1-1, right?
Oh, gosh.
So you know what? I think it is.
1-1, yeah.
1-1. So now all of a sudden, if you can take care of business here,
you're going to have
and
more
that
time.
series goes 6 or 7, you might have another couple days.
It's a lot of rest the entire way.
Usually I'm the one stepping out on a limb and making big declarative sentences and statements. It does feel weird to me how many people are just proclaiming, like the conversation you just had.
Yeah.
This
is the game.
This game feels a little weird. Don't you think?
Yeah. I think they're going to be coming out for Bear.
Out for what?
Bear. Bar. Because some days you get the bar and sometimes the bar gets you.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
They really shouldn't win this game, should they?
No.
They've won 6 in a row. The Wild are a good team. They are now rested. They are at home. The Avs should probably lose. And it doesn't, even if they were to lose the game, it's not an indicator of losing the series. Just in life, in series. Like the Avs who won in 22, they lost 4 games. You lost games in series and still won the series. It just feels like one of those games.
And one of those series, those 4 games, you lost 2 to St. Louis, I believe.
You lost 2 to St. Louis. Sure did.
Like 1 and 5.
You lost game 2.
You know what's so great though is like even if something insane happened and you lost the game, there's literally nothing that could derail this confidence right now. I mean, okay, so you lost a weird game. Oh well.
Oh yeah, I think this is like the lap of luxury the Avs are in. Even if this is not a must-win game for the Avs.
No,
not even close.
I remember when I was on the Piss team that won the whole thing. Every series it was let's finish this thing because we wanted rest. We wanted 2 or 3 days off in between series starts. And I think if this, and I do think they're a championship team, they're saying the same thing. Don't dink around. Let's get this thing taken care of tonight, Saturday. Let's get this thing taken care of, finish it on Monday, and then let's have 3 or 4 days off again, boys. You remember how good Tuesday was? Remember that blackout day? Good, we'll get another one.
All of a sudden, it's like the sound of crickets coming from the angry Minnesota fan bases.
They are seeming to be more passionate about but you know what? They probably also knew they were the better team.
I wonder how they're feeling about Tyler's Wolves after last night. Now they're Wild. It'd be a rough weekend in Minnesota.
Are you ever going to get Paul on so you can apologize?
No.
I don't think so.
So you ended that relationship, didn't you?
He canceled us.
Yeah, you ended the relationship.
No, he was scheduled to be on.
And you ended the relationship.
You're missing the point.
No.
You're missing the point. He's saying he canceled because you ended the relationship.
He was scheduled after all the shizzle went on.
Well, but the one article came on the day of he was supposed to be on. Where you were killing him.
We scheduled him after that. He said yes after that. Dan, back me up.
And then he disappeared.
Yeah, but he had already agreed to come on with us after. Dan, help me out here. You right?
He agreed.
He agreed after all that stuff.
Yeah. He ended the relationship. Yeah.
We can have Paul Allen on any damn time you want. I don't care. He's the one that canceled on us, not the other way around.
I think you're deflecting.
I was being a nice guy because I didn't bury him.
He had a church thing going on. And he canceled.
What did he say?
I got the text. I'll show you the text.
What did he say to him? He did what?
He had a church thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good. He went to church. So we call back and say, how about today?
No, we haven't heard hide nor hair of him since.
Well, but
I don't know if you understand what really
Where
happened
are
here.
all these weird phrases coming from? What did you just say?
Hide nor hair?
Hide nor hair.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Why are we speaking like we're 80 all of a sudden?
I don't want you to catch your death out there.
I don't know.
Okay. We'll come back with Jeff Legwold. We have some interesting quarterbacks in town this weekend. Details next.
Hey guys, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration and do it today. Call them at 720-459-HAIR. Ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, simply fantastic at what they do. And they believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. But that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, talk to us about the quarterbacks that'll be out there for the Denver Broncos this weekend. I think it's a fun story. I don't know if it's a meaningful or deep story, but I think it's kind of fun who they have throwing the ball out there.
Yeah, you got to have some arms, you know.
Right.
But, Nathan Peterman's been around. To say he's had some ups and downs is, he's had some ups and downs. But, I know awful lot of scouts I know were of a mind that a lot of people should take a look at E.J. Warner, Kurt Warner's son. So, I think it's always good. I think this is Sean Payton's MO. He likes looking at quarterbacks around. I mean, that it's a rare, I've said it's a rare thing, but the New Orleans Saints one season kept 4 quarterbacks when they cut to 53. So this is a position he obviously covets, and you got to have some folks throwing the ball. So I think they'll probably want to take a look to see what training camp may look like if they need some arms.
Well, is Peterman or Warner possible practice squad guys? Or is it really just this weekend and that's a wrap?
I think that's up to them, DMac. If they somehow get noticed, I think Sean's always said he goes by what he sees. So it is an opportunity. I think it's a long shot and all those things, but I think any player would tell you, just get me on a field and give me a chance. So, I mean, it's pretty common for them to have tryout guys and all those things in for this time of year. So, and again, they didn't draft a quarterback, so you're going to need somebody throwing in these workouts.
Yeah, and most teams at least, and Sean hasn't always done this, but most teams do carry 4 quarterbacks going through OTAs and into training camp. So I think that one of them's got a shot at getting signed.
I think you're right. I mean, again, you got to have some people, wide receiver teams always want a lot of wide receivers going into training camp because it's a high octane position in terms of how much you're running, and they want to have arms. And, we don't really know how much Bo Nix will or won't be limited in training camp. I keep being told he'll be a go and everything will be okay, but you don't know if that's day 1 or week 3 of training camp. So I think all of this is just part of due diligence and being ready.
Of their draft picks that they had this last draft here, Jeff, anybody you think, I'll be surprised if this guy doesn't play?
Jonah Coleman, I think, has a real shot, the running back, and Onedum, the 3rd rounder, the defensive lineman, Tyler Needham. I think those 2 guys have great chances of carving out some playing time. Coleman, I just, I had him, sort of in that area where they took him, but that's just, he's got an NFL style about him. And I think Onedum is just at a position where his skill set fits. And if he is ready to go physically, strength-wise, and all of those things to take on guards and do all that, I think he has a real chance. Now, I think the guy that's going to show up in the preseason games and be sort of the guy fans are like, hey, this guy, I think will be the linebacker, Murdoch, because I'll be stunned if he doesn't knock the ball out here and there in a preseason game because, look, I've done this a long time. I've never seen a guy with 17 forced fumbles in a defensive career in college.
Jeff, I heard some rumblings through the grapevine that Cage Casey, the tackle they drafted out of Boise State, is actually probably going to start out at guard. Can you verify that? Have you heard the same things?
Well, I know they've talked about it because everybody talked about it with him. I personally believe he is a tackle to start and see. I mean, you play the position, Tyler, so, I don't want to put words there, but I think he has the capabilities and that he finishes and he's got that little bit of an edge to him. I think that's a tackle. But almost every team I talked to leading up to the draft thought he could kick inside, and I think the Broncos have discussed it in a way of he could play both, which is, in terms of roster management and all those things, that's a pretty good luxury to have. But I think, from what I'm hearing, I think he will get snaps, whether we see those snaps, I think during the offseason and OTAs and camp and walkthroughs and all of those things, I think he will see snaps at both, and they'll kind of make a call at that point where to start him in his rookie year.
Jeff, as an investigative reporter that digs deep in every story he gets into, is not afraid of a little hard work and to put on some elbow grease. What's your straight poop on Bo Nix, this injury, the second surgery, and what can transpire and who maybe to believe and not believe?
My best information is that this is something in all the surgeries, at least, not the fractures. The fractures are just things that go on when you play football, but there are just it's a very complex joint. There are a lot of little bones. There are a lot of things going on in your ankles, and they support an awful lot of weight from your body and force. And he's got, my understanding is there are certain biomechanical things that are different in him than some other people. Doesn't mean he can't play 14 years in the NFL and be fine. It just means they might have to look at what kind of cleats he's wearing, how they handle the offseason, what kind of, will he need further procedures moving forward? All of those things are to be determined. But I think how he goes through workouts and his season and all those things, I think they're just going to have to look at everything. But whether or not they say it publicly or not, I mean, we all have, things in our, players are different across the gamut in how their bodies are constructed. Some people have, different variances in their knees or whatever. I think it's just one of those things, and he and the Broncos are going to have to deal with it. And if it keeps popping up in those things, they'll probably have to decide what that means. But I've been told by many people I trust that there's no reason he can't have a long and successful career, but it is something the team and him are going to have to deal with along the way, because you can't just go get new ankles.
You can't just get.
As far as if you could, man. I would get a couple new ones.
Hey, speaking of body parts, we've heard of the song Betty Davis Eyes, and I think this minicamp is going to be Jonah Coleman's thighs. And we sort of went through this last year, and before that, it was Audric Estime's back.
Estime, yep.
So there seems to be somewhat of a body fascination with rookie minicamp, Jeff.
Actually, you say Betty Davis Eyes. It's really funny. Kim Carnes sang that song, and she lived in Nashville. And I had a friend at the Tennessean who wrote a story one time, and just kind of as a funny thing, had a Betty Davis Eyes reference in the story, and she actually called the sports department to say thanks, and then we made her a guest picker for the NFL games that year. So there you go.
That's cool. Look at that. Good for Kim Carnes, man. That's good, Jeff. You get the reference.
I picked up that phone that day. Yeah, this is Kim Carnes. I thought she was kidding around.
You still got that number somewhere?
But Jeff, if it sounded like
these are phones. These are like old phones, Scotty. They didn't have caller ID.
Jeff was on one of these with the cord.
Yeah, no, hey.
Hi, this is Kim Carnes. Kim Carnes here. Hi, Jeff.
No, it's Jim Wyatt, who now he did such a great job covering the Titans for years, and now works for the Titans and their digital media. But Jim Wyatt was the guy who wrote the story, and right. Kim Carnes called the paper, and we made her a guest picker.
That's fantastic. All right, last one here. Next I think it's Wednesday or Thursday, the schedule release comes out. Where are you guys with schedule release? Funny announcement things. You like them? Don't like them?
Stupid.
Stupid.
Love them.
Love them. I kind of, I'm 6'7" on them. I'll bring it back.
They were kind of funny the first 5 years.
Well, the Titans always do a pretty funny one. They've done the same one year after year. They go down there on Broadway and they just talk to clueless
There's a
people.
lot of pressure for these, though. I will give you that.
It's turned out to be like that.
Oh, it's the digital media department's Super Bowl around teams. So,
right,
yeah.
as it's turned out. All right, what are you expecting for the Broncos schedule? We know the opponents already, but
yeah, you go to the AFC Championship game, you're getting some primetime love. So
Yeah.
I think there'll be a lot of odd day games, in there. Thursdays, Saturday, Sunday, whatever. I think
are
there's
they
going to be a lot of.
Are they traveling overseas this year or not?
Mexico City,
or playing in Mexico? Are they doing any of that?
It's still possible.
It
I
is.
mean, I keep hearing. I mean, not all the opponents have been set for all the games. Now, I think a lot of the home teams, quote unquote home teams, have been decided, but there's still a chance that could appear somewhere on their schedule.
You know what? It's the Nuggets that have already announced there's going to be one of their home games in Mexico City.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There is a chance it doesn't come out next week, that it's the week after, but I think they're still working through some of the things.
Oh, so it's not next week necessarily. Maybe not.
It's not etched in stone. Everybody think, including a lot of folks at ESPN who is a rights holder, but they think it's next week, but nothing's set in stone yet.
Hey, I got to just ask one just kind of off
Stupid
the
one?
cuff,
Dumb one?
stupid question. We know Sunday's Mother's Day, and you've had a lot of NBA coaches and execs call you mother something. I was wondering if anyone ever sent you a Mother's Day card.
You don't get a lot of cards. Most stuff I get has exclamation points at the end of it. So there you go.
Well, Jeff's cards.
Happy Mother's Day.
Just look for the section in the Hallmark store where it says Mother's Friends, and the mother would be right next door.
Right next to it. Yeah.
Right. So you just look right there.
Kind of a dark web at Hallmark.
Very dark.
When I worked construction, I had a guy I worked with who always said mother's only half the word. So there you go.
Okay, Jeff, we'll talk to you next week. Enjoy rookie minicamp, and we'll talk to you then. See you, Jeff. Thank you.
I think we're going to be out there Saturday to view.
Saturday, is that it? Okay.
I believe so.
All right, maybe I'll drag my lazy ass out there and look at Jonah Coleman's thighs for myself.
Who's the tight end with the big hands? Don't they have a tight end?
Who?
A tight end.
They got two tight ends. They got Joe Lee and they got
I think it's Joe Lee supposed to have these monster hands.
Does Joe Lee have monster hands, Jeff?
I think he left.
Oh, he left. Right. See, you get the good question.
Yeah.
And then I had that one. I think someone was talking about, I heard it maybe on this station that they were talking.
Is it like Les Grossman hands from Tropic Thunder, like Tom?
Like Val hands.
Oh, which Val?
Valanciunas.
Valanciunas. There's two big Vals here in this.
That's right.
Will there be two big Vals here next year?
No.
Oh, really? He's got a 2-year contract.
No. Go to Greece, bud. You're good.
Go to Greece.
Yeah.
You're ready to get him gone.
Sure. Yeah.
See you, Val.
I mean, no offense, but I mean, on my list of priorities of people that I'm willing to depart with, sure.
Well, he did sign a 2-year deal. I think it's
2 years left on his contract.
Yeah, okay, go on. You can go to Greece. We'll let you out of the deal.
Well, they'd have to cut him, right?
No,
They ain't going to cut him and just put him in. It has to be a mutual agreement.
We're going to allow you to go where you want to go, and you're going to have to give up the rest of your contract.
That would be cutting him.
No, it's different because cutting him, you would have to pay it.
What's your scenario? I'm confused, I guess.
Scott, can you help me?
You're basically letting him out of his contract to go play in Greece.
You're voiding the contract.
Okay.
But it has to be a mutual thing.
Yeah, why would he do that?
Because he wants to go to Greece.
Because he wants to go to Greece.
He doesn't want $10 million?
Well, he might make 8 or 9 there.
All right. You think he's done playing in the NBA?
No.
I don't think so either. By the way, you know what tipped me off on that one? The reason I think he'll want to stick around? I saw his kids. His kids are American. Like, you think he wants to take... Do you think his kids, who are school-age kids, want to go to... Where? Turkey? Greece?
Greece.
Why would they want to do that? What? Can you imagine your dad just says one day, guess what? We're moving the whole family to Greece? And you're like, what? Dad, what the hell? Why would you do that?
Well, closer to grandparents.
You think a 12-year-old cares about that?
Well, listen, there's some people will travel 3 or 4 hours by plane to see their grandmother as opposed to 2 blocks to see their mom.
The 12-year-old was in California, Colorado. Like we're accustomed to this sort of thing.
Greece?
Sure.
I'd hate my parents if all of a
They
sudden
got beautiful oceans, man.
You think that's what a 12-year-old cares about?
Yeah.
I bet you Valanciunas is back next year, boys. I bet you he's back. I'll bet you a coffee if somebody wants to take that wager on me. Finding backups for the Joker is not easy. They got him under contract. Who else? Give me a name. Give me somebody else that comes close. You don't. These 7-footers like Valanciunas, they do not grow on trees, my friends.
You remember when they drafted DeRon Holmes? They told us he's going to be a backup center.
So ridiculous.
He's like a small forward.
It's like a toothpick. It like blows away in the wind. He's got all the toughness of like wet toilet paper, with a janky jump shot out of Dayton. It's another bad pick. I'm trying to figure out which pick is worse, DeRon Holmes or Jahdae Barron. They both play about the same. What the hell is DeRon Holmes supposed to do for this team?
Rebounds, hit corner threes.
Okay. How's that going?
Well, he hadn't got no run.
Yeah. Superstar in Grand Rapids. They're naming streets after him in Grand Rapids and can't play in the NBA.
There's a whole bunch.
He's too small. Like he went to Dayton, guys. Like, yeah, you dominated at Dayton. What are we doing here?
Well, you're paying for the sins. You've said this with the Broncos. You pay for the sins of bad draft classes. You were on John Elway for that 1 or 2 year spot in 11 or 12 or whatever it was, or 17 or whatever, that he had this just horrible draft. And listen, especially when your team that's drafting low 20s.
Well, you want to know why?
Further,
you want to know?
You can't have bad drafts.
You want to know why you look old? Why you look slow? Why you look cumbersome compared to the Minnesota Timberwolves? Because you don't like the guys that you drafted.
Right.
Because you don't utilize them.
All right. No dumb questions. We got that coming up for you next. Hey, it's DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. Others, their rewards, same old, boring. Fanatics, well, come on. Fan Cash. It's the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team and league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you can't get at other sportsbooks. Convert your Fan Cash to profit boosts, and you can even bet with it too. With Fan Cash, you're getting access to the world of sports every single time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook. So switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, you know, when it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. Scott asked, and ye shall receive. Raj, after he was off with us, set his phone down, and he did a head-first dive right on the ice where the Avs were just practicing out there at Family Sports. He whoa! And was skidding right there on his belly and his front side, just right on the ice, right for you. He did it. Ask, and ye shall receive. So, you know.
Kind of cool, right?
Yeah. Just having a little fun in the middle of the day.
I should know that when you go like this, to me, I haven't turned my mic on.
My arms are not long enough.
No, I know,
I would just do it myself.
At least twice a show.
I'm like, douche.
Now, would you scold Dan for turning your mic on for you?
Well, he used to. When we first started,
I know, but see, I personally, I would get mad if somebody turned my microphone on because I want to be in control of it. But this has been going on. I'm just wondering if we maybe want to start thinking about a different solution.
When we first started, Dan always turned the mics on, always turned them off, so I just kind of gotten used to it.
Okay, so you want him to turn it back on?
Oh, I don't care.
Okay.
By the way,
pay more attention.
Scott Wedgwood and Gabe Landeskog in the locker room said they both spent time making snowmen, like Frozen. What's the snowman's name in Frozen?
I don't recall.
Oh, come on. It's a famous guy, right?
Yeah, I know.
It's like,
I know.
Gizmo?
I picture him. He's got I don't know.
Jack Frost.
Frobo?
No.
No, come on, man.
Frodo.
No, it's not Frodo. That's
So where's this
Frosty.
character from?
No, it's not Frosty. Frozen, the snowman in Frozen. What's his name?
I don't know.
Elsa.
Ask me one more time.
What's the snowman's name in Frozen?
Jack.
No.
That doesn't feel right.
That was a Batman guy.
Anyways, I'm sure the text line will light up.
Eh,
You guys are the ones with the kids that have seen the movie. I haven't. My kids are too old. They wouldn't see that movie.
Now look
I
at
have
me.
not seen Frozen.
Now look at me and ask me, why don't you remember a name?
Well, but you remember like point guards from 1971.
That's because short term is gone.
How did you get that guy from the 70s who scored like 40 points for the Nuggets that one game back in the day?
I know him.
How the
well,
hell did you get that?
Because I know him.
All right, but you don't know the snowman in Frozen? You got to have watched that with your kids. You both have daughters. You must. Olaf. Look at the look at the text line. Oh my God. Look at our Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. One more.
Olaf.
It's Olaf. Seriously, you guys go. It's like 90 Olafs are now on the text line.
I said Olaf, didn't I?
Is he Eastern European?
It's Olaf. Olaf. You did not say Olaf.
He's Swedish too, probably.
All right. Anyways.
What if he goaltends?
Olaf.
Well, I tell you, when Olaf sings that song about sunshine, wasn't that just touching?
No dumb question. Do you feel stupid? Hold on. Time out. Do you feel stupid about shoveling today?
No.
That's all I could think of this morning when I walked out and everything was just melted.
I just don't believe you that there was a necessity to shovel.
Yeah,
I agree. Shovel if you got a shovel. But the necessity, my sidewalks literally didn't have a speck of snow on it.
Yeah, mine did. Mine had about a 5 feet path on my sidewalk is probably 20 feet long, and I probably had this 5 or 6 foot path that was covered with probably 2 inches of snow.
Yeah, but like the delivery guy, it's that important on that one day? Like that.
Have you ever heard of the word lawsuit?
Oh my Lord, that's what you're worried about?
Well, I don't want somebody coming in my
the
thing
Amazon
and
driver
slip.
suing you. That's what you're scared of.
I mean, listen, I got an umbrella policy, but do I want to use it? No.
No dumb question. After Minnesota took,
Plus, you drag it in the house.
What?
You drag the wet.
We're still
feet
talking about this.
Olaf.
After Minnesota took belt to ass with the Timberwolves, Tyler, will you remain in the shanties catching his death, or will you show his shoes on the Wemby Express? Wow, that is a complicated thing there. I think the question is, Tyler,
am I going to jump ship?
Yes, I think that's it.
Hell no, I'm not jumping ship. They're a young team. Young teams are going to do this sort of thing. You know, they're young, they're talented, they're hungry, and then they're stupid. They're young, talented, hungry, and stupid. And also a little bit disturbing that McDaniels could just be like a 10 out of 10 player against Nuggets, but apparently against anybody else, he goes back to a 3 out of 10.
He was pretty good game one. I'm telling you, game two, they got game one. They got happy. They probably went down the River Walk, had some Pearl beer, and thought hey, we already did our job. That's a young, immature team. I've seen it happen a million times.
Do you think Minnesota will come back to life and win the series?
They'll win game three. Game four is a nifty one. I think it'll go back to – I think there's a good chance it goes back to San Antonio 2-2.
Do you think the Nuggets would have a better chance of beating the Spurs than the Timberwolves?
Yes.
Why?
Just they match up better, and San Antonio's not real physical.
Would you be surprised if this sparked the Spurs to just clean them up and win the next 3 in a row?
No.
You will not be surprised at that.
No,
happens.
because you gave in and you gave them confidence in game two by not showing up. You melded in game two, and I've seen teams all of a sudden bounce back and watch out. If you lose that by 3 or 4, and the Spurs sit down and go, dang, them guys are for real. Instead, you went, man, that game one's a fluke. Come on, let's go. Let them off the hook.
No dumb question.
I got one.
Is it? Are you guys slightly enjoying the fact that I'm sitting here watching the Rockies be tied for the worst record in Major League Baseball right now? Are you guys slightly enjoying
record?
it? It's the worst. They're tied with the Giants for the worst record in baseball at 14-23.
I'm a little surprised Giants are that bad. What happened to them?
Yeah, they're having a
When
hard
they
time.
They had a major fall from grace.
Hold on. When they were at 40 games, they were like close to 500, right?
They're not quite at 40 games. They win at the end of
30,
April.
30.
At the end of April, they were 3 games under 500.
Okay.
And they were like, I think 13-14 in the month of April. They had a pretty good April. They are now 14-23.
Remember what I said? It was after 40. That was when I was making my decision.
You know, I came on.
You had 3 more.
I came on here last week and I was like, listen, don't worry about the record. They're -5 in run differential. That's really, really good. You know what they are today?
They got blasted in one game. I bet they're -17.
They're -29.
Ooh, goodness.
So in basically 1 week, they went from -5 to -29, and they've lost now for the second time 6 games in a row, and they're down 2-0 in the bottom of the third right now at Coors. By the way, and I think we'd have to check it somehow, but I do believe last night with an attendance of just over 11,000, it might have been their lowest regular season attended game ever.
I've played in those games.
But think about that one for a second. It was a rescheduled game that was supposed to be afternoon. They moved it to night, and they had to remove like a foot of snow in order to play the game. Like, no dumb question. Who are the fans that went to that one? Like, who?
Friends and family.
And by the way, it wasn't even a 6:40 start. They moved the start to like after 7 o'clock.
Your son who lives there, and he just walked over and saw it?
I think you'd have to pay him to go see that game. No dumb question. Seriously, who the hell would go to that game last night? Why would you go to that Rockies game last night?
You paid $10,000 for season tickets?
If you got money for season tickets and paying $10,000, you are not going to that game. I mean, you got your fandom. I'll tell you this. Anybody who's a season ticket holder and went to that game because they have season, they are the greatest fans in the world. You are, whoever that is, if you're out there on the text line, text against Olaf, you are the greatest fan of all time.
Well, but also you got to imagine there's a few hundred that got tickets and a month ago they were going to come in from Montana for the weekend and they were going to be here.
The game was on Wednesday.
But they flew in. They got a business meeting on Thursday and say, hey, let's go to the Rockies game on Wednesday. We're staying down at the tech center. That was about 1,100 people.
Oh my God!
You know, I played in a series. We played Milwaukee. It was back when it was 3 out of 5 in the first round, and so we go into Milwaukee the first 2 games, and just get blistered.
Mm-hmm.
Come home for game 3 and 4, which we end up winning both those games. But I think they still have the record for the lowest home attended 5-game series attendance ever. I think we had like 3,500 and 5,500 at a basketball game.
Could you just hear casual conversations in the stands?
Just about. We played it up. They don't care about it. Let's show them. And we won both those games.
Last night on the broadcast, you could literally just hear people talking to each other. You could just hear casual conversations. They weren't even trying to be loud. You could just hear people talk. It was like that. You have a no dumb question. Do you still remember it? Or did you forget it already? You got it?
Yeah.
Keep it.
It's really not it's a waste. I'm just going to ask if you're going to watch the Champions League final.
Okay. We'll have the big question of the day, of course. That's coming up about the Nuggets. What would you be asking the Nuggets tomorrow? That's next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They've got the best inventory, the best customer service, the best prices. And if you're anything like me, you'll probably become a customer for life because I think relationships matter. I know them, love them, trust them, so I keep going back every time I need a new vehicle. And once you buy your first vehicle from Phil Long Ford, you're probably going to do the same thing, become a customer for life. It's one-stop shopping over at Phil Long Ford. You don't have to drive all over the state. Just go to Phil Long Ford. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. And they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and make sure that you remember that they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Before I ask the question of the day, I just want to point out the world's greatest fan who texted us that was at the game last night, at the Rockies game. And he's hanging out there with the guy wearing the Chris Bryant shirt. So
that answers your question.
As good of a fan as it is the person that texted us, and you are, the higher level fan is the guy that proudly wears a Chris Bryant shirt to a Rockies game and goes last night.
Listen, that had to have been really exciting to buy that Bryant shirt. Like in the first week that he was here, that had to have been really cool.
Can you imagine, like, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to this game tonight, and I am going to wear my Chris Bryant shirt. Go Rockies. That fan, whoever that guy is, needs his head examined, actually. Big question of the day. The Nuggets have their press conference tomorrow, and we can put a pause on the Avalanche as they're 2 days away from playing another game. But tomorrow, Ben Tenzer, John Wallace, Josh Kroenke, and David Adelman will all speak. What do you think the most important thing is for them to address tomorrow?
Gosh, I don't know what you can address.
Yeah, I mean, it's, there's a million things I'd love to hear them address. The things that they're going to want to address are not going to be the things.
Let me back up. If you could get an honest answer from you got one honest answer from all four of them. What would you like the honest answer to be about? What topic would you like it about?
What's who's the most realistic player that you could trade to get the most back for?
Okay.
Along those lines, obviously there's layers to it. What would you be looking for in return? Are we prioritizing positions? Are we prioritizing youth? I mean, there's a million layers that come underneath it, but I think that tells you, is Jamal Murray on the table or not?
Okay. So that's a management question for sure. Maybe a Josh question.
I don't even know what I would ask David Adelman. Like, I'm not even intrigued with David Adelman right now.
Okay. All right.
I would ask him, what have you learned? I mean, is there anything looking back at the series now you would have done different?
You don't think we'd get an honest answer from David if we asked him that?
Yeah, I think we would.
I think we would too, actually. I think we would. We might get a more honest
But is that intriguing in comparison to how do we make this roster work?
No, but it's two different questions. Like, you wouldn't ask
2 different positions.
You wouldn't ask Adelman about a roster move.
Well, that's exactly why I was saying I'm not intrigued by Adelman right now.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't know.
I might ask Adelman a question to get a true response. How did it feel to get booed by the home crowd? That seemed pretty tough. And what worries, concerns do you have about, keeping your job? That might be my question.
Well, none. I kept my job.
Yeah, but I said worries and concerns about it. Like, where were you at with it? And maybe more importantly, were you impacted by getting booed by the home crowd? To me, that was one of the harsher moments of the entire year, by the way. That was rough. And there was a lot made of it.
I never even heard it.
Oh, yeah. It's out there. Trust me. And I'm sure David heard it. I don't know how he wouldn't.
Was it after they lost?
Mm-mm. It was the game, I want to say game 5 when they came back here before the game.
Well, they won game 5.
I know he did. They won it, but they didn't win it pregame. They didn't win it when they were doing introductions.
Oh, for introduction.
Yes, sir. You're booing a coach who got you 54 wins, tied a record for road wins, got you through an injury season, won you a first-round series last year, and we're booing that guy? We're pitchforks and lanterns for that guy? Really? Okay. Well, what is
Shows
that?
you the power of social
Tide turns
media.
quick.
What's that?
Tide turns quick, and as of this day, if you were to poll the Nuggets fans, are you happy David Adelman's back? Say it'd probably be about 80% no.
Why do you think it has turned so quickly?
Well,
What about all the things I just said that are positive?
Didn't the same thing happen to Bednar his first full year?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yep.
What happened in his first year?
Oh, they were terrible.
It was like they won at 41 points or something.
48-point season.
It was the worst Avalanche season ever. But Patrick Waugh amscrayed right before the beginning of the season. Bednar was like, oh my God. I mean, seriously, when did Waugh leave? Like a month before the season was supposed to start?
Yeah, it was like right before training camp.
July or
right. So it was like you're just getting the best you can.
But you're
I don't think Bednar was. Do you think he was? Everybody hated his guts. Like
I was doing talk radio and talking hockey. There was a lot of dudes wanting him fired. A lot of dudes wanted him fired.
My memory of that time is just complete apathy with the Avalanche and some hope, perhaps, that some of the upcoming draft picks, which turned out to be spectacular, by the way, would be okay.
And they were.
And they were. And as it turns out, Bednar is a really, really good coach. You know what? All right, cool. That would be a nice turnaround if David Adelman followed the same path as Jared Bednar.
There was talks this year of if they don't win this year, they got to think about getting rid of Bednar. I've heard that talk out there.
Yeah. And if he survived that now because they're going to win a Stanley Cup. But I mean, if there was an early exit with this team, that would have been a very serious conversation.
I'll agree with you, but the likelihood of that happening was so small as long as the team was healthy as they were, and they could figure out the power play, which they did, and they could get goaltending that was valuable, which they did as well. Everything that they were expecting to happen with this team did happen. So, yes, I'm rolling my eyes a little bit. If all of that fell apart, I suppose heads would roll because the expectations were so high. But they didn't just meet expectations. The Avalanche have exceeded them. And we'll see. We'll see in Game 3. We'll be out at Stoney's on Lincoln, by the way, if you want to come join us. Thanks to Michelob Ultra. It'd be great to see you for Game 3.
No Kit Kat, though.
No Cat Cave. No, she doesn't want to. She kind of broke my heart on that one a little bit last night. Like, oh, come on. It's like kind of a date.
Free drinks.
I told her that. Did not move the needle.
Sal and Sean will be there. We won't have to pay for anything.
I know. Then I thought about it. I'm like, I can't really blame her.
Well, I don't know. You made a comparison yesterday: McCarr, McKinnon, Joker, and Murray. Would you say there is better surrounding talent on McCarr and McKinnon side or Joker and Murray side? And healthier?
That's a good question.
Here's a no dumb question for you.
Yeah.
If Aaron Gordon would have stayed completely healthy, this is why it's a stupid question because if some butts and candy nuts he wasn't.
Right.
Maybe if you want to put Peyton Watson there too. Are we in a different scenario right here with the Nuggets?
Yes, we are. And now it's come out too that Christian Brown, he was hurt. He was hurt the whole playoffs. So he was hurt too. He wasn't complaining about it, but he was hurt and it was impacting him. So if the Nuggets had the same health that the Avalanche have, and right now it's what? Josh Manson and Kivi Ranta. I mean, good players, but, that's like having, oh my God, Josh Manson and Kivi Ranta is the equivalent of having Tim Hardaway Jr. hurt.
No, I don't even know if it's that much. I think it's
less
Spencer Jones
and Julian Strother.
And Julian Strother hurt.
Okay, yeah, it's probably something like that. If the Nuggets had that degree of injury similar to the Avs, how would they be doing and everybody else is healthy? I think we would be talking about a game about the Spurs last night, boys. That's what we'd be talking about today. We'd be seeing how the Nuggets did in Game 2 against the Spurs. I think they would have handled Minnesota. That game two of that series against Minnesota, that was really it, man.
Are we still assuming Aaron Gordon at full health is capable of being a star?
Well, that
he
is
doesn't need to be a star, though.
That's a complicated question because
all right. To be the Aaron Gordon role that we've always needed him to be.
Well, I mean, you only got to go a season and a half ago, right? Middle of last year, he was.
I guess, but sometimes, guys, when you fall off, you don't fall off gradually. You fall off a cliff.
Yeah, and when you have injuries and you're 33,
it
32,
doesn't. You don't get
31. He's only
like
31.
he could get healthier, but he's not going to get better.
He's only 31.
He's been in the league 13 years.
Well, here's what I know. I mean, he can heal his injuries to the best of his ability, but he's not getting younger. He's not going to jump higher. He's not going to run faster.
No,
it's going the wrong way, and it's compiled with a bunch of injuries. So it's really just tough reality. There's no decision to be made. It's a really tough reality, but Aaron Gordon's just never going to be what you needed him to be for this team again.
So what are you guys expecting to hear tomorrow then? And we'll have it live on the air here, and we'll react to it, obviously. What are you expecting here? Nothing?
Yeah.
No big deal?
Disappointing.
Nothing to see here.
Work to do. Decisions to be made.
Well, they are going to get asked. Somebody's going to ask them, is every player available for a trade? And I expect them to give a relatively PC answer that confirms it. You know, like yeah, we're trying to prove our team, so everybody's available.
Okay. So no big deal.
Disappointed, work to do, decisions to be made.
Who's making the decisions, by the way?
It's confusing, isn't it?
A little bit.
Well, it's always been a confusing setup.
Who makes the call? These are gargantuan decisions to be made. Who's making them?
It's Tenzer, isn't it?
Is it?
No. Okay, Scott's shaking his head at me. That's what made sense to me. So Scott, correct me.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but like
Who makes him a Sakic McFarland?
I think McFarland makes most of the decisions.
I actually don't think Sakic is that involved anymore.
I don't think so either. Joe's there. He's attentive. I think he signs off on things, but Chris, I think, is the one in the weeds. Yeah.
So he's in the weeds, and then
I think
Sakic signs off.
Yeah. You know, Sakic's involved, but not like McFarland is.
Wait, Scott, who's making the decisions if it's not Tenzer?
Well, Tenzer's a lawyer, money guy.
I got it backwards. Wallace is
guy. Wallace is the talent evaluator. More of. I mean, Ben can do it too, but.
Yeah, but hold on, time out. If Jamal Murray being traded is in consideration, that's like a quarterback. Like that's got to be signed off at
that's got to be Josh,
the highest level.
I mean, I think there's two guys that got to be signed off by Josh. That's Jamal and that's Nikola.
Yes, I think you can. I think you could even deal with Aaron Gordon, and that doesn't have to go all the way up. Certainly, a deal with like Cam Johnson or whatever. That's whatever. Jamal Murray, dude makes $50 million a year, guys, and you just signed him to a deal that we hear Calvin Booth didn't even want to do, or at least it felt like that. Remember that last year? When we were talking about that?
Was 2 years ago, wasn't it?
Was it 2 years ago?
When they at the Olympics, remember we thought it was going to be signed, and then they got the Olympics and he didn't sign the extension, and it was like came home and it's like 2-3 months, a week, a month, and he finally gets the thing done.
My guess is Jamal's it's just too much right now. I think they probably hold on to Jamal. I think they offer Nikola the max contract, which they were kind of amping up for anyway, right? So you get that done. And then I think you make the toughest decision you've probably had to make in a long time, and you move Aaron Gordon. Because it's the only way you can possibly keep Peyton Watson.
That's not the toughest decision.
It's the toughest decision this franchise has had to make.
No, they got to make a tougher one.
That they've made so far. Name a tougher decision than moving on from Aaron Gordon.
They need to make a tougher one, and it's Jamal Murray. They need to make that decision, and it's the right thing to do.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I just don't think they're going to do it. I think it's going to be too hard to move on from Jamal.
I think they need to.
Well, again, I'm not going to necessarily disagree with you. Do you think they are going to?
You know, yes, I think it's very much on the table. Yes. That always comes down to what you get in return. But absolutely, I do think that they will consider it because their options are so limited. You get nothing for Aaron Gordon. You get nothing for Christian Brown. Like what Cam Johnson, cool. There's only one guy that could actually change things.
That moves the needle.
So how could they possibly not actually entertain this idea?
I've always said, so I'll always be consistent. When you lose, if you don't win a championship, the only team that earns a right to run them back is championship teams. And if you didn't win a championship, then I think it goes probably by layers. Did you lose the West Conference Finals? Did you lose in the semifinals? I mean, last year there was a false sense of security in the sense that you get to the second round against a team that won it, you take them to 7 games, and you had 2 of your starters hurt. And you were right there. So you say, okay, let's try to run this back. The injuries won't be as significant. You got a chance to trade Michael for a lower salary and now add 3 bodies basically because of that. So on paper, you look like you're much deeper. And listen, you can all be on David Allen, but you said a while ago, you won 54 games.
He did.
And you went through 2 months of just bizarro injuries.
And you set a record for franchise games won on the road.
Right.
With David Adelman in an injury-riddled year.
Yep.
Maybe defined by that remarkable win against Philadelphia on the road this year. And you ended the season winning 12 games in a row. And Aaron Gordon was injured, as was Peyton Watson in the playoffs. And now we find out Christian Brown was dealing with some things too. And it still came down to Jamal Murray having like a bad game. Or you probably win that game against Minnesota, and who knows what happens in Game 7. You probably win that too. So, I mean, let's be fair. And while the fan base, and I think it is driven by social media, by the way, kind of got all over Adelman, which they did, but I think that was completely fueled by the fanaticism and anger of a fan base that saw a couple of tough losses. And I'm telling you, you win Game 2, which you should have, it's a different story. But, okay, you lost Game 2, you lost Game 3 and 4. The crowd's upset. You get booed. You win Game 5. And then you're just, I mean, you're like, if Jamal could have hit 3 3-pointers and made a couple of more baskets, you probably win Game 6.
Yep.
But he couldn't. And he didn't. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. So Aaron Gordon is probably gone. Because at the end of the day, he's a 13-year vet who ain't going to get, he's never going to be Aaron Gordon that we remember. He's never going to be that guy from 23.
Who's a jumper, who relies on his flexibility and his mobility.
Yes.
Who's had lower body, soft tissue injuries. 2 years in a row at the key times. This year, basically all year.
Yeah, I mean.
To be honest.
And the one guy you have on the team that has at least a possibility of having some of that impact is Peyton Watson.
And backing him up, which he did, as you mentioned, that month of January, which he was, in there instead of Aaron Gordon.
And he was brilliant.
And you don't have him either.
So you got to make room for Peyton Watson. Christian Brown doesn't have any. You're not getting anything from Christian Brown.
You'd be surprised.
Guys, like in
the
in the Peyton Watson conversation, I know there's been these insinuations, maybe assumptions that are fair or unfair, that they're unhappy with him not being available. They don't have a choice but to keep him. There's no choice.
Oh, I'm there with you.
You got to get younger. You got to get faster. You got to get more athletic. Well, you got one guy that has got that for you right now, and we're not gonna bring that dude back.
Tough deal. Anyways,
but you got to deal with salary caps.
Yeah, but he's not that expensive in the big picture. Like, you can figure Peyton.
It'll be $27 million.
I know. In NBA money, that's not that much, actually.
Well, when your star player goes from 50 to 70.
Find a way to get rid of Christian, and you just swapped out.
Listen, if you could play, I'm sure if they had a magic ball and could do it all over again, they would have signed Peyton Watson, not Christian Brown, when they had the opportunity.
Zappolo threw out there in the Not That Tom Green show, Gorilla, I think. Right?
That's close enough. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Said that this year this team's got to go for it, and you try to win it, and you do whatever you can, and you make calls to the Clippers for Kawhi. You make the calls to Houston for Durant.
Yeah.
And there was another vet in there that he mentioned that you make calls to try to get those guys.
You know what? The Barkley Draymond Green thing yesterday was, man.
I didn't see it.
Oh, it was awkward. Because what Barkley was basically saying is like, can you...
Like, Draymond's just an idiot. He's trying to fit into a club that he hasn't earned the right to fit into.
Yeah. Barkley, though, was pretty honest. Like, he was just like, you guys are done. You guys are old. That's it. And could you ever imagine trading Klay Thompson? When you were watching Golden State in their heyday, right?
Yeah.
Could you ever imagine that team without Klay Thompson?
No.
Okay. Could you ever imagine the Mavericks without Luka Doncic?
No.
Okay. Well, can you imagine the Denver Nuggets without Aaron Gordon or Jamal Murray?
Now I can't.
There's always moments in a franchise's transition where you've got to move on if you want to rebuild who you are. Or what Charles was saying to Draymond is, you guys are just old. And Draymond was like, well, there's still things for us to accomplish. And he was setting the bar lower than a championship. And that was a shocking conversation to me, to hear Draymond Green more or less say, we can have a successful season without winning a championship if we achieve other things.
I thought you were just talking about when he told Chuck that he sucked when he played for Houston.
Well, that when Chuck got on him about that, his retort back to Chuck was,
so make it personal.
He did, because then it was like, well, it doesn't look as bad as you looked in Houston. Like, you think we're bad, we don't look as bad as you looked when you were in Houston. I think he was trying to be funny, but like Tyler just said, he hasn't put enough money in that relationship bank for that to come off really
He's
funny.
trying to be Shaq, and he didn't realize the relationship Shaq and Charles had.
Correct. So it just, I thought it was hard to watch, Tyler. I don't know.
Yeah, it was uncomfortable. It was
right?
weird. Yeah.
But essentially, the criticism, Chuck was just being honest. You guys are old. You got nothing left. Whatever. I mean, in all honesty, the Warriors should be getting rid of everybody. Steph, Draymond, whatever. It's done. It's a wrap.
Well, I'm ready for Steph.
Oh, yes. I mean, but you realize if you do that, it's 1 year. You got 1 year to make the old guys work. Durant, if you got Steph Curry, anybody, that is a 1 year plan.
Could you imagine Steph playing with Joker, though?
Sure, it would be, but you realize it would only be for 1 year. Are they that close? Are they that?
With Joker,
no question. Are they that close?
No dumb question. Does Joker and Steph give you a better chance to be closer than Joker and Jamal?
I think you get some similar issues. You think Steph Curry's a great defender?
No, but he's no worse than Jamal.
Oh, okay, but he's going to get beat up the same.
Do you think Steph is a worse mover without the basketball than Steph?
They're both old. I don't know, Scott. I'd like to say yes. They're not going to get Steph Curry, by the way. No, they're not going to get Steph Curry. It's like another $60 million deal. They're not going to do that. I don't know. How much does Steph Curry make these days?
Probably between 50, 60.
Well, tomorrow will be an interesting day. We'll have it live here on Altitude, so stick around for that. In terms of Broncos minicamp, we'll get to all the details. Some interesting moves happening. Dan with the details next. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel like it. The energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge. Your mind feels weird. Sex drive is a mystery. Could be low T. Guys younger and younger are experiencing this. And if your game just isn't where it used to be, then maybe get it corrected with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more are there for you. Treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, be better in the gym, better in the bedroom, just better overall. You go into RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, go from there. They'll draw your blood, have results within 30 minutes. It's $99, a T and a PSA test there for you. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of the appointment, that visit is free. So don't ignore the signs, guys. Call today and take the first step towards feeling better again. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Physiotherapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Oh, God. That's funny. Let's play. Let's football go. Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Thank you, Brad. Everybody. Dan, we got some football news. Let's do it, Dan. Come on, buddy. Let's go.
Yeah, we've got rookie minicamp coming up this weekend.
There you go.
We talked about E.J. Warner yesterday. Kurt Warner's son has gotten an invitation, so he'll be there as one of the quarterbacks at the Broncos rookie minicamp. Also, Nathan Peterman, quarterback, will be tossing the pigskin around at Broncos
hear that name
rookie
without
minicamp.
thinking of Seinfeld.
I know, Peterman.
I can't think about it without thinking about 5 interceptions in the first half.
That dude is – NFL must love this guy because he just hangs around.
Do you remember him in Hard Knocks when he wasn't loud enough with his snap count and Gruden was like screaming at him to like just be louder? I'll never forget that. He's just yelling at him like, speak
God, I guess
up.
I forget that one, but I believe you.
Peterman, won't be loud enough. Knock if you hear me.
Knock 3 times if you hear me.
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, Nathan Peterman, man, yeah. I don't know what to say. It's okay, cool.
Has a quarterback that's done the rookie minicamp like this ever made the 53-man roster?
God, I don't think so.
These are just bodies.
Yeah. I remember when they brought the School of Mines kid in a couple years ago or whatever that was, and he was really cocky. He was like, yeah, I should be here.
What was his name?
I do not remember. But he had a great attitude. He walked around for 3 days like he's been in the league for 10 years.
Yeah.
He was borderline arrogant talking to the media.
Yeah, he was. I remember that. Yeah.
I'm looking at him like, dude, you are like 2 weeks away from working for Lockheed Martin. All right, next story, Dad.
Yeah, just an update with the Broncos draft class. So here are the rookies that have agreed to their rookie contracts. Justin Jolie, safety Miles Scott, Dallin Bentley, and inside linebacker Mr. Irrelevant Red Murdoch. The players that will participate in minicamp on injury protection deals, Tyler Onyedum, running back Jonah Coleman, and offensive lineman Cage Casey. They will be participating, but they have yet to sign their rookie deals. So just a heads up for you guys.
That's a new one to me, Tyler. What is injury protection contracts?
So meaning the contract is not signed yet.
Right.
I guess I don't know in terms of like what that means they would get guaranteed if the contract's not, but it's going to give them something guaranteed that if they get hurt.
I guess so. I don't even know what the whole
or maybe it's protecting in case you do get hurt that a pre-existing injury. Maybe they found a guy with milky white soft ankles.
I guess I'm confused by this because aren't all these contracts just slotted? Period. Like, what is there to talk about?
Yeah, more or less, but they all fight to be paid. Like, if you're drafted at number 25, they fight to be paid like they're number 23. You know,
stuff like that.
Yeah, or last year's guy at number 25 got X amount of dollars guaranteed. I want $10 more guaranteed than the guy last year in the same spot as me.
Because to me, it's like you're just quibbling about whatever. Who knows? I'm sure that'll all get done. Not worried about it. I'll tell you this. I don't think we've ever had more hype on a Mr. Irrelevant. Well, you know, there's a lot of hype on Chad Kelly, wasn't there? And he was a Mr. Irrelevant. But we never really thought Chad Kelly was going to play. Like this Red Murdoch guy, there's a lot of hype. Like this could be like a real steal, and he could do this, he could do that, the other thing. I guess I'm kind of curious to see Red Murdoch aside from Jonah Coleman and E.J. Warner.
He's a real ball hawk is what I'm told, DMac.
We keep hearing about it. The 17 fumbles caused, at the University of Buffalo.
Tackling machine, front foot, front shoulder.
Nickname of the University of Buffalo, Scott. What is it?
Bison.
Damn close. You're damn close. It's the Bulls. Buffalo Bulls. Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Justin Simmons. He was on with Kay Adams recently. Kay brought up the fact that the Broncos have slipped a little bit in their odds for next year's Super Bowl, but then they get into Bo Nix. What has Justin Simmons thought of the first 2 years of Bo Nix's NFL career?
No disrespect to any other quarterbacks, but from his class, like by far the best in his first 2 years of playing.
Really?
All he did was get his team to their first playoff appearance in 8 years, I would know. And then and then he immediately followed that up with an AFC championship berth, which we all were bummed that he wasn't able to play in that, but he's just a winner. So I don't know. I just don't believe in that stuff. I believe in what happens, and what we're seeing happening is he's the best quarterback right now.
You think Bo is better than Jaden and Caleb and Drake?
I think he's playing better than all of them. And I think when you're showing quarterbacks, you're not just going for the stats, right? You're not just saying like, here's the touchdowns, here's the interceptions, here's the passing yards throughout the season. Like ultimately quarterbacks are evaluated by their wins. And that's just how we've always evaluated it. So if we look at it from that perspective, I don't know. I would ask everyone else to tell me what they think.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
Well, DMac, tell Justin what you think.
Well, Kay went off the top rope of the sports talk conversation there on Justin Simmons. You know, he made his statement, and then Kay came off the top rope quickly with arguably guys who have been better. Drake May did go to the Super Bowl. Jaden Daniels was like the rookie of the year. Caleb Williams is doing things in Chicago they've never seen quarterbacks do in Chicago. I mean, I'm not saying Bo Nix was bad or anything, but Justin's proclamation that Bo's been the best out of that draft class is, and then his justification, not to go all advice here in sports talky, but your justification is the eye test. I mean, the eye test is kind of a weak evaluation of talent.
I would say this in that class. He's the first guy to 24 wins.
I just don't understand you, though, D-Mac, and I'm sorry to always keep bringing back to you, but I've had this argument with you so many times about this exact class. And every time I'd be like, I think Drake May's got something that maybe Bo doesn't have, or Caleb Williams. You're always like, really? What have they done? As of like 3 months ago, you had him at the top of the list, and now because he's got an ankle, all of a sudden he's not as good as them?
When situations change, his opinions can change.
Well, no. But yes, Scott, yes.
Maybe he listens to you.
Oh, you know what? I never actually considered that.
Don't.
Yeah.
No, listen, I understand what you're saying, and I'm much more in that camp right now. Listen, I think Bo Nix has been great and was a great draft pick, and I wish him the best. But listen, I'd be an idiot, more of an idiot, to not recognize Drake May got his team to the Super Bowl. You'd be a moron not to realize what Caleb Williams has meant to the Bears, and I think Jaden Daniels had a down year after a really great year. I mean, it was a sensational draft class.
I actually think that class is really fascinating because you can make a good argument for Bo to be the best of the group. You can make a good argument for Caleb to be the best. You can make a good argument for Drake May. And as of last year, Jaden was at the top of the list. So,
and by the way, I don't know if the book is written on Penix and J.J. McCarthy yet. We'll see. We'll see with both those guys.
Again, I'll just repeat myself. Bo Nix is the first guy to 24 wins.
Yeah.
So what are you saying? Do you agree with Justin Simmons? Bo Nix in that draft class is the best quarterback.
I'll say what
out of
I
that
said to
draft
that. I don't think that Sean Payton could have drafted a guy that fits Sean Payton's style.
That's not what Justin Simmons said.
Well,
he said he's the best out of that draft
Justin
class.
Simmons wants to go in the Ring of Fame.
By the way, in that interview with Kay Adams, Justin said he would come back to play for the Broncos.
I saw that. Just retired like yesterday.
Yes, and then he says he would come back and play for the Broncos.
He said there's one team he'd come back to play for.
I'd want $2 million too.
Should the Broncos bring Justin Simmons back to see what he's got left?
Well, your head coach couldn't take the time to come to the retirement presser, so I don't think there's.
I understand he sent Justin a very nice gift, and he was in communication with them, but he was out of the state. He was doing something. But I was told, to be fair, that he was very nice to Justin Simmons that day, although he wasn't present. But nobody was present.
I would go into camp and see what I like, and do I like my backup safeties? And then I would, if I don't, I would sit there and maybe talk to him and say, would you be interested? There's no guarantee of playing time, but would you be interested?
I would be entirely unafraid of making that phone call in week 3 if I had a safety drop.
Yeah.
If I, in week 8 I had a safety drop, I'd be entirely unafraid of that phone call. But right now, no.
No, you don't need to right now.
Justin's not in a position to ask for like a lot of money. But like if he was okay,
I bet he'd play for minimum here.
If he was okay playing for minimum, I am really not sure why you wouldn't bring him in just to see what he's got. I mean, why would it? There's not room for 91 international player, 91 players on the Broncos, and Justin Simmons can't be one of them just to see what he's got. Am I crazy here?
No.
I would. I'd bring him in to see what he's got.
And I feel like you need a safety. You drafted one, but it feels like you need a safety.
I think you're a little light in that department. What we got for safeties? We got
Well, we got PJ, we got Brandon, we got gosh, why am I drawing blank right now? Key.
Hufanga.
Forgot
about Hufanga.
There's your starter.
Hufanga and Brandon Jones.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Hufanga and Simmons.
Oh, man, they like Brandon Jones. He got hurt a little bit there at the end, but, yeah, Tyler's kind of right there. Not a lot of room there for Justin. Oh, boy, and he doesn't play special teams either.
Yeah,
I'd still bring him in, though. I would still bring him in because I think Devin Key is actually a witch in special teams. He's really good. He's really good in special teams.
Well, did you say PJ Locke,
no,
Tyler?
he does. I did.
PJ Locke's gone.
Yeah, he went to the Cowboys.
Yeah,
I
you're
think?
right. You're right. And he actually got a pretty decent deal to go to the Cowboys.
So it's Locke, it's Key, Hufanga, Jones.
JL Skinner and Miles Scott.
He drafted a safety.
Are you still trying to make the argument to bring him in? I'm not sure what we're doing.
I am a little bit, yeah.
Why?
I don't know, man.
Key, Hufanga.
It is tricky because Jones and Hufanga are definitely the starters. Ain't no doubt about it.
No.
And he wouldn't replace one of those two. He doesn't play special teams.
He'd be a hell of a center fielder.
You know what? No,
center fielder when you brought Hufanga up in the box.
I'm kind of with Tyler right there. Like week 3, if there's an injury or something. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense.
Of course.
Yeah. Justin should stay in shape. He should keep working out, man. Right?
Yep. Never know.
You never know. Keep doing your podcast, whatever you're doing, coaching, whatever guys do, but stay in shape. Crazier things have happened with the Broncos, man. Vaughn, what's Vaughn doing, by the way? Is he with anybody?
Vaughn's not with anybody. Vaughn's still campaigning to come back here.
He's kind of in the same boat as Justin is, right? You can get him on the world's most small deal, minimum deal, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Vaughn might be different.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I know that because he publicly stated, I'm going to be expensive.
Oh,
he said, I want to come back to Denver, but I'm going to be expensive.
He said that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not going to happen.
Well, if you could get him for 10, but then heavy loaded, with incentives that could pay him another 20.
They're so loaded that position though, Scott.
Yeah, what's expensive right now for Von Miller?
Yeah, I don't know. They are loaded. They're loaded at that position though. Broncos defense is kind of sick when you look at it, man.
I still think your weakest position is safety. And saying that, Hufanga
and Brandon Jones?
I'm not a big Brandon Jones guy.
Really? Oh, okay.
I think you can upgrade that.
He's a pretty good football player, man.
Yeah, man, yeah.
I think he'd be a great backup.
Their entire secondary is, whoa. All right. Damn.
Just saying.
Kind of tough.
Now Hastings wants a piece.
I mean, hey, Justin Simmons was a great center field, tall, long. He wasn't in the box sort of safety, but he was great center fielder sort of guy. Got a lot of interceptions.
Were we not just talking about him being retired 2 days ago?
I know.
What are we doing here?
Why did he bring it up with Kay then? Why did he say that?
Because she asked a question.
Yeah, Kay's pretty sharp.
Because playing for the minimum is more than you get paid for being retired.
You think it's a money thing?
No,
but
it's definitely not a money thing with Justin. Absolutely
not.
No,
but it's a smart thing that if all of a sudden they're going to bring me back and pay me $2.5 million.
You know what I think it really is?
I think probably making $2.5 million.
I'm living at home. My kids don't have to move. I don't have to live apart from them.
Right. I think the end of the road is just rough. Period for guys.
That's true.
I think it's rough. You guys have talked about it. If you could have scratched the itch one more year with the Nuggets and with the Broncos, I mean, would you have?
In hindsight, I would have.
I absolutely would have. I mean, look, Sean Payton getting cross-eyed with Justin Simmons made no sense in any world. It just didn't.
Right.
That was a leader. He was respected. I do understand that Justin had a big voice, but don't be afraid of a big voice. Put your arm around the guy and make sure you guys got the same message.
It's PHC here on 92.5.
Hey, when you picture your retirement, what do you see? Everyone's goals look a little bit different, and that's why your plan should be different as well. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they take the time to understand what matters most to you, and they're going to build a plan around that. Find out how at TrajanWealth.com. Guys, Trajan Wealth is a fantastic service. I met with them firsthand. They took the time to get to know my family, my finances, my needs, and I walked away calm and confident in my future. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth work as a true team, collaborating with you to fine-tune your investments and weather any market shift, because the wealth plan should fit you, not the other way around. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com. There's more to retirement planning than just crunching numbers, and the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth build strategies around real goals and real lives, not spreadsheets. It's your life, so make sure you meet with somebody that's going to make you feel comfortable. Visit them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, you guys want to take some bets? Rockies losing 2-1, bottom of the 6th. They have lost 6 games in a row. They swept the Mets in New York, but they're on the verge of getting swept. Do the Rockies come through or not?
Ninth.
What's that, Scott?
Walk-off double in the 9th.
A walk-off double. Scott's staying optimistic.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Good. Good.
3-2.
Non-pulsed?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to give me a defibrillator to do Rockies predictions.
I'm looking at the crowd. This has. If last night wasn't the lowest, this might be up there. I mean, we're talking less than 12,000 fans for Rockies games, man. It's something.
Hey, is today the last chilly day of the year?
Oh, that's a good question.
Last one.
I
You
know,
might need a sweatshirt.
Supposed to get a high of 69 today. Though.
I know we have a sunset.
It was a little chilly this morning, though.
It's our first sunset after 8 p.m. tonight.
Well, yeah, you're getting long days, man. You notice how bright? Yeah. Love it.
Yeah, Cat Cave likes to keep the curtains, and I'm like, it's 5:30 in the morning. I'm like, oh my god.
I know it's
I was
bright.
like, oh my lord, really? We can't close these up? No, okay. No, I am up. It's like, why can't you sleep?
I got a ray of
I don't
light
know.
That's why
directly
when I'll
into my
write you
eyeball.
sometimes at 5:30, you reply, and I'm like, what the heck's he doing?
Because it's like really bright.
What time does she get up normally?
She gets, oh my god, man, she's like 6:15. She is in love. You know who she loves? She loves Brett Kane and the Appetizer. She does, because it's all hockey talk these days. So she'll just sit in there. She listens to Brett. Have you ever heard the Appetizer with Brett Kane?
Yeah, I heard it the other morning.
All right. Well, she loves it.
Almost every day.
I was thinking maybe you probably shouldn't talk basketball on that show.
That's what you were thinking?
Yeah.
Wait a second. What did Brett say?
Here's what we know about Scott and our radio station.
What's that?
Well, everybody other than us sucks, and I appreciate that. He's a foxhole guy.
I am a foxhole.
What did you hear Brett say about basketball that just made you think that he shouldn't talk about basketball?
It's what we talked about earlier. He goes, why did you just go to the bench? Who?
What are you, an owl? Who?
Somebody need to be an owl on that show.
There's nobody on the bench you would have gone to.
Who?
I'm willing to listen.
Who?
All right.
You know how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop?
A 1, a 2, a 2. All right, I don't know. I don't know what to say. We'll see what they've got to say tomorrow. We'll have it on for you live, and we'll go from there. We'll try to figure out. It will be a nice reprieve. It'll be a Nuggets autopsy tomorrow to figure out what makes sense.
When do they do the guys clear out their lockers? You remember, you used to be able to get a lot of interviews then too, didn't you?
That's gotta. Are you kidding me? That's gotta be come and gone. I don't know.
Yeah, they long gone, right?
Yeah, I don't know if they really.
They're in different countries.
Gotta be at this point. Jamal is just straight out of Ontario at this point.
Did you guys not do it the next day, Scott? We would literally do it the next day. And we're the hell out of there.
Well, when was that game 6? Thursday?
It was more than a week ago.
Yeah, it was Thursday.
Yeah,
a
week ago.
I think we would have either Friday or Monday. You would have gone in and cleared out your locker.
Well, the report said Joker was at the Kentucky Derby, although there were no photos of it, but he was on lists and stuff.
How does Nikola Jokic go to the Kentucky Derby and nobody takes a photo?
That's a good question, actually. That's a good question. I'm curious if Joker will ever get into like thoroughbred racing aside from, the harness racing stuff that he does.
I think he loves horses, but I think you're talking maybe the next contract you can think about it.
Yeah, I heard the liquid's more expensive.
So he needs the next contract.
Hey, speaking of horses.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that Golden Tempo is skipping the Preakness?
Is that right?
Yeah.
A couple of horses have been doing that.
A bunch of horses. Exactly. Apparently, I guess I haven't been following it closely enough, but I've taken a keen interest in Golden Tempo for Ask Andy. It's an in-depth weird thing.
Okay.
But I'm but you know, I did my golden tempo research and yes, skipping the Preakness. What is the deal with these horses these days?
Did you know
Because
that
you lose a race after win the Kentucky Derby, all you can do is hurt semen value.
Load management is hit the animals.
Did Scott just say?
Well, you said what you said,
and then he said what he said.
Load management.
Right.
Unintentional.
Nope.
Worked
it
out
was
well.
it was perfect radio.
And let me tell you.
You know what, Tyler?
Yeah.
Take the headset off. You're done for today.
It was a mic drop moment, especially considering, as we found out.
Yeah, you did it.
Nate, all the horses were related to Secretariat.
They all were. Yeah, all 19 of the 20 that ran in this year's Derby were descendants of Secretariat.
We go from Scott's.
And now you know why a tube of Secretariat sperm was going for $500,000 each.
Yeah, not surprising. There's good money in it. Seriously, Tyler Polumbus, you're unbelievable.
We go from that.
Phenomenal.
The load management.
Yes.
To Secretariat, they're all related.
Yeah. I was going to make a joke about it, like these damn AAU horses, and Tyler won up to me so hard. That was amazing.
It just keeps on going.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't stop.
It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
But we don't want to make sure this joke limps to the finish line.
Oh, we're still going?
Limps.
And on that note, I just want to put a shout out for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Listen, if your horse needs some GLP peptides, all right, let's move on from that.
Our horse with the GLP peptides just left.
We're getting the big press conference tomorrow, boys. We're going to hear from everybody. You ready for it? You ready for some Nuggets information?
I have a lot of questions.
Do ya?
And I sure do. And
What
I
are your
would
top 5 questions.
Well, will you get any answers?
Top 5
Top
questions.
3 questions?
Yeah. It's like this is what Andy and I were talking about yesterday, and I guess this is more of a big picture thing, but this is like what I would like to know is in a roster reconstruct. I don't know if I want to say rebuild.
Where you can't stand pat.
Right, but well put. Is what are they prioritizing first? Is it continuity or is it change? And then if it is the change, what is the thing that they are looking for? Like I wrote down yesterday. I don't remember it all right off the top of my head.
Okay.
But DMac, these are the 4 things that I wrote down that I think they need.
All right.
4 elements of needs: durability, athleticism, playmaking, and nastiness.
Little attitude.
Yeah, they need all of those things.
So they need like Jaden McDaniels.
I was going to say yes, they need Anthony Edwards. Is exactly who
they
need.
really do. They need a 23-year-old superstar.
How
do you get one of them?
That's what's so funny about it is like because I can find players that fit those archetypes, but then you're like, why don't you just get one guy that has all that? And it's like, well, you mean an all NBA player?
What of those categories does Peyton Watson lack?
Scotty, why don't you fill him in with what you were telling me last night?
He may
did
not
get into this on the podcast.
He may not lack any of them.
Is that Peyton Watson?
He might be.
Is he
where was speed and quickness?
Well, I have that. That's in the athleticism, which I guess athleticism I think about. Then I think about length, and then I think about defense. Because typically, like you can't be an excellent defender without being an excellent athlete.
Is that Peyton Watson or not?
I hope it is.
Pretty good athlete.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Is he?
Yes.
To quote our good friends Herb Brown, I feel he has stiff hips.
Peyton Watson? Okay.
I think I would say he's got more wiggle than Christian Brown, but
well, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I think Christian Brown has stiff hips too.
He definitely does, which is that's something else he has to unlock. And the other, like the Christian Brown question is an interesting one because Andy and I were kicking around yesterday is like, is there a world where you run it back?
Oh, for sure they could.
They could
easily.
Could they though, Scotty? Hold on.
And
well, I mean, there's could, would, and should.
Absolutely. Which
well,
I
then
think
they would lose Peyton Watson though if they ran it back.
Right.
Because the team
would require, and there is a version of run it back that includes Peyton Watson. Obviously, that would move Cam Johnson. Like it's not as though they would do nothing, but it would maintain.
So the answer is no. You can't run it back.
Not completely.
But hold on, it's. I would argue that any roster that includes Jokic, Murray, and Aaron Gordon is run it back.
Oh, all right. Well,
wouldn't you?
You could easily do that.
Well, that's the key, and this is where you got to find out tomorrow. They're gun shy. Do they trust Aaron Gordon? Again, as we said after last year's exit from Oklahoma City.
Right.
Do you trust he'll be healthy next year? And
That's why durability was number one on my list, Scotty.
We said on our show all season long, they're a team that could contend for a championship if Aaron Gordon stays healthy.
Yeah.
Guess what?
Well, they could easily bring back the entire starting lineup. They already have Valanciunas under contract, so you could bring him back. Tim Hardaway is going to be a free agent, but I mean, you're all right. You could probably keep him if you really wanted to.
I think he's priced his way out of here.
Yeah, Scotty thought
all right.
the same thing too. You're both worried that he's going to be too
All right,
expensive.
then fine.
Right?
Yeah. Bruce Brown, you could clearly bring back.
Bruce Brown can be back.
You can bring Bruce back. Here's the thing with Tim. And I think, didn't he play on a minimum? Wasn't he like at 1.4 or 2.3, something like that?
Yeah, he was very affordable.
That even if someone offers him $6 a year, I mean, you're talking $3.5 million more per season. And for a guy that's closer to the end than the beginning, you get 2 years. So you get 2 years there. That's $7 million more you would make than if you stayed here and tried to win it.
But also, isn't Hardaway like symptomatic of what ails this team in the bigger picture of just he's another one-dimensional player?
Yes, and frankly, it's time for Julian Strother to be that guy. I mean, you drafted him. He's in that spot. He's of that age.
Well, look,
he should be that guy.
To that point, you're hoping Julian Strother is this year's Peyton Watson, where he just explodes in his next level of game.
He kind of needs to be.
I would take Julian Strother and be in next year's Tim Hardaway.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
Drop me about 200 threes. But come off the bench, be a guy who's averaging 12, 14 off the bench. I think. Listen, Tim Hardaway. You can argue all the guys that McDaniel's talked about, but when he mentioned Tim, and I love Tim. Tim's not a defensive player. Yeah. Neither is Strother.
Well, but that's not their role
not at
either.
all. Like that's what sucks is, and then it goes back to like how much can you run it back with Jokic and Murray together? How many lineups can you have operate where you have two minus defenders on the floor at all times?
Speaking of that, here's some weird irony. Are you sure you could keep Spencer Jones?
Don't know.
He's probably gone. He's probably going to make some money somewhere, don't you think?
And yet I argue like he's a guy you have to have.
Is Spencer Jones not an $8 million a year guy?
Oh, for sure. I would tell you have to have Spencer Jones over Tim Hardaway any day of the week, over Bruce Brown.
How are you going to keep Spencer Jones then?
It's almost as though there's no simple solutions to what ails this team, who have, by the way, also no draft picks basically to attach to anything outside of this year's pick, which they can move on draft night.
Here's the other problem. Tim Hardaway played here to get a ring. Your best player in the league just said, we're not close. How many other guys are going to give you that discount again?
I don't know.
When it doesn't feel like you're right there.
Oh, you think
anymore.
Tim Hardaway gave him a discount?
I do.
What was it? What were his other options?
I bet you he could have found a little more money from someone else if he wanted to. He said he came here to win a championship. How many guys are going to say that anymore?
Well, but I just
you
see
just
guys
got eliminated in the first round. You only won 2 home games. That's it.
I see gunners like Hardaway Jr. just as bouncers from one team to another, just to like Russell Westbrook going to the Kings.
Yeah.
Don't you think? I mean, was it really about winning a ring for Russell Westbrook? Really? Or is it just like I'm going to make $3 million here, I'm going to make $2 million there, I'll make $3 million there, and I'm just going to bounce around for 3 or 4 years?
I also think like generally playing basketball with Nikola Jokic is a better way to make a living than to not play basketball with Nikola Jokic.
Listen, I'm saying if it's close, you probably give up a couple $100,000 maybe to have a better chance to win, but would you give up $1 million?
Well, we're going to find out this offseason.
We sure.
And I'm just saying that, again, for
maybe
anybody
Tim talked to his dad, and his dad really enjoyed the 3 weeks that he spent as a Nugget.
And the games he showed up to here.
Wish I could have been there for longer.
Yeah.
Didn't he throw a monitor?
He was here for 3 weeks. I don't even know that.
No, I think Van Exel did, but you might be right.
Okay. No, was it Van Exel?
I think it was Van Exel that got hacked off. And Van Exel, for the most part, minded his P's and Q's and was just a good professional Nugget. But I do think one night he got upset and tossed him off.
He played 14 games for the Nuggets.
Did he toss a monitor in one of them?
102. Let's see. Throws. It's right there. Tim Hardaway throws TV.
Well, there you go. He did.
He sure did.
At who?
March 18th. Ooh, this is. Look at this.
At the World?
Hold on. I just pulled up this story Oh, I don't know if you guys will get nostalgic for this. Look at this format of ESPN.com that I just got this story on.
Yeah.
That was what it looked like when I was in college.
Wow. Bring
That's
out the
great.
binoculars.
Here we go. Nuggets guard Tim Hardaway was suspended for 2 games without pay and fined $10,000 by the NBA for his TV tossing tirade in Orlando. Good sports writing. TV tossing tirade. Hardaway was cited for throwing the television monitor onto the court following his ejection Friday night, along with verbal abuse of the officials and failure to leave the court in a timely manner.
Well, he had to rip that thing out of the wall in order to toss it.
As he left the court, he picked up a courtside monitor used by the Magic's television announcers and threw it.
That's kind of awesome.
Which those guys are probably sitting there like, hey, that's ours.
Yeah.
Your guys are over
that,
there.
you jerk. You're going to pay for that. Do you have to pay for it? Now I kind of wonder. Or is that thing insured?
Hey, as I leave, what's your favorite moment of this recent Rockies collapse?
You know,
favorite moment.
It's crazy because they were about to beat the Braves. Remember that Friday night? They were up on the Braves like
6-0.
Yeah, they had a healthy lead.
Yeah, they did.
And then now all of a sudden you can't win a game. Now they are tied.
They
are trying to get one here before they leave.
They blew against the Padres. Vic Vodnik gave up, what was it, 5 in the 9th or whatever it was.
Yep.
That one was pretty bad.
That was painful.
Last night, by the way, was a suck night of sports viewing. I sat down and I was like, okay, I got a baseball game, a basketball game, and a hockey game to flip through. None of them were particularly competitive or compelling.
They're incredibly boring.
Oh, the basketball game is
how late did you stay with that thing?
I mean, the third quarter run, what did Champagne hit? 4 threes in a row, and I was kind of like, well, this is kind of fun.
Dude, 35 points in the first half. I was out on that game with the Wolves. I good for you for sticking in there.
The Rockies, the Rocks had a mild rally last night.
You want to know why I watched that one? I stayed with it the whole time. You want to know why? Yeah, you want to know why? Because I love miserable frozen baseball players.
Do you love games where you can hear casual conversations in the stands?
It was nothing. I was thinking to myself, I think the Mets are getting treated better in Coors Field than they have in Shea or whatever it is, Citibank Field all year long.
The Let's Go Mets chants.
Did you hear him going, Keith Hernandez?
Yeah. Because they knew Gary Cohen and
yeah.
Keith Hernandez are upstairs calling that crap.
Yeah.
God, those guys are good too. They you know what they are? I love when the Mets suck because then those guys get really fun. Those guys are more fun when the Mets are terrible than when the Mets are good. Because they're old school. They will rip their own team.
Oh yeah.
They don't care. Like they are very like Keith Hernandez is of a previous generation, and Gary Cohen will go there a little bit with him. But Hernandez, like he's not even shy. He is just like, this is awful.
Well, we'll see. The Rockies are tied going into the 7th inning. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Make it a little interesting. By the way, they got to go to Philadelphia now and play the Phillies, who are suddenly good again.
They've written up. They're all over the place.
They fired Thompson, and now suddenly the Phillies are playing up to their payroll. They go to the Pittsburgh. The Pirates are good.
I felt like the Rockies had a pretty good April overall, and then you blink your eyes. Oh, they have the worst record in Major League Baseball today.
Yeah.
See, we got to again. I know the guys tell you this. We got to get you off the dragon. You can't ride the dragon, my friend.
I told you. Here's why I'm frustrated because they're not competitive. I was okay, and they don't have a closer. Vodnik ain't it. There's just too many weird moments. But they had been competitive. Like a week ago, they were -5 in run differential. Well, now they're like -28.
Yeah.
Like it was like that, and they're like the old Rockies again.
Brother, I told you, I had to do their sports desk for 5-6 years and did post games. Man, I've seen this is the Rockies that I know so well.
See, when we have a blip in this ridiculous length of games between the Avalanche playoffs. It's like it's too long.
I tell you what,
it's too long. We should be talking about a game.
Let me tell you something though. Okay, I had a thought literally this morning. I had a thought, and for a moment there, I was like, you know what? I gotta give DMac at least a flower on this one.
Oh,
okay.
All right.
This was the thought that crossed my mind.
Okay.
Have you seen what the Cubs are doing?
I have not paid attention. What's going on with the Cubs?
They're about to win their 9th in a row.
Okay, that's good.
Today, against the Cincinnati Reds, they have walked off the Reds 3 nights in a row.
Oh wow! Okay.
I mean Wrigley last night. Pete Crow Armstrong, aka Beavis, last night he hit a shot into the basket, 2-run shot, tied it at 6. They went to extras. And they win that game 7-6. Like right now, Wrigley is absolutely pumping, and Matthew Boyd goes on the IL yesterday.
How does that do anything to do with me being nice?
Well, hold on. Okay, I'm setting this all up.
All right.
Okay, is right now I'm watching these Cubs and I'm like, this team can do the thing. Like they're that good. Okay, and I'm like, what do they need? Like when they get aggressive, who should they go get? And I said to myself, the Cubs should trade for Mickey Moniak.
Oh, yeah, he's legit.
He's legit.
He's legit. Yeah. That would be a good trade for everybody.
I want him on the Cubs.
Yeah, that'd be a great player to have.
You
on the
don't want
Cubs.
Drew Goodman, top of the ninth, going 18-game hitting streak as it's 10-4.
And Mickey Moniak was the number one, and he just got lost in the weeds. But that dude can
Good
hit.
player.
He can hit home runs. He can hit for power. He's a really good player.
He is 0 for 3 today. So
I'm not going to hold that.
Well, it took his last at bat.
But how many home runs does he have this year? He's got quite a few, right?
I think he's at 10.
So he's like just behind Judge.
The 18-game hit streak is in danger as of right now. We're in the top of the 7th, and he's 0 for 3. So
that's a great player. That's
got to keep that going.
With Charlie Condon eventually coming up, that's a great player for the Rockies to trade.
Oh, he is the perfect, like, you've got to sell high on him kind of player.
Yep.
But I also feel like with D. Podesta, they wouldn't get fleeced. D. Podesta, here's
he
where
knows
I'll
what
be
he's
out
doing.
on D. Podesta, okay?
Oh,
if you give me the post-trade deadline, like when you got a Daniel Bard and you go, not only did we not trade him, we extended him. If I already get that out from Podesta, then I'm out. I don't think you'll ever do that. I don't think that'll ever happen again.
The biggest evolution that they have to make is not being attached to their own assets.
Nothing right now needs to stay.
And right now, there's no reason for them to be.
No. Please get anything you can.
Well, you keep Dolander. You keep some of the young guys.
Yeah, that's fine. But for the most part, you need to build another young core.
Dolander's the only piece
that
I
can
would
come up together.
He's literally the only piece on the major league club I wouldn't even consider trading right now.
Oh, that's a good question. Okay. Tovar, you'd consider trading Tovar?
Dude, Tovar goes in and out of hit. He goes from hit list to hitting to hit list to hitting.
He is lost up there. Did you watch his at bat in the 9th last night? Yeah. And he battled, man. And then it was
he's
just
in
like,
a weird place.
Oh, he is. And I know like he does this from time to time. And it's May 7th. Like we haven't written the full book on what his year has been. But oof, that dude is lost right now. And he was hitting in the Classic. Like I was like, okay, he's gonna have a good start to the year. And no,
his defense has been fine though. He's been
defensively, he's very good. Yeah, he's very good.
No, you're probably right. Everybody's, sure.
Yeah,
everybody on the table for the Nuggets.
We said it. Everybody but Joker for us.
Yeah, everybody not.
There's nobody
but
I'm
not
not
Jokic.
listening to a conversation about. That's
Who's
for sure.
going to ask him about trading Jamal tomorrow?
I don't know.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to.
Oh, you mean, I thought you meant a team.
No. Are you guys considering trading Jamal Murray?
Yeah, it'll be asked. Yeah.
Do you think somebody will ask it directly like that, though? Or do you think it'll be vague and like...
I could see who's our guy from DNVR.
I would assume the answer would be
Brendan.
Everything is on the table. I would
yeah,
assume,
but I'd like to be specific. I would want to hear.
I don't think they would give you a specific answer, but obviously ask the question because it's up to them to say whatever they're going to say.
Right.
But that would be my guess is nothing is off the table in terms of building this club. And I'm sure they might throw in we love Jamal and he's foundational and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
blah.
I'd be shocked if they trade Jamal. I don't think they're going to.
I would be very surprised by it. That's not to say they shouldn't. I would just be very surprised by it.
Most tradable guy on the team.
That's a great question because I don't know who it is.
Peyton Watson in a sign-in trade?
Sign-in trade, Peyton Watson's probably it. Aaron Gordon's injured. If Aaron Gordon was healthy, then he'd be fine.
But hold on. Let's not be idiots about this. It is Jamal Murray. He is the most tradable player on the team. He's an all-NBA bucket getter. Teams will line up. Now, will you get equal value for him? That's where it gets tricky. But, teams all over the NBA would kill to have Jamal Murray.
I'm not sure I believe they want to. I'm with you guys.
Yeah. Okay. Kreckman and Lindahl, we got a lot to do. It's a Thursday afternoon. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Great to have you with us. We just got a smorgasbord of sports talk. Is it Borg or board? I think I said it wrong.
Smorgasbord.
Borg?
Isn't it German?
Is it a smorgasbord or a smorgasbord?
Well, it's not a board. It's not a charcuterie board of smorgas.
It's smorgasbord.
What?
It is. It's a board. A smorgasbord is a traditional Swedish buffet-style meal featuring a wide variety of hot and cold dishes, typically served for celebrations. It is smorgasbord.
Well, I can't go on then.
Do we say smorgasbord because of the Swedish chef from the Muppets? The hurdy-doo-hurdy-hurdy.
Nah, I just always thought it was a G, and I've never had to spell it, to be quite honest with you. So I haven't worried about it.
The Swedish chef. That's a top 5 hilarious character that's ever existed in anything, right? How did they come up with that? What acid trip fever dream were they on when they came up with that character?
Listen, we grew up with Puff the Magic Dragon.
Sure did.
Anything was possible. What about Fraggle Rock? You're worried about the Muppets? At least the Muppets existed in some normal universe. What the hell was Fraggle Rock?
Fantasia's the Wizard of Oz. Yeah. They were all hopped up on goo balls. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Keep it here. That's Andy. I'm Nate. We are the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rockies and Mets tied at 2 right now, bottom 7 over at Coors Field. We'll keep you updated on that one as it goes. The Rocks trying to avoid the sweep at the hands of the Mets. It is a nicer day for baseball out there. I tell you what, Andy, I will say this for the Mets, okay? Is they were in a dark place before they got here, when they got here, etc. Regardless of today's outcome, they have won this series in a weird week where they had to deal with bizarre schedule changes and everything because the Mets don't want to have to find an off day in July or August or whatever and fly back to Denver or anything else like that. They have dealt with the conditions. They have won a couple of ball games. They're desperately trying to right their own ship. They got Carson Bench hot. Like it's been a good week for the Mets. The Rockies are just I honestly, Andy, I just think the Rockies are just settling into this is what they are. This is what they are, and they have an unproductive lineup and a pitching staff that is going to be up and down at best all year long, and that's just what this club is. You know, the Mets are a different animal. They're $400 million payroll. Like, there's real expectations on that club. So, good week for the Mets. That's all I can say about what we've watched over there at Coors Field.
Meet the Mets.
Go on out and greet the Mets.
Yeah, that's all I think of. Good for the Metropolitans, I guess. Gosh, name you some Mets.
Juan Soto.
They're like the king of, who was their third baseman everybody loved there for a while?
Howard Johnson? David
Wright?
Hojo's
a good one. Yeah, David Wright's who I was thinking of, but Hojo was there, of course.
Yeah, remember some Mets third baseman?
2000s Mets. Yeah, well, I mean, you could go Doc Gooden and Darryl Strawberry, and of course Keith Hernandez. Who else? Did Dykstra play for them for a minute? Did Lenny Dykstra end up as a Mets uniform?
Nails was on the he was on the 86 team.
That's right.
Yeah, no, Nails was playing center on that club. Obviously Mookie Wilson, Ray Knight, Kevin Mitchell. Was he the left or the right fielder on that team? Kevin Mitchell, who according to the Jeff Pearlman book killed a cat one time. Let's see.
David Cone, was he a Met?
David Cone came later. The 86 staff, Gooden, Ron Darling, Sid Fernandez. They brought Jesse Orozco out of the pen on that club. Yeah, I know a lot about that team. Gary Carter obviously was behind the dish for the 86 Mets. The bad guys won. Jeff Pearlman is my favorite sports book ever about the 86 Mets. It is phenomenal. Number one, just how good that club was, but also like what a disaster they were. I mean, Darryl Strawberry and Dwight Gooden both became more famous as cautionary tales. But, like, those two in their prime, which 86 was like, boom, that was right there. Those are the two best young players in baseball. And the Mets were like, oh, these guys are both on a Hall of Fame trajectory. And unfortunately, they both got into the wrong Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they went to the wrong halls during their fame. And
our buddy Hooch, Benjamin Hockman, he's kind of become buddies with Darryl Strawberry.
I'd be curious. He needs to find out, did Strawberry and Taylor ever cross paths in some of their late night adventures? The things they used to seek, the stuff they'd look to purchase.
Darryl Strawberry, he lives in St. Louis now.
Really?
Yeah, and yeah, that's a real Benjamin Hockman kind of thing. Is like, oh, you live in St. Louis, I'm gonna call you until you finally answer. And then I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna sit down. Exactly, we're gonna go out to ice cream, and I'm gonna write a column about you, and we're gonna be bros forever.
Someone said I'm not helping him move. You know what that's about, don't you?
Yes. Well done. My favorite ever was I was reading. So back in the days when I got the physical paper delivered, I cut that out about 6 or 7 years ago because the Denver Post was gouging me pretty badly. But I used to read Ask Amy every single day, the advice column.
Yeah,
I found it fascinating. I think people's problems are interesting. And if anything, you look at that and you're just like, oh,
these aren't my problems.
yeah, maybe my problems aren't quite so bad.
My problems are okay.
Right, exactly.
I don't have a friend stoiking my 7-month pregnant wife. I'm okay.
No. What was that verb?
Stoiking. My Jewish friends like to use that.
Okay.
I think Romy dropped it on me once, and Alan Jackson of the Broncos, the producer for the Broncos.
It's very productive. But no, somebody had written into Ask Amy, and like they posed a question to her that was just lifted directly from that episode of Seinfeld.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And it was about like befriending a local athlete, but he wants me to help him move. But I feel like this guy's taking advantage of me.
And nobody saw this. There were no filters to let her know this is a setup job.
Yeah, this is old school, and apparently the editors didn't catch it. And
or
so,
they had nothing else to ask Amy, so we're asking it anyway.
And so Ask Amy, like she answered it very, very earnestly. You know, it sounds like this person is taking advantage of you, and you need to set boundaries in your friendship. It doesn't matter how famous the person is. Like, gave a very earnest answer to it all. And then I remember like checking the next day, and she was just like, you know, the little note at the end of her column, she was just like, oh, by the way, I know about yesterday's letter. I've been had. Like, yes, I am aware that was a plot from an episode of Seinfeld. Thank you very much.
Who cares? You gave good advice.
Yeah, totally. It's still, even if it happened to Jerry Seinfeld on TV, it's still a relatable problem.
All right, let's turn this into a sports thing. Let's have a little bit of fun. 303-504-0925 since we got here somehow. What would you ask Amy advice for on the local sports scene?
Ooh, sports advice.
Would you ask Amy about concern over numerous surgeries on an ankle?
No, I
would
tell you what.
Ask Amy, what Nuggets question would you ask Amy?
Here's what I would ask, and I'm actually, it's going to be an Avalanche related question, but I want to follow the spirit of an advice column of like how do I deal with this? Okay. And I do wonder about this, and Andy, I wonder about this for you, and I wonder about this for our audience, okay? For Avalanche fans, how do you find ways to enjoy, like deeply enjoy this playoff run?
Okay.
The reason why I asked that question is like, okay, they're 6-0 right now. They're humming along, okay? There could be a world where, you know, the next round against Vegas or Anaheim, whomever, it could be a 1-1 series or whatever, and it's like, ooh, like the Avalanche. The Avalanche they're not on the climb. They're on the top of the mountain, and there's only one place for the Avs to go, and that's down. You know, like as the betting favorite, as the common sense favorite to win the Stanley Cup, like it's not often that you as a sports fan get to just be a fan of the wagon, you know, but you are right now as Avalanche fans. And so like there's no surprises in any of it. There's just expectations. Like I think when this team wins the cup, like they'll all just feel relief before they feel joy for having done it because of the expectations upon them. Like how to try and derive like joy and like any easygoing fun out of what you're watching right now.
Yeah, it's a deeply psychological question that needs to be answered, quite honestly, because you said it right there, and I know it. Again, you and I know guys off the 1998 Broncos that started 13-0, ultimately were 14-2, and they also, matter of fact, I think Stink even said it in the America's Game documentary that he was a part of, where he just said when it got done, we all just went, just relief.
Yeah.
Not, the party wasn't the same, the feeling wasn't the same, because ultimately it was expected the whole year. And the Avalanche have been the team on the radar. They've been the ones that everybody's said, like they've been anointed since November, which is highly unusual in the NHL. Highly unusual. And frankly, when I watched Gabe and Nate answer the questions the other night, even they are like, yeah, it's fun. It's, you know, but you know, I think they enjoy each other in the locker room.
Yeah.
But the pressure, those two guys, I mean, we thought I think the party this year may go harder than the party in 22 because these dudes have been living with a whole lot on top of them since literally the start of the season when they started the hottest team in the league.
2022, and it was, you're coming off of the Vegas disappointment, but also you watch that team and you're like, okay, Cale Makar is still young, but he's coming along, and like we see, we're in the build right now, like we're building up to the thing, and quite honestly, in some ways, the build up, when you, the fan, recognize, oh, I think my guys are going to be good. Like, I think this is about to get really fun. This team, they've got the thing, I very much felt it, Andy, and I used to yell at you about this early on in our partnership of like, no, this Nuggets team, like they can do the thing. They've got it, man. This Jokic guy's got it. He can be an MVP. They can win an NBA championship. I'm watching it, man. I see it. And you had Nug life disease. You used to love to push back on me, but I think
all the way until they finally won Game 4.
Yeah, and then I think you allowed yourself to exhale a little bit. Like 2022 was the culmination of the build. Now for the Avalanche, it's just been like, oh, yeah, you have 2 of the 3 best players or 5 best players in hockey, however you want to categorize it, and you've had them now for the better part of the last half decade right here at their very peaks, and you haven't gotten it done.
Here's what's hard about where the Avs are, okay? Period. And look, the Nuggets are still there in some way as well, but with Aaron Gordon being hurt, I think it takes some of this away. When the 1998 Broncos were disbanded, when Elway left, when the 01 Avalanche started to lose Patrick Waugh and Forsberg moves on and Foote left for a bit, when the core of the championship starts to leave, I think your expectations start to lessen. The Avalanche in particular right now, you still got Cale Makar, you still got Devon Toews, you still got right now Gabe Landeskog, you just reacquired Nazem Kadri, you've still got Lehkonen, you got the dudes, Manson, you've got the dudes you've done the thing with. So I know you can do it. To your point, I think no matter what it is, until your team wins the championship, I don't know if you really believe they can win the championship. Until they do it, they have to do it. The late Peter McNabb talked to us about that on unfortunately, his final appearance on our show when we opened the 23 season, the night that they raised the banner.
Yeah.
But he said, once you've known that, once you're a champion, now you know you can do it. Now you know what it takes. Now the locker room knows. And so I think it's more frustrating and less joyful when they don't do it because you know it's in there that they can.
Or it's less joyful when the only expectation is
it or nothing.
Yeah. It's Stanley Cup or bust is what this team is. As we talk it all out, Andy, like if you're looking for sports fan advice, the advice is maybe just there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
You the fan, with what this team is, to your point, okay, they were the best right out the jump, and then they were the best all year. I don't think at no point in the year did the Avalanche, I think they went like 150 consecutive days or whatever with like the best point total in the NHL. That's all they are. McKinnon has been on a Hart Trophy track the entire season. That's just all they are. They took big swings at the trade deadline and added big pieces because this is exactly what the expectation is. Like, yes, you can get the enjoyment out of like having a 3-goal lead. Like McKinnon scores a power play goal and you have a 3-goal lead in the third period. That's pretty fun, right? Like that's a good time for everybody, and wave your pom-pom and pound your beer and all of that. But in the bigger picture, you as the diehard Avalanche fan, in the back of your head, you're just like, well, Saturday night is looming, and when I sit down to watch this game, I'll be like all day, I'm looking forward to watching the hockey game. And the moment that you flip that thing on, and what if the Wild scored first? You're going to be pins and needles and cuss words and edge of your seat and just gripping. And maybe that's your only choice as an Avalanche fan right now.
Well, because again, they need to do it. The Avs are not quite where the Nuggets are, but really, if we go back and recount all the first picks they've given up to acquire the current team that they have.
Well, or to get other guys to leave and have their salaries go away.
Right.
Really wasn't about acquisition. It was more about getting rid of things.
Yeah.
Hey, we need Reggie Jackson to go away. Please take all of our second-round picks.
Like, that's the thing about the Nuggets. We all know it's going to suck when Jokic leaves, period. At least with the Avalanche, we've seen a star core, and they've built a star core again. I've never seen anything like the Nuggets have. Really.
Yeah, this is it.
So I wonder, will we ever get it again? You know what I mean? Will you ever have the
Mm.
greatest player in the league and maybe one top 5 guy in history again? I don't think so.
The 2000s run was great, but and also
and the Nuggets they've had fun teams. Don't mishear me. They've had fun teams with
Andy,
guys that you like.
Not just that, like the picture of stardom that we only used to talk about Nikola Jokic in like he was a myth. He was the NBA superstar who also was fully committed to the organization and wanted to live in Denver, Colorado.
And remains that way this day.
And like they found him. We all used to sit around and go, "Hey, you just find your own Tim Duncan." Those guys don't exist.
Yeah, good luck.
The Nuggets, like and again, Connolly and his staff, like they identified Jokic and they scouted him, but what he is today, they didn't see that coming. They thought they were drafting a starting big man. That was like what they viewed it as. And then a couple of training camps in, you have got Jameer Nelson, texting Tim Connolly being like, this guy's the best player on the team, and I've never even heard of the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, here's another great text to put a fine point on the hockey discussion. This comes from Zach. It's different, and you've talked about this, by the way. It's different cheering for hockey, the hockey wagon, more than other sports because hockey things happen, and it's a lot less predictable. I agree 100%. The one thing that makes me nervous about the Avs every year, and it makes me the way that I am, is it just feels like it's really hard for things to go chalk. I don't care how good you are.
Right.
Because like you said, a stupid skate play. Like, again, what if Wedgwood never found it? What if they weren't on a scoring heater the other nights? Wedgwood's skates suck, and he gives up 6 on a night they can't get it together because his skates aren't right.
I mean,
he's got nothing he can do about it.
How many years does the President's Trophy winner just like flame out in the opening round, you know?
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Here's what's also kind of funny. Do you realize they put this on ESPN the other night? Do you realize, or maybe it was on Altitude in the postgame, the Avs are the first President's Trophy winner to win their first 6 games since the Rangers in like 21 or 22. And I'm like, I don't even remember that team. What? When did the Rangers win the President's Trophy? I know this. They didn't win the cup.
Nope. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We got fresh Avalanche sound. We'll hear from Jared Bednar and Gabe Landeskog from today. We'll hear that coming up at 4 o'clock, including some great quotes from Gabriel Landeskog, really talking about the big picture stuff and what it's like to be back in the playoffs after a full season of playing hockey. So we'll do that coming up at 4. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yes, Andy, we have more Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini noise today. I think noise is the only term I can really use here. But TMZ with several more exclusives today, including boat rental. They're apparently back in 2021. Vrabel and Rossini went and rented a boat together. Apparently, people recognized Mike Vrabel, wanted to take pictures. He took one. They signed the waiver, etc. As is written in TMZ, the timing of that outing might raise a few eyebrows because Rossini was pregnant at the time with her first child. Documents obtained by TMZ Sports showed both signed the company waiver before heading out on a lake, and our source says there was no visible PDA before they departed. So maybe this one was really just her being the insider and
on a boat
pumping Mike Vrabel for whatever information.
On a boat.
How
big a boat we talking?
Good question.
I didn't get to see the boat. I saw some of the walk around the dock pictures. How big a boat did we depart on? Do we know?
You know what, actually, Andy? I do not see the boat photographed here. So I couldn't tell you for sure. The size of I don't know if it was a catamaran, a pontoon. I don't know.
She's pregnant. You can't go catamaran, can you?
Sure you can.
On a catamaran?
I mean, Vrabel can handle all of that. She would just have to sit back and enjoy herself, I suppose. It was a 2 to 3 hour rental, by the way. The vessel booked on in Putnam County, Tennessee, back in June 2021. At the time, Vrabel was the head coach of the Titans. Okay, the whatever further salacious and quite frankly odd details that have come out of all of this. Today, in the latest bit of reporting on all of this, I actually want to react to something else that is sort of tangentially connected to this story today, and that is somebody asked Drake May about it. The Associated Press talked to Drake May, and he was asked if this further bit of off-field scandal is going to be a problem. Here's a quote from Drake May, according to the Associated Press. No, I don't. I mean, he's our head coach. I think he's done a great job of talking to us and talking us through it. I'm just looking forward to getting back to work and getting ready. I mean, clearly Drake May doesn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, saying he's done a great job of talking about it, like great typically exists as, you have to have a baseline to compare it to. You have much experience, Drake, with other coaches that you have had low over the years that have been having affairs with reporters that have been splashed across the tabloids, and then you had to regularly talk about it. Is Vrabel doing better than the average football coach does at this particular challenge? I don't know. But, Andy, like, football coaches, they always say, like, I don't want the capital D distraction. This is really becoming a distraction for the Patriots, right?
At what point does the NFL do something? If this were a player, would the NFL have done something? And ultimately, is that question going to get raised by the players' union?
It's a good question. I really don't know. I mean, I'm assuming here, and this goes into the, quite frankly, Andy, the thing that I've wondered since we found out about Steve Tisch's connections to Jeffrey Epstein was, well, is the NFL not taking a hard stance on this because they don't want anybody checking under the hood on anyone else? You know? And that again becomes like one of the things with this story of like with Mike Vrabel, do we really want to go possibly sniffing around what anybody else is up to? And a part of the old boys club of the NFL is, all right, we'll look the other way on this one. Like, as far as we can tell, and there are issues of competitive balance and off-season moves and news leaks and all those kind of things of, like, you do have to wonder, like, did anything untoward happen in terms of the integrity of competition? I think the NFL should be looking into all of that. Are they? I don't know. Robert Kraft still owns the Patriots.
Well, where this will get interesting again, because apparently there's an endless supply of
it doesn't seem like
excursion pictures and photos.
We're not
else.
running out anytime soon.
No, but
whether they're smooching in a bar or sitting at a casino or renting boats.
But what now happens if because remember, Rossini and the Patriots, Rossini's done a lot of reporting on the Patriots trying to acquire A.J. Brown.
Yeah, she did back with the Titans.
And I know it's quiet right now.
Yeah.
But that's because, by all indications, A.J. Brown, once June 1st hits, and we're, 3 weeks away, 4 weeks away, 3 weeks away from June 1st?
Yeah.
That's when that thing's going to heat up. That's when that thing's going to happen.
But again, Andy, like, okay, if
And did any of her reporting take away some of the Eagles' leverage as to what is going to go on as far as...
I mean, couldn't the Patriots just as easily just fire back of like, well, what is your relationship to Rappaport and Schefter and
it could
Glazer
happen.
And you know, I mean, we joked about Sean Payton, you know, running his mouth at the Jay Glazer football coach day drinking event, but you're also like, what kind of journalistic integrity is going on right here, you know?
Right.
And so again, that's what I kind of wonder about. I think the bigger question here is for the Patriots organization, like, can you go forward with this guy as your coach when, again, the slow trickle of salacious details continues to come out, and then he has to be asked about it, and then the players have to be asked about it, like Drake May is out here talking about it. You know, here's a quote from Drake May today. I know he's got the right mindset, and I know he's a great human being. Like I said, I love playing for him. Okay? Which, good job. Do you want to have another one of these press conferences 3, 4, 5 times this year? How effective of a leader of men is Mike Vrabel going to be now going forward?
I just am curious to see at some point the NFL is going to be tired of this being a story. And is that when they finally act? Because, again, this apparently, they just keep coming up with new stuff. When do the Patriots open? Who do they open with? I mean,
we don't have schedules yet.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I saw that commercial, too. That's coming soon. Boy, is that going to affect where they put them in the opening weekend, in the opening cycle.
But here's the other thing, Andy, is like, you know, you say the NFL will tire. But we know what the NFL's playbook on this stuff is. It's and anytime there's off-season scandal, run out the clock until August, and then people got fantasy football drafts. And,
no, I get that.
And suddenly you will be more inundated with news than you ever would have known what to do with, and things get pushed down the ladder.
But now you've got TMZ in page 6 of the New York Post battling each other.
Yeah.
And how much other stuff have they acquired that they're waiting to drop? They're not stupid.
Sure.
They know when the NFL season starts, too.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be curious to see what comes out leading up to that. So,
is it a distraction? Or are the Patriots just fine?
It's not a distraction right now because it's the offseason.
Yeah.
How many things have you and I covered that's not a distraction now that becomes a distraction when you're actually trying to play football?
Brandon Marshall carried his offseason travails into the year and then feuded with Josh McDaniels and made it all messy.
But see, everything...
But it's a different version, but that's one version of it.
Here's what else has been interesting. Like, let's go to Keep Talib's troubles with the Dallas court, with the gun in the park and whatever happened there, okay?
Yeah.
That was still the court system. You had to wait on the court system to up and get this going again, and then it was a story. After we'd reported on it, this thing just never stops.
Yeah, it doesn't go to trial.
This thing just, there just continues to be new this and new that, and then it pops up, and then So I don't know, man. Like, this is not one the NFL can control most of the other stuff that we've seen. They cannot control this. They cannot control TMZ. They cannot control Page Six.
Yeah.
They cannot control all this stuff that's out there.
Yeah.
And there's 8 years of it. Apparently, people can just keep digging up and selling.
What are these two doing?
I don't know. Look, frankly, it blows my mind. At first I was like, there was a part of me that's like, all right, it's an affair. It's what it is. But the length of it over a pregnancy, my mind's truly blown by this.
Kid's name was Mike. Name was Mike.
We found out today that's because of her brother.
That's what they say. That's what they say. Didn't she also pull a dying man out of a Jeep?
She did. That went away. That's gone.
That one didn't stick.
No one seems to have followed that one up.
They never found the tall man, did they?
Yeah, the tall man hasn't spoke.
There was another witness who said Rossini actually did very little, if nothing at all, and it was somebody else who did all the work.
The tall man.
The tall man?
It was the tall man.
I feel like we're in The Fugitive. There was a man. Well, he was missing the hand or whatever.
It was the one-armed man.
Yes.
God, that movie is so good. Tommy
Lee Jones is so good in there.
Phenomenal.
I didn't kill my wife. I don't care.
It's a perfect movie line. Perfect movie
and
line.
Rabel's dealing with Tommy Lee on the TMZ front. I don't care.
I got to watch The Fugitive again sometime soon.
You know what I was going to do? I was going to watch Slapshot in this time between games.
Hey, you still got time. You got 2 more nights, Andy. You haven't run out of time.
There's not a lot of basketball I have to get to right now.
That's Andy. I'm Nate. We'll hear from Gabriel Landeskog coming up next. Hey, Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Always great auctions available to be able to bid at Roller Auction right now. They got a factory return home goods, electronics, general merchandise, and more auction that you can go to roller.bid and just scan through. You never know what kind of gems you're going to find in this one. I mean, right now, I'm looking at strings of outdoor LED lights, a fraction of what you're paying at Costco. I promise you that. There's no patio or porch in Colorado that's complete without outdoor LED lighting. Go to roller.bid right now and check that out. There's so much good stuff available. But seriously, guys, like 50-foot strings of lights are like $6. Okay? You're not going to get a better price than that anywhere else. Go to roller.Andy's already clicking. Get to roller.bid and outbid Andy right now for these outdoor lights. Roller.bid and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini would love how romantic these lights would be in an outdoor space. Roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid right now and you are eligible to win tickets. Our next giveaway, Rockies Diamondbacks tickets. You can be there. Just go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up. Live in the Backus and Shanker studios, it's Kreckman and Lindahl, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Gabriel Landeskog was seriously injured. He missed 3 years because of it. But now he is back, and Gabe Landeskog talked today about where he is right now after his 3-year layoff.
I think it's still a work in progress. I think there's still plenty of areas where I'd like to continue to work on and get better at. But, yeah, I mean, it took some time. It definitely took some time, and find the rhythm of finding your game consistently on a nightly basis and physically finding it, understanding what my new sort of knee was going to be able to handle and what it needed and whatnot. But yeah, so I think I was starting to feel pretty good November, December, January, and then start of January, obviously break the ribs and whatever. So, and then you're kind of on that roller coaster up and down, and yeah, you're just forced to find your game again and again. But here we are, and there was not a whole lot of time to think about where your game's at and what you need, what you don't need, but go out there and execute the game plan at the best of your ability.
That's what I kind of wonder about for Gabe Landeskog is as his hockey career goes forward, like, what is the new baseline of what he is as a hockey player? And I think much of this year was probably trying to discover that for himself. But, like, he was over a point-a-game player this year for the Avalanche. He was – actually, no, I was looking at the wrong year. No, he was a 35-point player in 60 games. But, like, what does peak look like? What does the best version of Gabe Landeskog look like? Andy, you've watched him all year long. You've watched him through these 6 playoff games. Like, what is that version of him?
Well, look, I think best version of Gabe Landeskog right now is the fact that he's in the room, doing what he's doing, keeping things even, doing all the leadership things that we talked about.
Yeah.
Third line, providing some grind, providing some toughness, going out there when he needs to, maybe with the first line to let some people know that we're not going to put up with any shenanigans on our guy like he did the other night. I think that's also good. But look, a third line center kind of playing a little bit of a Nick Waugh type role, where he's a presence in front of the net. Look, even going back to the power play goal he scored the other night, just the guy in front of the net causing some havoc in his office, hopefully knocking home some rebounds.
Yeah.
I don't think he's the guy that's going to give you the big shot anymore. I don't think he's necessarily a first-line guy anymore. I think third line feels about right. But look, this is the respected veteran that, from what we've seen around the league, he's not just respected here in Colorado. He's respected by the league. He's respected by the media. Other players cannot believe the perseverance he's shown to get back on the ice. Look, I feel like he's lost his. I don't think he's as fast as he once was. I think you see that in him going up ice sometimes. I also think he plays with a lot of incredibly fast teammates. So this is a tough team to look fast on when you talk about Natchez and Cale Makar and Gabe, or Nathan McKinnon. There's just one guy, Logan O'Connor, for goodness sake, man. Look at how fast that guy gets up ice.
Yeah.
So I don't think he has that kind of gear in him anymore. But I just think he is the toughness. And frankly, I think the best version of himself is the fact that he's out there able to be part of the team, because I always go back to what Rod Smith told me when I asked him, why can't you get Brandon Marshall to listen to you? Why can't you get some of these guys in the current locker room to listen to you? And he said, look, man, when you're not out there and you're not part of the team, you can't lead the same way.
Right.
So the fact that he's out there, the fact that he's scored some goals, the fact that he's a contributing member of this team allows his leadership to shine through, and I think that's what's important. I don't think – you tell me, am I being too hard? Look, again, I don't think he sucks.
No, not at all.
By any stretch, I'm
He's
not trying to suggest that.
I mean,
but
some
he's
of
older and not the same player he was 5 years ago.
Right. Some of it is he was 29 when they won the cup, and he's 33 now. Like that's natural. And then, oh, by the way, you went through a life-altering and career-altering injury.
You're one of the pioneers of being able to come back from what he went through and still play the game.
Yep. By the way, he is a nominee for the Masterton Trophy, Andy, the Bill Masterton, awarded annually by the professional hockey writers to the player who best exemplifies the qualities of perseverance, sportsmanship, and dedication to ice hockey. Yeah, I would say he's certainly got those qualities, right?
Yeah.
I don't, you know.
Any award for grit, courage, and perseverance, he should be the leader in the clubhouse for.
I mean, good on Jonathan Taves for coming back and playing and everything else like that. And I know Taves, you know, went through some pretty serious stuff as well. But, man, I would think that Gabe Landeskog would be pretty high on that list. By the way, Brock Nelson, finalist for the Selke, defensive forward. That's fun. Cale Makar, finalist for the Norris. So, yeah, there could be hardware coming the Avalanche's way. Hopefully the Stanley Cup as well. Landeskog talked today about what took him the longest to get readjusted to in his return to hockey.
That's a good question. Cardio, maybe. The touch and the timing and the vision and things like that was, taking longer. But, yeah, it's just the feel for the game, things like that. You can't really practice them. They're going to take a bit longer, but, yeah.
It's so funny to listen to him talk about that, like touch timing, all of that kind of stuff. Like, and he mentioned cardio, but also like it's a different version of cardio. It's there's one thing to like be okay physically. I am in the condition to be able to do it, but also like, do you have the physical condition to also be able to handle the mental focus and mental strain of everything that goes into that, in addition to making sure your body is doing exactly what it needs to do. It's just there's no like two ways around it. The guy wasn't a hockey player for 3 years.
Oh, when he talks about the timing, I think about just think about any sport you used to love to play, and you go out there and you try to do it again now.
And you suck.
Yeah. And, again, your mind is still there. Your reaction time is nowhere near it. And he's doing it with some of the best players in the world as his teammates. The timing must be a nightmare, frankly.
He was, by the way, he was asked about being a Masterton Memorial Trophy finalist. Here was what Gabe had to say about the honor of being a finalist to win a Bill Masterton.
Listen, it's an honor for sure to be up for the Masterton again, but I think at the end of the day, that's not what defines kind of me or my journey or what I've been through. So obviously, like I said, it's humbling and it's a great honor, and there's been amazing players with incredible stories and perseverance that have been nominated or been accepting that award. But I think for me and what I've gone through, it's just so far beyond what anybody else is going to be able to label it or not. Like whether I win the Masterton or not, it doesn't change anything for me. So I think, I'm humbled and honored by it. But I think for me, the ultimate prize I've already won, and that's to continue working and getting to play hockey, and got amazing kids and a wife at home, and all those things. So an individual award, that just, does that make sense?
You know what you should have asked him about, don't you? The Messier. Not the Masterton, the Messier. Do we know when they're we still don't know when he's going to announce that, right? There's no real timetable, right? Just he wakes up and decides today's the day.
Do they do it at the NHL Awards?
I don't have any idea.
By the way, Bill Masterton. Do you know the story of Bill Masterton?
None.
Bill Masterton played his college hockey at the University of Denver.
Really?
He was a DU pioneer. Bill Masterton is the only player in NHL history to die as a direct result of injuries suffered during a game, a massive head trauma following a hit during a January 1968 contest against the Oakland Seals. Masterton was playing for the Minnesota North Stars at the time, but he is the only player who has died as a result of injuries sustained during a hockey game, and that is who they kind of it's basically the NHL's Comeback Player of the Year award, and that's who they named it for. Bill Masterton, DU Pioneers legend.
I had no idea.
Again, like it's one of those things of like I saw it earlier today and I Googled it and I was like, what's the deal with Bill Masterton? I'm always interested in who they name these awards after. But yeah, DU legend. Died on the ice, but he was also a massively respected player, played for the U.S. national team, was scouted by the North Stars, and they that's how it came to be.
Hey, did you read up more on the hit? It was like, did the head hit the boards? Did the head hit the? I assume this was a non-helmet.
Yes.
Time in hockey history.
Yes, this was 1968.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm. They didn't. The Wikipedia page does not give us the gory details as to the
All right.
a severe internal brain injury. Yeah, and he was carrying the puck up the ice and knocked backwards, and boom. God, I was talking to John Mitchell the other night off air about his head injury that he suffered in the 13-14 season. Oof. Violent sport.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not good. Not good. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We also got quotes from Jared Bednar. Want to dive into that a little bit before we come back. Plus, we'll continue to dole out sports advice today on the show, Andy. We've got sports advice for people.
Ask Amy?
Yes.
Style?
Yes. Except it's Ask Andy today.
Oh, really? You think anybody wants my advice?
You're the only one whose name works with the alliteration.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
that's how it'll have
You're my
to be.
ghostwriter for Ask Andy?
If you need sports advice, Andy Lindahl is here to provide it to you on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Jake drives it high and deep right field. Stay fair. Farewell.
What?
Grand slam. Yeah. What a time to throw that card out.
Jake McCarthy, grand slam off of Craig Kimbrell. Rockies win 6-2 today. Andy, the losing streak snapped at 6. Rocks win at 6-2. They are now off to Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. The old Tour o' Pennsylvania coming up over the weekend and into next week. But the Rockies did manage to get one game against the Mets in this series. One game on this homestand. And they finished the year 4-2 against the Mets. So nice job, guys. Rocks get a win. Nowhere to go but up, Andy.
Well, not as bad as last year, right?
It is better.
You can, if nothing else, no matter what happens this year, just say, not as bad as last year. There's no mention of the Cleveland Spiders with anything they've done to this point in the year.
At least so
There's
far.
that.
Can I just play one more stupid piece of audio that tickled me when I heard it? So Cam Schlittler, which is a fun name to say, Schlittler. Cam Schlittler of the Yankees, second-year guy, youngster, off to a great start, by the way. I believe he's like with Tarek Skubal out, he's like the betting favorite to win the AL Cy Young right now. He's good. Chris Mad Dog Russo
should not be allowed to say anybody's name.
We love the dog. He's on his Sirius XM show today, and he made an attempt to pronounce Cam Schlittler in a discussion of the Yankees pitching staff.
If he comes back in any kind of form, and adding him to a staff that, got Cam Schlittler on it, who's done very well, Fried, Will Warren, stick him. Jokic.
Schlittler?
By the
Kevin
way,
Freeland?
It's play the Jokic one again.
Jokic.
Because you literally think he's talking about a medical condition when you hear that. If you don't know the form of the conversation, you'd think he was getting ready to pitch you some Flexol 4, whatever the cream was that got rid of that stuff.
I got to tell you, Andy, with Schlittler.
Yeah, just don't even try.
Schlittler is, for the alternatives, not that bad.
I really thought he was going to have to bleep that. Honestly. Yeah, and he just gave up. I love how he just gave up. He knew he was beat. Here, one more time. Listen, he just gives up on second read.
Yep.
Cam
Yeah, just whatever. Let's go.
Samsonite.
I was way off.
By the way, Betsy was asked today if Jack Ashawn will travel to Minnesota, and could we see the return of Josh Manson over the next couple of days? Here's Betsy.
With Jack Ashawn, is he going to make the trip? I know he played in Legwold last night.
I don't know that for sure. Yeah, we'll evaluate Manson, talk about Manson in the morning, and see where he's at, and see if we need to bring another one.
So it's still a possibility that Manson.
It's a possibility, yeah.
Well, maybe they don't bring him. They could get him a flight.
Yeah.
Hey, kid, you don't get to go on the charter, but you're ready to head to DIA.
We'll get you a Biscoff cookie. You can fly commercial, and you'll enjoy yourself.
See, I guess Delta's getting rid of their snacks.
Are they getting rid of the cookie?
Apparently they're getting rid of the snacks, yeah.
The Biscoff cookie is the only reason to fly Delta.
Well, guess what?
Well, they just took it away. Great.
You just eliminated the search engine.
The only
just
thing.
Go to United now.
The only value that it had.
You lost Spirit. There's no cookie. It's a bad week for Kreckman.
That was a good cookie, I got to say. It was a pretty good cookie. Hey, you got beef? We got beef, the best in town. Southern Steer Butcher in Greenwood Village. Andy, do we have any beef tweets today?
Well, we had the one yesterday.
Yeah.
You kind of caught me off guard.
I know. I feel as though you had beef. You've been throwing beef at me all week.
Well, I mean, look, I could dig up all kinds of beef for you. The one that I found particularly funny, however, was I have to go look up the Twitter account of the one Los Angeles Clippers. So the Indiana Pacers didn't quite have the follow-up season that they wanted to have, right?
No. It was a rough one for the Pacers. Although they were purely tanking out.
They were. And you know what they've got going on now on their site when you tank out like that?
Yeah.
You go ahead and you count down the days till
the draft lottery.
Till the draft lottery
Lottery's
happens.
Sunday, I think. I think it's Sunday afternoon.
Yes.
Yeah.
But what's unfortunate right now for the Pacers is there's a chance they may not get to keep their pick. So they made a trade
conditional.
they made a trade with, and I'm looking at it right now. They made a trade with Indiana, and Indiana earlier in the week, this was on, 4 days ago, Indiana tweeted out, must have been Sunday, may the odds be in our favor with ping pong balls bouncing around. Because if Indiana gets pick 1 through 4, it's their pick.
Yeah.
The Clippers, though, if it's pick 5 through 10, or 5 through 9, I believe, it's their pick.
Yes.
And then the Clippers have it protected from 10 through 30. So the Clippers are hoping that Indiana ends up with pick 5 through 9. Any of them, because it's their pick. So every time Indiana sends out a tweet about, hey, let's get ready for the draft lottery, the Clippers are like, we agree. Let's take a look at how this is going to happen. So the Pacers said, may the odds be in our favor. The Clippers quote tweeted it and said 6 days to go with the blinky eyes. Then the next day, they went ahead and they said, the Pacers put out the odds. 5 days to go to the draft lottery. We're tied for the best odds with the number 1 pick at 14%. And they put out percentages. Pick 1 through 4, 52%.
Yep.
Pick 5, 27.8%. Pick 6, 20.1%. The Clippers quote tweeted that and said, so you're saying there's a 47.9% chance we get your pick. Because pick 5 and 6 would be their pick. And so every time that the Clippers try to get their fans hyped for the draft lottery, the Clippers are trying to remind everybody, we own your pick.
If it's pick 5 through 9.
And now I don't want the Clippers to get better because God knows we got enough problems in the West. But I almost want Indiana to not get to keep their pick now. Weren't the Clippers in the same situation with OKC?
If the Clippers okay, so you got to remember though, what will be funny is if it ends up being for the Pacers pick 4.
Yeah.
Because this is a 3-player draft. And there's a lot of good players in this draft. Don't get me wrong. This is going to be a good NBA draft. This should be a good class. But it's about Moser and DeBonsa and Peterson at the very top. It's about the top 3 players in this draft. That would be kind of funny if the Pacers they stayed out, so they beat the Clippers, but they got the 4th pick in a 3-player draft.
Yeah,
which
almost
would be
kissing your sister.
Right. I like this. This is good draft lottery pettiness. The world needs more of that.
But so now the Clippers though, because. Are the Clippers giving their pick to OKC regardless? Is that it? Because remember, we were worried when the Clippers are kind of tanking after the trade of Harden.
Yeah.
Oh no, OKC's going to get another top 10 pick from the Clippers.
I'll be honest with you, Andy. If you're asking,
who owns what?
Is a team giving their pick away? I assume the Thunder have it.
Yeah, they've got everybody's. They've had so many good players.
Yeah.
Now this with the Clippers, it was for the Paul George trade, as you remember.
Right.
So, I look, man. The NBA, is there a more tougher to follow event than the NBA draft right now? Not the lottery, but the draft. You don't know who's going where because they can't announce the trades. Guys are getting hats they don't even get to keep.
For teams they're not even going to be on.
Yeah, I can't even remember who has whose pick.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. And in addition to this, the new anti-tanking rules are somehow even more confusing. Yes. By the way, along those lines, Andy, did you see it's official? We got a 76-team NCAA tournament now. We're really doing it. We have got
You told me you were kind of excited for this though last week.
Let me tell you why I like it, okay? First off, there's the cynic in me that is like, who is this for? Bruce Pearl? This is all just so Auburn can get into the tournament and Bruce Pearl and his wide orange face can be really happy on television. I don't want that. And clearly it's because the SEC is just griped about this and they want more of their teams getting into the tournament and they want to be able to get more tournament guarantees. I get all of that. And no, this probably doesn't open it up more necessarily to mid-majors or smaller conference teams. It's just going to give power conference teams with like 15 and 17 records bids into the NCAA tournament. So it like the cynic in me hates it. But then there's the part of me that's like, oh, there's like 2 full days of extra basketball. I'm going to watch all of it. And that's the part of it where like that's where I become a hypocrite for complaining about it because I'm going to watch it all. Yes. Sign me up for it. You're giving me more tournament games. Like I love the Dayton games. I love the first 4. Now you've just expanded that. Now I'm going to watch more. Congratulations, NCAA. You did it again. You reeled me in, and I'm going to watch this crap.
Okay, at what point do conference tournaments in the regular season not even matter? Is there a number of teams or that just
that was
eliminates
25
everything?
Years ago?
We just don't care?
Yeah, no, that was...
We're way past that?
Yeah. Here's the thing.
That was 2000 with with the BCS?
Right, exactly.
Is what you're telling me?
Yeah, no, that's already long gone, but also, like, you know, as for the question of, like what does the regular season matter for? It matters for you, the fan of your team. It doesn't, like, in the bigger picture, though, yeah, it is lost all of its significance, you know?
Is it really? But here's what's crazy. I feel like both for the NBA and the NCAA, it's kind of happening at the same time.
Sure.
Because how many games do we have down the stretch where these guys are tired or they give one up or we just kept talking about the number of teams that were trying to tank towards the end of last year despite the anti-tanking rules and threats of this and that.
College basketball is hard enough. Like, again, like, Andy, I watch this stuff. Your typical, Wednesday night, like, we got a road contest in Manhattan, Kansas. You're going to lose by 25. Okay? Like winning road games is damn near impossible in college basketball. That's why they're rewarded so heavily when they do when they evaluate everybody at the end of the season. So it's you get good games sprinkled in here and there. There's also just a lot of dreck.
Okay, what would be more fun? Adding these teams to the tournament or some kind of, like, everybody keeps calling for the relegation. Should there be a relegation
in the NBA?
Where you need to? I don't care. NBA, NCAA.
Where would they go, though?
I don't know.
What would they play in?
But I want someone smarter than me to come up with this, where you got to play for your right to hang around. Like CU. Let's take CU or CSU. How about that? You've got to say, you want to stay in the Big 12? Well, you got to go in this tournament, and you get to stay in your conference.
I tell you what, I don't think you could pull it off in pro sports, just because of the financial imbalance of the billionaires that own NBA and NFL and every other leagues. But, like, the college sports, it's more feasible at the very least.
At some points you might need to, because there's going to
like, sorry, SEC team, you have to go to the Sun Belt.
Right. If you wanted to.
Yeah.
Don't you think I could see us getting to the point where the NIL and the money going into these college athletes, because let's be honest, we're in a state where there's not a ton of funding for the elite college roster. No one's riding in to get any of our local teams the budget to go pull in Indiana for football anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So at what point are they going to get to the point where, like, I could see, you and I have talked about this for a long time. It'll be the Big Ten. It'll be the SEC. And then maybe you hold a tournament where one of them gets to, some Cinderella team or a couple get to try to compete in that, and they get rid of the lower two.
Yeah.
And the lower two could be 31 and 32 at that point. Who knows how
Right.
big those conferences are going to get?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That could be fun. You've got my interest. I'm there. Yeah, absolutely.
Your right to stay with the big boys. You got to play with your right to get your butt handed to you.
To get your television contract paid off.
Only so you can get your teeth kicked in, Purdue.
By the way, one other note on this. So, you know how they do the first 4 now in Dayton? Well, the first 4 is going to be replaced by a 12-game opening round. There will now be 3 games each day in Dayton and 3 games each day in a second city yet to be determined, with sources telling ESPN's Pete Thamel the second site is expected to be west of the Eastern time zone to help with logistics.
Vegas.
It's a great idea. But I'm thinking more like in terms of like what is a city in our part of the country that is wild about college basketball and is sort of like off the beaten path the way that Dayton is.
Grand Junction.
Honestly, Andy, I was thinking put these games at the Pit in Albuquerque.
All right.
How much fun would that be?
They love their basketball.
They do.
They love some green chili.
Those people are basketball psychos. Albuquerque's a cool city. Like, people will like traveling there and eating all of their wild Mexican food and dealing with all of the stomach issues that comes with it. The Pit is an awesome venue. Like, great. Go do it. Go do it in a quirky place like that.
Get some announcers with some segment missers. Because they weren't quite ready for how that was going to hit you later. You didn't know.
The spicy red got you a little too hard.
Oh, you thought you were tough, were you? Well, now you're not.
Not a good
now
idea.
Now you're at its mercy. It's in your colon and it owns you.
Be a little bit more careful next time. I also love how they specify west of the Eastern time zone.
Yeah, so that leaves the Midwest open. But I'm with you. You got to get it in this area of the country.
Yeah, put it somewhere weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more fun that way.
Gosh, now you think about it. What about Boise? Boise, Idaho?
Play them at, what do they call that place now? Extra Mile Arena, the former Taco Bell Arena.
Because Dayton is kind of random in my mind. And I'm trying to think, what is the Dayton of the West?
Is it Boise?
Is there someplace in Nevada that we could name?
Did you know, Andy, talk about ships in the night. The only time I've ever been to Boise was to call a football game on national radio. The Boise State Broncos at the time were coached by Chris Peterson with a quarterback's coach by the name of Mike Sanford.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd the Sandman do that? Well, I guess he didn't really have to do anything.
He won a championship. Remember Jay Ajayi?
Oh, yeah.
Rando NFL running back.
Yeah.
Jay Ajayi had like 2 touchdowns in that game.
Let's be honest, we all picked him up once or twice on our fantasy team.
Totally.
After a couple of significant injuries to the actual core you counted on.
Every one of those guys were studs when they were playing when they were playing college football. All right, NBA Draft Lottery beef. I didn't know we were getting that today. Beef Tweets brought to you by Southern Steer Butcher in Greenwood Village, Denver's new modern butcher experience. Quick break. When we come back, the Steelers think they're getting Aaron Rodgers back. My question is, why do you want him? That's after this.
Guys, what's up? It's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How you been feeling lately? You've heard a little bit about my journey. Let's talk about yours. How's the energy level, the workouts? Have you been dealing with brain fog, maybe a reduced sex drive, difficulty staying in shape? Well, if this sounds like you, do yourself a favor. Get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Get your testosterone levels checked. See where they're at. Look, the visit is $99. I had a listener ask me about this yesterday. You can go and talk to them about the low T treatments. You can also talk to them about GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. And they can help you with these treatments get better focus, improve your sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. For me, it was about the GLP-1. Told you, we're going tarps off this summer, shirtless. Already had one of the salespeople around the office request I don't do that. Not only am I going to do it, I'm going to live stream it now, I think. Because that's how good I am feeling after the help over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Look, they've helped me make sure I drink the right water during this process. They've helped me with the food intake. I was having a little problem with too much protein. They got me fixed there. It is a great place to go and feel better about yourself for a number of reasons. Again, mine has been the GLP-1. So get that appointment scheduled. They draw your blood, have the results in 30 minutes. Again, it's $99. If you start testosterone treatment today, your visit is free. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Up top for Cale Makar. Natchez. McKinnon slides it in front. Landon Scott scores! Oh, it's gorgeous! Oh, Captain, my Captain! And Colorado, 15 seconds into the power play, makes it
The Avs have scored 3 power play goals in this series against the Wild, and Minnesota's power play has yet to convert. The Avalanche have settled on the top power play unit with McKinnon and Natchez, who have been there all year long. Kadri, Landeskog, and Cale Makar, now a part of that group as well. The puck is, Andy, it's spending more time actually on the opposite end of the ice versus when it was really kind of scuffling along. There was just a lot of McKinnon and Natchez sort of back and forth and trying to create that way. And instead now, even though they go, kind of a standard 1-3-1, they're kind of boxing it out a little bit more. And again, having the puck try and go east-west a little bit more to get guys moving, and instead of the puck sitting on the McKinnon-Natchez side. And it seems as though it's been effective with what you have seen in this series so far, Andy. And complaining about the power play is, it became every Avalanche's fans, part-time job this year. But is it fixed? Have we gotten to that point now where it's just, no, the Avalanche's power play actually lives up to what their penalty kill is, what they are 5-on-5?
Yeah, look, it's better, and I think it's always been there. I think there is still a couple of times the other night, like you still overpass a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
But when it ends up in a goal that looks like the one that Gabe Landeskog scored, we're not going to complain about that, right? But there were a couple times where I felt like Cale had a couple of shots he chose not to take where he could have. Look, it's working right now, so we're not going to complain. I think you are getting good traffic in front, I also just think, people keep telling us, Connor said it the other day to us. I asked Connor, do you think they're just going to sit back and they be in the Wild, they're just going to sit back, try to build the house that I believe, was it John Michael Lyles said that term to us, build the house in front of the goal and not let you get anything through. And Connor told us on Tuesday when we were out there for the game, that's not how Minnesota's built. And we're seeing that. Minnesota doesn't have the defensive guys, especially with the injuries to that D-core. Now, look, if an Eriksson Ek was in there, I'm not quite sure that it would be working the way that it's working, right? He's a very good defensive forward. But right now, with the D that they've got playing and the age of some of those D, they're just not built to stop the passing the way some of these other teams are.
Cale Makar, 4 goals and an assist so far in the postseason. Actually, he did not get on the score sheet the other night in Game 2 after a 3-point game in Game 1 in the 9-6er. But Cale Makar is once again a Norris Trophy finalist. Jared Bednar was asked today about Cale being a finalist to win the Norris now 6 years in a row.
Well, I mean, I think the thing is like in this league now, you've got to put up a significant number of points to be nominated for the Norris, right? All the best offensive guys in the league automatically go to the top of the list. And then from there, there's further breakdown, right, in my opinion. And when you have a number one guy that is on power play, penalty kill, eats all the biggest minutes when you're trailing, when you're leading, and you're playing in all those situations, that's to me what a number one guy is and what the Norris is all about. So it's not necessarily for me just about the points, but it's about the way you defend and how you keep the puck out of your net. I think is equally as important, and he certainly does all of that for us, and he does it as consistent as anyone else in the league.
Yeah, you have to quarterback a power play.
Yep.
That's just an expectation of being a number one defenseman in the NHL, and pretty much nobody in the world does that as well as Cale Makar does. So, yeah, you do have to have the offensive statistics. That's what goes along with it. I suppose in that way, Andy, it's probably a little bit different than, the traditional Defensive Player of the Year awards that given out in other sports.
It is. Well, it's just all these defensemen, all these top-level elite modern defensemen have complete games.
Yep.
It's just what the NHL's evolved into. The statement that Gabe said to ESPN, I believe it went on ESPN when they won the Cup a couple years ago, but someone asked Gabe, if you remember, whenever the reporters, maybe it was Emily Kaplan, how did you do this for teams that want to replicate what you guys are doing? What are you doing? He said, well, you better go find a Cale Makar. You better start there. And not Nathan McKinnon necessarily, and I don't think Gabe was slighting Nathan McKinnon. But again, one of the things that's made this Avs team different the last few years is the elite play of Cale Makar. And not everybody has a defenseman like it. Now, of course, we've heard a lot about Quinn Hughes and what he's brought to Minnesota. Good news is for the Avs, they're not riding Cale Makar into the ground the way I feel like the Wild might be doing to Quinn Hughes.
Yeah, the heavy betting favorite, by the way, is Zach Werenski of the Columbus Blue Jackets. Cale number 2 and Quinn Hughes number 3 in the betting odds to win the Norris Trophy. But yeah, don't sleep on the brilliance, the absolute greatness of Cale Makar, that you could be a finalist 6 years in a row. Here's the other thing about it, Andy. He probably is going to be a finalist for what, the next 5 years?
Yeah, you know what? I wanted to ask you this because when are we going to get an award that covers? Because again, the Blue Jackets aren't in the playoffs anymore.
Right.
When are we going to get an award that covers both the regular season and the playoffs? When are we going to move to that? Because all these awards are broken up into, you know what I'm saying? Like Werenski would not be the betting favorite if he would actually have to play playoff action.
Yeah, why do you want that though?
Why? Because if we're going to, everybody counts winning in championships in sports so heavy, so why break the two up?
Well, because
it's not my fault the other guy can't get to the playoffs.
Yeah, those are all regular season awards.
Okay, so why not create an award then for everything, for the entire balance of everything? And I'll tell you,
wouldn't that just go to whoever wins the Conn Smythe?
Well, but that's one guy.
Isn't that what the Conn Smythe is there for?
You don't want to break it up. If we're going to do best defenseman and everything else, why should it not count your playoff performance too?
You want a Messier for the playoffs?
I do. No, think about this, because Eric Johnson in his commentary the other night was talking about Nathan MacKinnon. This is where I started thinking about this whole thing.
You need a playoff Selke?
Well, Eric said that what makes Nate special, and you've talked about the rare air, we've seen the graphic on every game, about his point production in the playoffs and how he's up among the top 5 in average points per game for the playoffs for his career. And Eric said that's so rare because a lot of times there are great players that when they get to the playoffs, they don't have it anymore. They're not the scorer. They're not the same.
Sure.
And yet Nate doesn't change. But everything's broken up into 2. Why do you want the regular season? Why should the playoffs not count?
They do count.
But there's one award for one person.
You get a really big trophy for that. And then you get to get drunk all summer and eat cereal out of it.
See, I feel like this is your stats guy that wants things cut off at the regular season.
Well, that's how they do it.
But okay, so why not include the playoffs?
Because it's an award for the entire league. It's if you included the playoffs in it, they would just give it to all the guys on the team that won the Stanley Cup, and then it's like then you're just giving out extra medals. Like, what's the point of it?
The Conn Smythe one time went to someone who didn't win the Stanley Cup.
That is true. It has at times.
I can't remember his name. It was the old goalie. He played here for a minute. Who is it? The old Dutch goalie?
Jean-Sebastien Giguère.
That's right.
Giguère. That's right. Giguère did. Wasn't Jerry West the only guy to win the Finals MVP on a losing team?
God, was he?
Yeah.
You would know better than me.
It was the year that Iguodala won Finals MVP when LeBron should have won it. He was by far the best player in that series. It was just he had nothing around him.
Let me ask you this. I'm trying to remember. So the year the Avs won the Cup, was Nate actually better in the, let's say this award I'm talking about had existed. Because Cale won the Conn Smythe.
He did.
But was Nate better in the regular season? And I can't remember now.
Was that
But Cale did win the Norris.
Cale won the Norris that year.
So maybe it wouldn't have mattered.
But he won the Norris and then the Conn Smythe. Yes. MacKinnon.
And the Cup.
He sure did.
Did he get a Lady Bing? He did not win a Messier.
No, the Avalanche have still never won a Messier.
We want people to know, by the way, Mark Springer has contacted the people of Mark Messier. We've requested an audience with Messier, and we'd like to pitch our Avs guys to Mark Messier to win a Messier, but we've been politely declined to this point.
Yeah, they don't want to talk to us.
Well, it's not even a they. It's simply a he.
Although what we're finding out is, because Messier is an ESPN guy.
Yeah.
ESPN is really boxing us out.
No, they really are.
They gave one of our guys a boot out of their booth the other night. They were just like, nope.
Really?
Go away.
Really?
Yeah, they did. Yeah. It was one of our enterprising men on the scene was just trying to politely ask if, hey, would one of your announcers that's calling this game tonight, would you like to speak to Denver's #1 afternoon sports radio show?
Longest running.
Flagship for the Colorado Avalanche. Would you like to talk?
And like Larry Bird to me on the phone one night, he goes, "Nah, I don't think so."
Yeah, it was everything short of getting a restraining order against our guy. I mean, they wanted him out of there.
We didn't get the long Sean. It wasn't the multiple nose.
No.
Wow,
Come on. No.
All we asked was for an interview. Who did the game? Wischusen, that's right.
It was
Wischusen
Wischusen and EJ.
Listen, they can't be telling us no to EJ.
And
that's our guy.
And Leah Hextall.
You're lucky we let you have EJ. What do you think of that, ESPN?
She's related to Ron Hextall.
What is she? The daughter?
I think a niece. I think it's a more distant, but yes, I think she's like a niece
for
or
her
something
sake, I
like
hope
that.
So. That dude was bat crazy.
Didn't he score like 2 goals?
I think he did.
Yeah.
And I know Wow always wanted one real bad and couldn't get it.
Yeah.
But Hextall, they should have called him Hackstall because if you got in his crease, he was chopping wood on you left and right.
Spring, correct me if I'm wrong. Philip Gustafsson, I believe he was the last goalie to score a goal.
Was he?
Yeah.
Goalie goal?
Sounds right.
This
season? Someone did it this season. Was it this season?
Listen, Nate Kreckman's not coming to you for sounds right. He wants ironclad confirmation from the radio machine.
He did score a goalie goal. 2024, he did it. It was
that one this year.
It wasn't. 24-25. It was the first goalie goal.
So when was the last goalie goal? Was that it?
List of NHL goalie goals, Wikipedia. There's a Wikipedia page for it.
There's got to be.
There is. Ilya. There were 3. So there were none this year. 2 years ago, there were 3 goalie goals. Philip Gustafsson of the Wild did it in October. Alex Nedeljkovic of the Penguins did it in January, and Ilya Sorokin of the Islanders did it in March of last season.
You know what would be the ultimate thing?
That one was technically an own goal that was scored by Steven Stamkos.
That's not what you want.
But Sorokin got credit for it.
Here's what I want: an e-bug goalie goal.
That would be cool. That's extra rare.
The e-bug is done so well, they got to pull the keeper. Because they ain't losing to the e-bug, and instead the e-bug puts the empty netter on you.
Hextall, 2 career goals.
Yeah.
The Avalanche have never scored.
How many game misconducts for Hextall?
Several. The Avalanche have never scored a goalie goal.
Never.
Neither
is Dylan Ward of the Colorado Mammoth.
Hextall has 2. Marty Brodeur has 2.
Has there ever been a soccer goalie goal?
Oh, Marty Brodeur has 3. Jose Theodore has 1, but it was when he played for the
Montreal
Canadiens. Yes.
Yeah. I think Wah wanted one really bad because Brodeur had one.
Brodeur had 3.
No, but I'm just saying
that standard inferiority
they had their
complex.
Yeah. Is Tim Howard ever goalie gold?
Great question.
Can a soccer goalie goal?
The manner by which that can typically happen is it's like soccer's version of pulling the goalie. It's just the goalie will you'll get like a late corner kick or whatever, and you're down a goal, and the goalie will just go all the way up to the opposite end of the field and be in there for the sake.
But no one's ever with that situation return serve to the other goal.
Oh,
because I'm positive a goalie could reach that.
Yeah.
I know they got the range.
I don't know.
You don't think so?
It probably
really get into one and send it the length of the field.
I mean, that goalie would have to have really bleeped the bed to have allowed a punt from the opposite end of the pitch go in.
Now I want to see.
I mean, really
now it's all I
bleeped the
care
bed.
about.
Okay, we'll research it in the break. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Guys, it's Andy Lindahl for your new favorite butcher shop, Southern Steer Butcher. Now, these folks are located on the corner of Arapahoe and Dayton. It's basically Arapahoe and 25, a couple blocks east of 25 on Arapahoe. Real easy to find. They're on the north side of the street if you want to get all real direction-y. And right now, not only, I've told you all week, they've got the teacher appreciation promo going this week. That's still up and running. Get on in there. If you're a teacher, you get a $5 gift card, and you get some, I believe it's 10% off your purchase if you'd like to go in there this week. And May 6th through 10th, so you still got a couple of days. Don't forget the 10th. What's that? That's Mother's Day. And they've got you hooked up for Mom as well at Southern Steer. You get a $10 gift card for Mom May 6th through 10th when you make a qualifying purchase of $75 or more. So head on in there, get Mom a gift card. And a matter of fact, get her some great piece of meat to make for the dinner that night, whether you want to look at their steak tips. I got some Wagyu steaks there the other day. You can get some maple bacon burgers. They make their own sausage. They make their own brats, chicken, pork. They've got it all. This is great quality meat, high quality protein, and the place that you're going to want to shop. Again, it's Southern Steer Butcher. You can find them on the web at southernsteer.com. You're looking for the Greenwood Village location there. And treat Mom this week with a great meal from Southern Steer.
Let's jump right in. Time for the high five. Spring, what do we got?
If you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, you need to try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Jared Bednar talking to the media today. The Avs will play Game 3 in Minnesota on Saturday night. Jared Bednar was asked what changes when you're up 2-0 and the other team, the home team, is desperate on their home ice.
What changes? Could be nothing. Could be lots. Just depends on, the first thing you're looking at is matchups that we liked and how we rolled our lines and were able to keep everyone involved and still sort of get matchups that we preferred. They were somewhat loose again, in games 1 and games 2 because we had everyone playing well, and we'll see what they want to do, and they might want to play the exact same way we did here. It's hard to say how much changes. That's more up to them, but we're going to face it. Doesn't matter where you are, which building you're playing in. If you have a 2-0 series lead, Game 3 is a critical game, right? So we know we'll see their best, just like we did with LA, and we have to be ready to play our best game of the series in order to win it.
Yeah, what can the Wild adjust here? I don't know if they can ask much more out of Quinn Hughes and Brock Faber as their top defensive pairing because the rest of their defensemen have struggled mightily so far in this series. Again, the Wild just have to simply hope, okay, process-wise, they play better. The Avalanche run into some tough luck, and maybe they can steal a Game 3. This next game is the series. This is it. If this series has any chance of being prolonged and the Wild battling their way back, it all comes down to what happens on Saturday night. To Jared Bednar, he's got to steel his guys for that while also making sure they don't let emotion creep in too much and go in and play their game. Fortunately, he has got a veteran team full of a bunch of guys that have won a Stanley Cup before. Andy, yes, there is the part of it where, the hockey gods can screw you over. I just think the Avalanche are too good for it.
No, I would agree. Now, that said, I'm not going to be shocked if they lose Game 3 coming up on Saturday because that's – I was saying this last night on the podcast with Scott. Anyway, Connor McGahee joined us, by the way. Listen to Hot Mike. Connor's going to join us once a week now through the Avs playoffs. But for me, I don't know about you, Nate. I always feel like the most likely game in a series for the better team to win, I'll call it the home team to lose, is Game 3. I think, boy, if you lose Game 3 as a home team or as the road team with your first home game, you are in trouble, especially if you're down 2-0. But I always feel like when you get that hometown juice for the first time in a series for the other team, that's always the toughest one to try and go get.
Yeah.
And then I always feel like 4 is the one that's always ripe for the taking because then they're coming off their emotional high.
Yeah.
Right? And maybe they even relax because they feel like they're pretty good. As far as the adjustments, look, the best adjustment they can get is somehow miraculously get healthy and get Eriksson Ek and Brodin back, and apparently neither is skating yet. Again, there was a report on Twitter today from one of the Minnesota guys that neither of those players has skated since they got hurt. And we've talked about it, Kiviranta and Manson are both skating right now. And so that's what makes us believe that they're close. You normally don't go from not skating to, I'm playing again. So I don't know, to your point, without those guys, I don't know what adjustments they do make, but other than ride the emotion of the crowd and try to shove a few more bodies in front of the net, I guess.
I also think telling these guys and Hughes and Faber, they're gonna mirror a lot of when McKinnon is out on the ice. I just think it's easier said than done of don't get in too deep when Nathan McKinnon goes charging into the offensive zone because that was the killer especially in Game 1, but in Game 2 as well, of just the Avalanche just being so friggin' fast that they were operating really low in the offensive zone, and that was giving the Wild all kinds of problems.
Well, Eric Johnson broke it down great for Scott Van Pelt, and he even was a part of it. I thought it was funny to hear his answer because he was a part of it a year ago, but he said it's not just the speed that they skate, it's how fast the puck moves from stick to stick. And that gets guys chasing. That gets guys moving around. It wears teams out.
Yeah,
so,
you open the ankle up, and boom, they have got you. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, football time. Quarterback Aaron Rodgers is expected to visit the Steelers this weekend and is likely to play for them this season. Sources told NFL Network's Ian Rappaport there is no agreement between the Steelers and Rodgers at this time, according to ESPN.
So he could still be a Broncos quarterback, huh?
Yeah, it's a possibility. You're saying there's a chance, Nate Kreckman.
Andy, I looked this up, and I guess this is my question for the Pittsburgh Steelers is, you guys couldn't come up with anything better this offseason. So I have for you right now,
would you rather? Is this a would you rather list of guys you'd rather have than Rodgers, or we can vote?
This is quarterbacks in their age 40 season or later. This is quarterbacks in their 40s. All right. There have been, quarterbacks that have played in their 40s. There have been 56 of them in the history, 56 individual seasons in the history of the NFL, 56 individual seasons in the history of the NFL. There have been 7 seasons in which a quarterback age 40 or older threw for at least 4,000 yards. Kind of the, I don't know, it's a benchmark of like you had a good year, right? 4,000 yards. Tom Brady has 6 of those 7 seasons.
Oh, man. 6, 7?
The other one is Brett Favre in 2009 with the Vikings. Aaron Rodgers threw for 3,900 yards a couple of years ago with the Jets. He passed for just over 3,300 last year with the Pittsburgh Steelers for a middling passing attack in which Rodgers threw 24 touchdown passes. In other words, basically, it's like there's Tom Brady. There's like 1 year of sample size of when Favre was on the Vikings, and every other quarterback in the history of football age 40 or older has been dreadful.
Yeah.
What are you hoping to? What are you trying to capture if you're the Steelers?
You and I both know. First off,
no better option.
You just keep getting stuck. It's the classic Pittsburgh problem that they can't break, which is ultimately why the fans wanted Tomlin gone. In a way, I think they wanted to suck so they could actually sniff the top 5 of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're constantly around the, anywhere from 18 to 25, and that's not where you're going to get a good quarterback typically. And so I just think they didn't have any options. They didn't like the other. Listen, they already tried Russell Wilson, right? They already tried Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Some of the guys that are out there to be available, they've already had run through their town, and they didn't want him back. So I don't think they thought – I just think they thought get McCarthy here and we'll just do the thing again.
If somehow Rodgers doesn't agree, their quarterback room is Mason Rudolph, Will Howard, and Drew Aller, who they just drafted in the 3rd round.
Well, that'll get you close to the top 5 of the draft, I would think. That'll solve the problem that you're hoping to solve if you're a Pittsburgh fan.
Probably. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Today, TMZ supplemented its report regarding the renting of a boat by Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini.
Report regarding the renting of a boat.
Back in June of 2021.
I love the NFL offseason.
With video of them together on the dock, Diana Rossini was 7 months pregnant with her firstborn son, Michael.
Okay.
At the time.
Okay. And just figured, hey, you know what a pregnant woman likes? A shaky boat.
Well, she needs that story. Trying to think, what would be the 2021 storyline? Vrabel was still a Titan.
He was the Titans coach at the time.
Did she need some deep insight on Derrick Henry? He had not left yet, right?
I'm sure it was just a lot of gossip. You can always go and get the hot goss from an NFL head coach. Vrabel was well in the know.
Who the hell was coaching the Broncos? Was that still Vic Fangio then?
2021 would have been Fangio
because 22
Hackett
was
came
taxi.
in 22. Yeah, so that would have been Vic Fangio. I don't think Vic Fangio was renting a boat with Ian Rappaport or anything like that.
But was he renting a boat to go cruise in the bay with his bay? Or whatever she would have been.
He had a Phillies game on his transistor radio.
He had a Phillies game. They were tooling around McCovey Cove in a canoe,
cracking
hoping
MGDs.
to catch a home run. The Phillies were in town.
Our show's like caricature version of Vic Fangio is so much better than real Vic Fangio was.
Real Vic Fangio probably hardly talks to this gal,
right.
and that's how she
it was
wants
kind of
it.
but I expected it.
He could show up for a weekend. They could have meatballs and pasta, and he could go back to Philly.
Yeah.
In his sweatsuit that's a little more sweaty when it's all said and done.
Phillies game's over. You want to watch Law and Order and pass out?
I think he's more in the heat of the night.
Heat of the night.
Want to catch some Matlock?
Perry Mason. Raymond Burr. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Yeah.
Hey, did you watch the Timberwolves game last night?
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
They got absolutely
They
smoked.
got whooped. And also, Ant looked terrible last night.
Well, man, that knee could not have felt good.
Whatever magic he captured in game 1 did not carry over to game 2.
Here's Chris Finch, Wolves head coach, after the game.
Well, I mean, they just kicked their butt in every aspect of the game tonight. So offensively, defensively, it didn't matter. They took it to us, and we didn't really respond very well.
The quote from Anthony Edwards, "We came out cool. Look what happened. My mama used to tell me that a hard head make a soft ass. That's what happened tonight."
Wow.
Great quote.
By the way, so I didn't really watch that game. I told you I was fascinated with a bunch of frozen baseball players trying to make it through that game last night.
I was
so
also
I stayed
watching
with the
that.
Rockies. And I've got
Lame night of sports viewing last night.
It really kind of was.
Other than the Cubs game.
Did Chris Finch's complaining about the potential goaltendings of the blocks of Wemby, did that bear any fruit?
No. He only had 2 blocks last night. Though.
Really?
Yeah, he didn't. They didn't have to try. They just made every shot. That was the Spurs adjustment make every single shot.
You want to know how you beat the Wolves? Don't miss.
I would have enjoyed if the Nuggets would have made that adjustment.
Been cool. Yeah, they might have been able to. They might be still playing if they could have done that.
The make everything adjustment is it's arguably
a good one to go
the
to.
best adjustment you can make in basketball.
You're a hell of a coach when you can do it.
And finally, Spring.
High five.
The Knicks took a 2-0 lead over the Sixers in one of the East semis, but they have lost wing OG Anunoby. He has a hamstring strain. He is day to day.
Yeah, that sucks, man. The Knicks have, and I know they kind of scuffled last night to beat the Sixers. They have been an absolute wagon. Andy, I'd tell you how good the Knicks are playing. And this Anunoby injury doesn't help anything. I love that dude. But I'll tell you how well the Knicks are playing. They're playing so well right now. I think they could push the finals against the Thunder to like 5 games.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got me.
Yeah.
You got me.
Uh-huh. I think they could steal a game against OKC.
Who the hell? Well, all right. Serious question.
Mm-hmm.
Is Detroit cranking it up? Are you trying to believe in Detroit?
After
facing death, they've won 4 in a row or whatever?
They have won 4 in a row. They looked much better in game 1 against Cleveland. I don't really take the Cavs all that terribly seriously right now. The Knicks are playing the best basketball in the East. The Anunoby injury obviously is a concern, but nobody's beating the Thunder. Nobody's beating the Thunder. That team is just.
Do you want Minnesota to face them to just get the "Who's Your Daddy" whooping?
Sure.
Or do you just want it done now?
Yeah, I will be if the Timberwolves can limp through this series. The Spurs looked like, oh crap, we're on a big stage in game 1. Last night, it was like the Spurs remembered, like, oh, yeah, no, we're super athletic and really fast, and if we just run a bunch of pick and roll with De'Aaron Fox and Wemby, they can't really stop us, and that's what they did, and they destroyed them last night. My guess is this is probably like a 6-game series, but Minnesota is they've had chunks of flesh taken out of them at this point. I don't know what's left of those guys.
But every time we think that, they seem to show up and win a game.
And I give them a ton of credit for what they did in game 1. I really do. So it ought to be fun. Andy Lindahl, you looked at the calendar and you pointed out something interesting to me. Tease it up before the break, my friend.
All right. Something occurred a week ago.
A week ago.
And I realized it because I went and got the parking money. We're going to talk about what you knew then, what you thought you knew then, that you no longer feel you believe now.
About the Denver Nuggets. That's after this. Hey, if you want to send us text messages, you should do so via the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Text line 303-504-0925. Andy, ask the people your question. Maybe they can text us via the Shop Mazda text line.
All right.
What's the question?
Thank you, Sean. I'll tell you. Week ago, I realized I was heading down to, it's Thursday, right? I don't know. It's been kind of a weird week. You get the snow interruption in the middle of it, right? Last Thursday, I was driving down to host a watch party, one that we were hoping that the Nuggets would be able to pull off and extend the series of Game 6 and get this sucker back to Denver for a Game 7 on Saturday night. Remember that? If you can believe it, that was just a week ago. Feels, frankly, to me like it was a lifetime ago. I feel like somehow the Nuggets already have been gone out of our life a month. It's barely been a week. And as I drove down there, I was thinking about the fact, and again, it's popped in my head because I went and got the parking money reimbursed today. And I was thinking to myself, what did I know? What did I think I know a week ago that I'm not so sure of anymore when it comes to the Denver Nuggets? And I remember driving down there thinking, man, if they can just get this game, I think they can give San Antonio a series.
Yeah.
If they can just get this game, and remember, it was about this time of day where we started realizing that Dosunmu was not going to play. We were learning that, who else was out? Kyle Anderson was out, right?
Slow-mo didn't play
We
in that
weren't
game.
as worried about him, but Dosunmu seemed like he was going to be a big deal. So this is a depleted Minnesota team. We started having the talk the last half hour that always seems to come back to bite you in the rear end.
They had to start Mike Conley and Terrence Shannon.
Oh, you can't win this. There's no way they can lose this one now. You better not lose this one now. There's no way this Nuggets team is going to lose this one now.
Their seventh man was Jalen Clark.
And Shannon was going to play a lot. We were hoping that we weren't going to learn a lot about him.
I knew a lot about him. He's
I
awesome.
know you did.
Yeah.
And
He's really good.
So anyway, a week ago, I'm asking everybody 303-504-0925. And Nate, I want to hear from you first. There's a couple things that I've thought of. Well, what do you think you knew a week ago that now a week later, as we get set to hear from all the particulars in management tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock in a press conference, Josh Kroenke, Simmons, help me, Tinzer.
John Wallace, Ben
Ben Tenzer, and then Coach Adelman.
David Adelman.
We'll all talk tomorrow at 11 o'clock press conference. So what were you...
Richard Simmons will not be there. R.I.P.
What did you think you were sure of a week ago that you're not anymore? What has changed in a week's time for you?
I think the biggest thing, and maybe I'm putting too much credence into a closeout Game 6, but also like closeout Game 6s are very important, is my disappointment in Jamal Murray to solve the problems.
Okay.
That to me was in this series probably my biggest takeaway. Like, the Nuggets aren't as good without Aaron Gordon. The Nuggets aren't as good without Peyton Watson. Well, I knew that. Okay, I already watched this basketball season. No, to me, what really stung me about the Nuggets' performance in Game 6 was that Jamal Murray at that stage of the series not only didn't solve Jaden McDaniels, it felt like he struggled even more. And he was weirdly not aggressive early on in that game. I thought he had opportunities to get to his runner, and he wasn't taking them, and then he just never found his rhythm in that game. And I don't mean this as like it. Look, Jamal Murray had an all-NBA season. Jamal Murray just had his best campaign as an NBA player. And he deserves it. Okay, he's one of the best guards in the entire NBA, one of the best guards on the planet. Like that part of it doesn't change, but a part of being able to win a playoff series against tough opponents is do you find the fix over the course of the series? And what was incredible to me is that Jamal never did. Jokic did. Like, I wouldn't say Jokic ever found dominant form against Rudy Gobert, but Joker figured it out.
Rudy had himself a series.
Rudy had a great series.
And I think Joker had to play. I think he had more to figure out against Rudy this time than any other time.
And Gobert gets all the flowers for that. But to me, what was stunning was that in a Game 6, that Jaden McDaniels could just swallow up Jamal Murray like that late in the series. was what was disappointing, is that Jamal didn't figure out a way to have a positive impact on that game. That maybe was the thing that I know now that I didn't know then.
Yeah, the thing I know now that I didn't know then, and we kept talking about it, I think we used the phrase championship DNA. Matter of fact, I think even Dan Hyatt had brought it up to us as well. What I know now is I think the championship DNA of this team is gone, and it kills me to say that.
It's sitting in a mosquito and some amber somewhere.
Exactly. We're waiting to Jurassic Park that sucker.
Mm-hmm. It's gone.
Because it did not show up. The resilience that I thought a championship-winning core would show never showed up. You never shut up Jaden McDaniels for the words that he used against you in the locker room after a Game 2 win. And frankly, you know what I thought a week ago? I really thought this Nuggets team was tougher, unfortunately, than what they ended up showing me in Game 6.
They lost Jaden McDaniels minutes in Game 6 by 16 points.
It's brutal.
Yeah, that's the series right there. You know, and you know what's funny is like the Nuggets' defensive rating in the series was better than it was in the regular season. So if you wanted to, like for those portions of Nuggets Nation, of the fan base that are saying, well, they lost the series because of what they were defensively, and you could simply back it up with the numbers of like, well, the numbers say they were better. Well, everybody is down offensively in the postseason. That's going to happen anyway. Tell me this: did it ever at any phase of that series, did it look like Minnesota was struggling to score, struggling to find their shots? I didn't see it.
No, I'm with you. I think I took a little sigh of relief every time the Nuggets forced a miss. But then, and listen, I give David Adelman credit. He identified the problem. I know we're all getting angry at the coaching. I imagine a coaching point when he said it to the media was, we keep losing the rebounding battle. So I'm sure he told his guys, please go rebound. And they just didn't. Now, there were some times, especially in Game 6, the ball went stupid directions. It found its way like over all of the potential Nuggets rebounders and out to where a Wolves player would be. But at the end of the day, they didn't box out enough. Yeah, they didn't own the paint.
They're winning the 50-50 balls and you're not. And meanwhile, for most of that series, a banged-up Naz Reid, Jaden McDaniels, Julius Randle. I know Randle had a bad shooting game in Game 6, but like generally, I didn't see those guys ever struggle to get to their spot, to get to their shot, to be able to do what they needed to do offensively. The Nuggets just never made it hard on them in any way. And so this is my biggest concern for this team going forward is playing this level of defense that they presently play. Is this as good as it can be? Like 54 wins and maybe win a series, but this is as good as it can be as long as Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic share the floor. Can you prevent the other guys from doing everything that they want to do?
Only if you're scoring. Only if you're making all your buckets. Only if you're hitting threes like you did in the regular season. And unfortunately, I think you just said it right there in your answer previous. Scoring is down. Defense is up. Every team in the playoffs seems to play a little bit better defense. And frankly, I think because the shots are bigger, guys don't hit shots the way they do in a regular season when, let's be honest, they're not stressed about them as much as you can be in a Game 6 situation.
And it's also, everything. Everybody plays so much harder that every shot is harder.
Yeah.
Like you don't have as many wide open looks unless, of course, you're Naz Reid off in the corner. And, you know.
Well, or any other corner three-ball shooter against the Nuggets most of this year.
Yeah, let's be honest. And most any year, let's be honest.
Right.
You know, we were talking about Julian Strawther earlier with DMac during Cross. And, like, there's a lot about Julian Strawther that I really like in his game. But David Adelman, basically kicked him out of the series because he couldn't trust him defensively. And again, okay, you want to expand the role of Julian Strawther, you should want to do that. But if he can't fix those shortcomings on that side of the ball, that's just another defensive black hole that you're throwing out there. And again, rely on offense all you want, but if you have a couple of bad shooting nights, boom, you're done in the postseason, which is essentially what happened in the Nuggets.
Yeah, and again, you never showed a toughness. When I go back to the championship DNA comment, you never showed us a toughness on the road to shut them up in their building. And you got to be able to you won 2 home games.
Lost every game in their place.
Yeah. And frankly, one of them was barely an effort.
Right.
Effort's not the right term, but you weren't in it. You just
No.
weren't in it.
No.
You know? And it gets frustrating. The other thing is, and I don't know who you point the finger of blame at. Maybe it is truly just bad luck. But for this many guys at this many muscle injuries that they couldn't seem to get over, you got to look at your process for how you get guys rehab.
Yep.
I don't know how else to say it. How is Aaron Gordon dealing with this crap 2 years in a row at the most important time of the year?
Yeah.
And maybe it's on Gordon, but now Brown, we find out Brown had something. Watson could never get back to a point where he was comfortable to play. I mean, what is going on?
Yeah, the soft tissue and yeah, the soft tissue stuff is just absolutely killing these guys. Hey, Colorado Beef Council and Altitude Sports Radio are celebrating National Beef Month by looking for Denver's best burger. You want to text right now. Send us your nominations. Text the word burger, BURGER, in your favorite burger spot to 303-504-0925. We're taking nominations right now. So far, Andy, here's the leaders.
Give us a few names
that we've got in the clubhouse. Cherry Cricket.
Of course.
My Brother's Bar.
Yes.
That's my spot. Bud's Cafe and Bar.
Lots of people coming in with that one.
Crown Burgers and 5280 Burger Bar. That is your top 5.
Now, we're going to let you vote on these next week, and then you'll be in the running for a gift card. But if your place has not been mentioned, we've heard about Jim's Burger Haven. We heard about the Candlelight. We've heard about there's been a few. But if you think your spot needs to get in, you better nominate it. You better get it in there. I don't know how many we're ultimately going to put on the list, but you got to do it.
Also, and by the way, we have gotten I've got a full page full of spots that have gotten votes so far. You know, one burger I don't see on here, Andy, as I scan through, not a single vote for Helton Burger.
Well, is it still there?
Not a one.
I haven't been to Coors in a decade. Is it still there?
I'm assuming it is. You haven't been to Coors Field in a decade?
Yeah, man. I head out of town. I used to love to go to the 4th of July game. Who doesn't?
Sure.
But now I'm an old man who doesn't like crowds. So I don't go to the 4th of July game. Any other Rockies game would work. But,
Okay.
You know.
All right.
I don't see crowds or tough parking situations, Nate. I'm that guy.
You come to work every day because there's only 3 of us in here.
There's a wide open parking lot for me to select from.
Plenty of spaces available.
I'm in that Nate Bargatze phase of I'm offended you thought I'd want to go.
Are we? But we're doing tarps off this year, right?
Oh, we're going tarps off. Hey, man, the businessman special's wide open.
Are we going to actually?
We got to go to a day game.
Are we going to actually do this at Coors Field, or are we going to do it like in the office, like watching on the couch?
We might go in the parking lot. I might turn on my hybrid F-150. We can plug a TV in there, and that might be where we watch the game on a couple of lawn chairs, sunning ourselves. We'll see.
What did I agree to? It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Send your nominations to 303-504-0925 for Denver's best burger to our text line, 303-504-0925. You have to text the word burger plus your nomination. We're taking nominations through Sunday night. We open up official voting next week. Thanks to the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it's what's for dinner. Hey, don't miss Avalanche Game 3 Saturday night. We got a great watch party at Stoney's on Lincoln with the Altitude Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Party Tour powered by Michelob Ultra. Got some great Loeb Ultra deals and a chance to win an autographed Gabe Landeskog jersey. We'll have pregame with Between the Pipes starting at 5, and then DMac going to be hosting the party, getting everyone fired up. We'll see you at Stoney's on Lincoln on Saturday. Andy, we have taken several responses via the Champ Mazda text line at 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda, one price, one person, 1 hour. At 303-504-0925. What do people know about the Nuggets today that they did not know exactly 1 week ago?
The dark horse. Oh, wait, that's a burger text.
Not there anymore.
Yeah. Let's see. AG lives in the gym. I'm starting to wonder where his process is when you live in the gym and you can tear that out anytime. You want to basically, it goes back, I think, to the Romy point is what he's saying. Should AG maybe think about going a different way? Different
body type?
Now, I bounced that off of Scotty last night on our podcast, and he just said, no, it just is, he doesn't think that has much to do with it. I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'm with you.
I haven't seen his MRI, and if they showed it to me, I would go, I don't know what that is. So, yeah, I do not know. I do know that his process over the last 2 years has resulted in him playing 86 games over the past 2 seasons and not being able to get through a playoff series 2 years in a row.
Well, and the other thing that's tough is when you have the muscle injuries like he does, how much cardio does he get back into? Does he ever really get back into shape when you're dealing with something like that?
Exactly.
Especially when you had it so late in the season, then you got to go to the playoffs and you're playing every other night.
You lose explosiveness, you can't jump. He doesn't have any of that a part of his game. And Andy, to this point, okay, all the rage debate that is happening amongst Nuggets fans right now, and I'm certainly a part of it as well. But also, we did spend the whole year going, if Gordon isn't healthy, they're not going to do anything. And then Gordon wasn't healthy, and they didn't do anything. They got bounced right away, which again goes back to the idea, and I know don't use hope as a strategy is everybody's, favorite cliche to drop, but for the organization to go, if we would have had Aaron Gordon, we could have won the West. I thought the Nuggets were finals good. I didn't feel crazy saying that they were finals good, but they had to have all their pieces. Well, then they didn't have all their pieces. I suppose the counterpoint is, well, neither did Minnesota, and it didn't matter all that much. And then it gets into the further debate of the flaws with Denver's roster and too many one-dimensional players.
Well, and every year that goes by, you get a little bit older. You're going to be able to conjure up what you were in the prime when this thing was working. Here's another text. Guys, I hate to say it, but trading Murray Gordon Brown needs to be on the table. Got to be more athletic. They also need to bring in some muscle. Maybe a guy like David Roddy could be an option for the muscle, but we need to get healthy and more athletic. So there's another one.
The trading Christian Brown one is, first off, his value will never be lower. He's got a full 5 years and $125 million on the deal.
That's just starting.
Right. The deal just kicks in next season. So I don't think he's going to have much of a market. And you don't have picks to attach to him to get rid of him. But also, he did average 15 a game and lead the NBA in transition points last year. And, I watched that season of Christian Brown, okay? He has an injury-plagued, starts with the ankle, ends with the calf, injury-plagued year. He's never right. Remember, he tried to come back, and then he played a couple of games, and then he was back out and on the shelf. But if a healthy Christian Brown picks up where he left off in 24-25 and is a 17-point-a-game kind of player. Now, I suppose the argument is, well, has he taken the next step defensively? I don't know. Not really. He's not an all-NBA defender yet, but he also hasn't been healthy. If you just have a fully healthy year of Christian Brown, I like the 24-25 guy. I was okay with them paying him. In fact, I like that they paid him. I was like, he deserves to get extended. The guy's a really damn good player, and he maybe just had a lost year, right?
You're hoping, yeah.
Right.
I think
again, hope is a strategy.
I don't think we should write off Christian Brown just yet, is kind of what you're saying, and I'm with you. Because, again, he's had look,